Chapter 926, 13 Men. Time flew. Void beasts attacked again in the next couple of days while Su Ping cultivated. He fought twice and killed many of them, making great contributions. Su Ping helped the general kill a Lord-level void beast in one of those battles, making a name for himself. Many people were envious after learning that Su Ping had acquired the heart of a Lord-level void beast and was qualified to advance. Those who had failed during their hunt outings could only sigh. Some of them went to see him with the intention to purchase the heart for a high price. Their offers were unsurprisingly declined. "I found 2 of the materials you mentioned." Su Jinner went to meet with Su Ping. The test was almost over and she seemed tired. She would have had to go hunting on her own if her original self wasn't out there searching for the materials. "I found one." The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes returned at the last moment too. He looked awful when he learned that Su Jinner had found 2 items, so he immediately said to Su Ping, "But I have leads on 4 more. I should be able to find them given enough time." "I'm sorry," Su Ping could only apologize to him. Leads were just leads anyway. They weren't enough to pay for the heart. The young man looked bitter, knowing he had lost the chance to advance. He didn't really hate Su Ping. After all, it was the latter who had risked his life collecting the heart while they were trying to flee. He also didn't feel it was unfair when Su Ping decided to give the beast's heart to Su Jinner. After all, she had found 2 materials. "Fine, I'll just give this material to you, since you already made your decision and you need this in any case." The young man sighed. Su Ping was stunned. He thought that the man would end up hatting him. He didn't expect that the young man would give the material away. "Well, we've fought together for a long time. Brother Su, keep it up. I hope you will become the champion. Remember to pay me a visit if you ever go to the Horus Galaxy," said the young man with a smile. It was unnecessary to make an enemy out of Su Ping. The material he had found was of little use to him anyway. Might as well have Su Ping owe him. That favor would be much more precious if Su Ping ever rose to the ascendant state later on. Su Ping felt sorry after seeing his attitude. He nodded and said, "No problem. What's your name, brother?" The young man who had golden wheels in his eyes wore a bitter smile. It seemed that Su Ping wouldn't have bothered to remember his name if he hadn't given him the material. "Just call me Maluz." Su Ping nodded and remembered the same. The hunters returned one after the other in the last 12 hours of the round. The top 10 in the earlier matches had also returned. Luo Wang's return in particular had caught a lot of attention. Dragon Shepherd and a few squads came back too. Their clothes were bloodstained, but all of them seemed to be excited. They had obviously found what they were looking for. Diaz found Su Ping and asked with concern, "How about it? Did you qualify?" Su Ping smiled and said, "Indeed." Diaz felt relieved. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied, "That's good. You've earned the chance to be defeated by me." Su Ping smiled. He didn't mind fighting the man. He was quite interested in finding out how powerful one of the 9 divine constitutions was. On the other hand, Su Ping had given the Purple Wind's heart to Su Jinner, who had promised to give him the materials the moment they left the place. Su Ping wasn't afraid of her going back on her word. He had seen the materials she had found with her special projections. "I'll be on the lookout for the rest of the materials you need," said Su Jinner. "Thank you." Su Ping nodded. The Ascendant State expert who had brought everyone to the site counted the results when the time was up. Once the tallying was done, altogether 13 people managed to advance. Those who did included Luo Wang, Su Ping, Dragon Shepherd, Su Jinner and Diaz. Only 2 of the top 10 players from the earlier matches failed to qualify. Those 5 and 8 more people advanced. The Ascendant expert took them back to the palace built on the Chaos Grass. Lord Supreme praised them for their performance on the Void battlefield, then reprimanded those who didn't follow the rules and failed to advance. The ones addressed trembled in fear, nearly collapsing. The organizations behind those geniuses were horrified too. At last, the finals of the contest had arrived. For starters, The 13 players would compete for the top 10 first. No matter what secret techniques you use, you'll pass the test as long as you resist one of his attacks. It was easy to rise to the top 10. They would only have to endure the attack of a Star Lord General. The expressions of Su Ping and the others changed when the rule was announced. Even Su Jinner seemed to be astonished. It was obvious that nobody had expected the sudden change of rules. "Now step up if your name is announced," said Ascendant indifferently, not leaving any room for discussion. Luo Wang's name was announced first. His face showed a slight change of expression when his name was mentioned. Even though he was confident of his capabilities, he wasn't certain that he could resist a Star Lord's attack. The Star Lord who was asked to attack was obviously not a third-rate warrior in the outside world. He was one of the best in his level who used to be a great genius too. The others were relieved since it wasn't their turn yet. They watched the proceedings with rapt attention. There was a moment of silence. Then Luo Wang walked over to the place where the middle-aged Star Lord was. "Don't worry, I won't use the power of faith," said the Star Lord with a smile. "It would have been an outright slaughter otherwise." Luo Wang was slightly relieved, so he looked a lot better. He gave a slight nod. The Star Lord drew the battle axe hanging on his back. Astral power then surged from his body, spreading out from his feet like vortices and blowing off the mist around him. He looked like a berserker as he gazed at Luo Wang and said, "Be careful." Bang! He suddenly slashed with his axe, which fell down like a mountain with destructive momentum. Such a move would have torn spaces open had they not been already in a deep space. Luo Wang narrowed his eyes and suddenly launched an attack of his own. Purple illusions appeared around him. The illusions were human-like, all of them gathering on his body, and as he took action, they significantly strengthened him while he waved his sword. There was a boom sound as the axe and the sword collided. Both of them quickly moved back. The middle-aged Star Lord took 2 steps back while Luo Wang took 5. Hiss! The Star Lord took a breath. He was shocked by the numbness of his arm. It was a brutal outcome for a Fate State cultivator to resist his attack and even hurt him. Is it the Purple Star Divine Constitution? One of the 9 Divine Constitutions. It's said that the Divine Constitution is connected to the already perished stars in the sky. Were the illusions around him the ancestors of the purple stars in primordial times? He managed to fight back against a Star Lord while being a Fate State cultivator, thanks to the protection of his ancestors, as expected of one of the 9 Divine Constitutions. Many of the onlooking geniuses seemed shocked. The Ascendant State visitors were similarly astounded. They belonged to the organizations backing those geniuses. Some had made the trip to the Divine Sea mysterious realm to explore it. All of them were amazed by Luo Wang's performance. One of the 9 Divine Constitutions. Daya's expression changed a bit as he stood in the crowd. He gazed at Lu Wang. The young man also had one of the 9 Divine Constitutions, but he didn't think he was as strong as the latter. That Divine Constitution seemed to be further developed. To be protected by one's ancestors is nothing remarkable, he thought. In the palace, the celestial experts were discussing other matters while watching the battle. There had been a consensus when they had estimated that no more than 10 people would be able to hunt a Lord-level void beast. However, 13 people had. The current test also came as a surprise. Any of the 9 Divine Constitutions meant a possibility to reach the celestial state. Someone said, "I don't think any of us has a Purple Star Divine Constitution. All the fortune of that clan was surely condensed on that kid. I somehow feel that the illusions around him will arrive in reality as his guardian someday. However, he has to rise to the Ascendant State first and break his wall of time." It's true that the universe is about to merge. The will of the universe is also lending a hand. I don't remember seeing this many divine constitutions in any of the earlier contests. It seems that the will of our universe has realized the danger too. Those celestial state experts had glittering eyes. "Is the guy with the reincarnation divine constitution your disciple?" An old man looked at Shen Huang. The latter nodded and said casually, he barely activated his constitution and received some of the legacies recently. He hasn't yet had a chance to develop it as deeply as that guy has. He might have won the championship had he mastered the realm of reincarnation. The realm of reincarnation, Tusk. It's a great weapon that can wipe out the heroes of an entire age. Will there be two guys who master reincarnation in the next 10,000 years? Someone remarked. A female celestial chuckled and said, I think highly of the kids who are as strong as them without the need of any divine constitution, like the one who has the phantom of a primordial dragon and the one who carries the extinct golden crow bloodline. I've never seen anyone like them before. I feel that something is awakening. Her skin was fair, and her smile was alluring to a fascinating degree. Outside of the palace, Luo Wang successfully passed the test. Then came Su Ping's turn. The latter discovered that the order was based on the rankings from the earlier battles. It wasn't a big deal for him, so he simply stepped up. He then merged with the little skeleton. It wouldn't be necessary to also merge with the Inferno Dragon, since the man wasn't using the power of faith. Astral power circulated in his body as he waited patiently. Be careful, roared the middle-aged Star Lord and performed the very same attack. The axe fell down with destructive might again. Su Ping unleashed his strength too. The aggressive power of his astral painting was gathered in his hands. Then he launched the fist of Exorcist in quick succession, each punch containing 100 laws. Bang, bang, bang. His dazzling fist auras illuminated the temple and enshrouded both Su Ping and the man in a majestical display. However, all the fist auras were quickly cut apart as the axe fell down. Su Ping suddenly raised his hand and seized it. He took a step back, while the middle-aged Star Lord stood where he was with a bitter smile. His attack had been consecutively weakened by Su Ping's fist. There wasn't much power left in the end. Passed, announced the Ascendant expert with a smile. Then came the third guy. He merged with his pet immediately and transformed into something akin to a bloody devil. The thick mist of blood that covered him was able to corrode and block the axe. His own chest was cut open, but it was soon healed. On the other hand, the middle-aged Star Lord was breathing heavily. He suddenly realized that the test wasn't for the kids, but for him. Are the people truly in the fate state? The fourth guy was Dragon Shepherd. He summoned his pets and brought up a lineup exclusively formed by dragons. All the dragons were extremely rare, and they mutually boosted each other in such a setup. They roared and blocked the attack without much trouble. The other contestants followed suit, taking their turns. Su Jinner solemnly unleashed all her strength when her turn came. She pushed while shrouded in phoenix flames, which turned into two golden phoenixes that lunged at her opponent. They were cut apart by the axe, so she quickly launched more fist auras and managed to resist the attack. She was successful, but she ended up pale after being pushed back. In the crowd, the young man who had golden wheels in his eyes felt lucky after witnessing such a move. He would have failed brutally had he been there. The tests ended soon. 4 of the 13 players failed to resist the Star Lord's attack and were eliminated. The remaining 9 players drew lots and fought for the championship of the universe. Ha ha. Diaz laughed after he saw the opponent he had drawn, as it was exactly what he wanted. Of all the 8 potential opponents, Su Ping was the name he drew. Even luck seemed to be on his side. Su Ping was also surprised by his next opponent, not knowing what to say when he heard Diaz's laughter. He also became eager, as he was indeed curious about what it would feel to fight one of the top constitutions of the universe. Chapter 927, Sakya Path of Space and Time. The 9 contestants were divided into 4 groups, with 1 bye. Then the Ascendant State expert opened a space above his head and revealed a vast continent that would be the battlefield for the finals. Dragon Shepherd from the Heavenly Dragon Star Zone was in the first group to fight. His opponent was 6 Lives Buddha from the Light Dust Star Zone. 6 Lives Buddha was a bald monk. There were plenty of temples and Buddhists in the Light Dust Star Zone. Religion didn't lose popularity even in the age of technology. Both of them entered the battlefield. Su Ping and the others watched the battle from outside. In the void, a lot of Ascendant State experts were also there to observe the battles of the top geniuses of the universe. The contestants such as Su Ping and Diaz had shown enough strength to attract their attention. The kids were still weak at the moment, but their names would soon resound in the universe. "Are you going to continue fighting?" said Su Ping as he looked at the relatively close Su Jinner while getting prepared. It wasn't easy for her to resist the Star-Lord General's attack, but she did manage. She had survived through it and passed the test. She still looked pale. She shook her head with a bitter smile. "My opponent is Luo Wang, who's even more unbelievable than you. I would rather not embarrass myself by fighting him. I'm already in the top 10 anyway. I'll be getting some prizes in the end." Su Ping nodded. He had also been meaning to persuade her into giving up. After all, even though she had Ascendant State potential, she was obviously not as good as the other contestants. Even Diaz was much stronger than her. Indeed, there were also differences among would-be Ascendants. Many warships were docked in the quiet void. Majestic Ascendants were on board. The contest was being held in the Divine Sea Mysterious Realm, an SSS-rated mysterious realm that very few people were qualified to access, except for those in the Ascendant State. There were several excited men on one of the warships. "I didn't expect him to come this far." Cyro looked passionate. Su Ping had killed a Lord-level void beast and passed the trial. He would still be among the top 10, even if he were to forfeit right then and there. Considering his previous performances, he had a fair shot to enter the top 3. "I heard that the planet of origin, where he grew up, somehow jumped into our galaxy. He's a true gift from the heavens." Hai Chuo had also made the trip. He got there as soon as he learned of Su Ping's second place in the first test. After all, a genius from his own galaxy had reached such a height. How could he not cheer for him? He had also investigated Su Ping's past and was made aware that the planet of origin didn't belong to Sylvie until recently. He had to thank the young man properly, since the latter was fighting as a representative of Sylvie and making himself be noticed by the real big shots. "I didn't expect that he would admit Lord Supreme as his master." Yuan Lishan was nearby, having shown up in a golden robe. He seemed to be having a mixture of regret and complicated feelings. If he had been humbler and more generous with the prizes in the mysterious realm, would Su Ping have agreed to be his disciple? If that were the case, even if Su Ping were to eventually learn after Lord Supreme, he would still be considered one of Su Ping's masters. He could have gotten closer to Shen Huang through that connection. "Such talents cannot be limited by us," Hai Chu immediately said after hearing the other man's remark. Yuan Lishan came back to his senses and said angrily, "What are you thinking? He's now Lord Supreme's disciple. Who would dare mess with him? Nobody would even try to assassinate him. Celestials would find the murderer no matter how careful they were, unless they weren't afraid of death." Once he said that, he paused and narrowed his eyes. Hai Chuo also became vigilant. He was quite satisfied with Su Ping's current achievements and was more worried about his safety. A genius was worthless until he grew up. Su Ping's celestial state master could intimidate a lot of people, but he also had his share of enemies of celestial level. Those enemies would seldom act personally, but the forces behind them might take action. "There isn't much we can offer him. We must try our best to protect him," whispered Cyro. Hai Chuo nodded. "Let's wait and see whether he's going to train with Shen Huang or return with us. If he chooses the latter, I will personally protect him until he becomes a Star Lord. It would be worth it, even if I have to protect him for 1,000 years." Yuan Lishan was stunned by that statement. He glanced at the other man, obviously not expecting that he would be as decisive. He was an Ascendant and the Lord of a galaxy, and still he was willing to protect a kid for 1,000 years. A few others were standing on another warship nearby. One of them was a tall and charismatic man who seemed to be in his 40s. Next to him was a petite girl who was about 1.6 meters tall. The middle-aged man asked the girl, Shenner, is he the genius you know? The girl was none other than Xingyu Shenner. She wasn't qualified to enter this place, so she had to ask her father to let her take her there. She wanted to find out how far Su Ping could go and cheer for him in person. Exactly. Xingyu Shenner raised her chin and looked at her father proudly. Dad, he's a member of my alliance. Didn't you say that my alliance was just a child's game? My alliance of stars is already famous in Sylvie. Everybody knows that Su Ping is a member. She felt really proud as she spoke. What she said was a fact. Of course, it was partly because she had done her part in spreading the news. As a matter of fact, countless media organizations had tried their best to find out information about Su Ping the moment he became the best in his galaxy. Even the pacifier he had used as a kid could probably be sold for a high price. The news that Xingyu Shenner had released became an instant hit. Everybody in the galaxy learned of the Alliance of Stars. Too many people had applied to join the Alliance in recent days. Many of them were actually dominating Star Lords. Those experts were currently at a higher level than Su Ping, but most of them had never gotten even close to his achievements. After all, it required much more than a simple level to make one's name resound in the universe, unless the ascendant state was reached. Otherwise, real battle results would be necessary. You were just lucky. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, but he couldn't deny the fact. He was delighted since his daughter had made friends with such a genius, which also made him feel more reassured. It seemed that her daughter wasn't just capable of causing trouble. Such geniuses would become friends that she could count on. "How are things between you two?" asked the middle-aged man. Xingyu Shenner said proudly, "He's my little brother and I'm his leader. How close do you think we are?" Ignoring her nonsense, the man continued, "What do you think about his personality?" Huh. She then realized that something was off, so she looked back at her father with suspicious eyes. "Old man, what are you thinking? Damn it, are you trying to marry me off? He's just one of the top 10 of the finals. Are you going to sell your daughter to him? You're a lady now, don't be such a child." The middle-aged man was so angry that he wanted to puff his beard, but then he realized that he hadn't kept a beard for hundreds of years. "You're an ascendant expert anyway. Can't you be any less desperate?" said Xingyu Shenner in disdain. "I admit that he's talented, handsome, and reasonably decent, but marriage depends on love." "Then do you love him?" the man immediately asked back. She rolled her eyes and said, "No, I've hardly spent any time with him. How could I love him? Besides, I don't know what love is. I've never been in love with anyone before. Anyway, just drop it. I won't marry anyone until I reach the ascendant state. I will make my name resound in the universe all by myself." "You won't marry until you reach the ascendant state," the middle-aged man glared. "When did this girl conceive such a dangerous idea? When can you grow up?" "I've already grown up. Can't you be more mature? You spend all your time cultivating and watching cartoons. Not even ordinary adults watch them, and yet you haven't grown out of them after decades." "What decades? I've been busy training every day. I haven't watched them for decades like you say. Besides, what else could I watch? Soap operas." "Could you be more like your cousins and spend your time traveling or arranging flowers?" "Who says I can't arrange flowers? Last time someone gave me a rose, I went ahead and arranged it right into his nostril." The middle-aged man was completely rendered speechless. That little devil had been spoiled rotten. It was possible to teach her at this point. He would soon be infuriated to death if he were to continue lecturing her. At the same time, in the void battlefield, the first battle began the moment when the countdown was over. Dragon Shepherd immediately summoned all his battle pets. A dozen dragon roars echoed in the deeper spaces. They were rather intimidating as their powers combined. All the observers had goosebumps after hearing the roars. Then they saw all kinds of dragons with rare bloodlines. Any of them would have caught a lot of attention in the outside world. Even the Star Lords would want to get them. However, they were only supporting beasts in Dragon Shepherd's hands. Soon, the dragons were arranged in a formation he was controlling. He merged with one of the dragons. Horns, scales, and wings grew on his body. His eyes changed to an amber color which were filled with coldness. On the other hand, the 6 Lives Buddha placed his hands together and recited sutra. A full lineup of dragons. All of them are rare. He even has a black star dragon and a purple lightning fiery dragon. Outside, Dragon Emperor, who had already been eliminated, was shocked. He had been working on raising his own complete lineup of dragons, but the ones he had were weaker in every aspect. The dragon formation soon took shape. A golden light of enhancement began to shine. All the dragons were significantly strengthened, and so was Dragon Shepherd. You've missed your chance to attack. Dragon Shepherd stared down at 6 Lives Buddha with indifference, then he waved his hand. All the dragons roared in a deafening manner. An explosive outburst was swept out like a vortex. The bald monk, however, remained calm and at peace. He whispered, "Buddha says that those which you can't see don't exist." An odd thing happened next. The explosive attack vanished all of a sudden, as if it would have been swallowed by something. Dragon Shepherd narrowed his eyes. Many of the onlookers changed their expressions. Sujinner widened her eyes and exclaimed, "The Sakya Path. He has perceived the Sakya Path of time and space." The Sakya Path. Su Ping was standing next to her. He was slightly puzzled. The Sakya Path is what many know as the path of time and space. They call it the Sakya Path in the light dust star zone, because Sakya is the name of a legendary figure who is said to be watching over the past, the present, and the future. Sujinner quickly explained to Su Ping. The Fate State cultivators could understand many laws, but there were 4 supreme laws that were difficult to grasp, namely time, life, destruction, and chaos. The 4 supreme laws corresponded with 4 supreme paths. Whoever reached the ascendant state with any of those laws would become invincible among their peers. If you can control time, I'll just destroy time and everything. My path destroys all the other paths. Dragon Shepherd's eyes were cold. It was obvious that the previous attack had been relocated to another time and space. Normal attacks would be completely unable to hurt that bald guy. That being the case, he would launch the most explosive attack, one that couldn't be caged by time and space. Roar! All the dragons roared. This time, all of them turned their heads and looked at one of the dragons. It was a gigantic creature covered in gray scales. The next moment, all the dragons flew towards it. It suddenly expanded and became almost 10,000 meters tall. It looked like a high mountain. Then it swallowed all the other dragons. That was an astounding sight. A 10,000-meter tall beast was rare even for Star Lords. What is he doing? Why eat his own pets? Someone asked in shock. Chapter 928, Peak of the Star State. What's that dragon? I've never seen it before. He's only strong enough to contract early star state pets. Even so, it must be a rare dragon with extraordinary potential. None of the observers recognized the dragon. It was obviously a hybrid still to be recorded in the Federation. It would be impossible to infer its abilities. Boom! The gray dragon's body was suddenly constricted after all the other dragons flew into its mouth. At the same time, Dragon Shepherd canceled the fusion with his pet, and the latter also flew into the gray dragon's mouth. The scales on the gray dragon instantly glowed like stars. Its body quickly changed, and then merged with Dragon Shepherd. A giant a dozen meters tall made an appearance in the blink of an eye, overflowing with energy. It was covered in scales. There were dazzling spots of light on its chest, arms, neck, and forehead. On the opposite side, the bald monk frowned and asked, "Is sacrificing all your pets worth it just for one victory?" Dragon Shepherd sneered. There were pointy scales on his cheeks. "Sacrifice? You're overestimating yourself. However, you should feel proud since you forced me to activate this worm." After that, he made a quick move and punched. Boom! The void trembled. Horrifying waves surged as if dozens of nuclear bombs would have exploded at the same time. A daunting fist aura crushed the void and fell on top of the monk's head. "I don't overestimate myself." 6 Lives Buddha shook his head. The four supreme laws were not to be challenged. He emanated golden light, as if he were truly a Buddha reborn. Clear and brilliant light circulated around him, while time and space changed in his hands. Not just the laws of time, the laws of space had also been grasped to perfection. He simply stopped the attacks as they arrived by leveraging time and space, transferring them to another time, for instance, 10 minutes earlier. This meant that the attack wouldn't truly hit him until 10 minutes later. None of the attacks existed at the moment. "Break now," Dragon Shepherd roared. His scale-covered cheeks became hideous. He roared, "My path and my power will be etched in the depths of the universe. Your time and space can't imprison me." A murky, yet horrifying power of laws was pushed and released through the violent astral power in his body. The spots of light on his body became even more brilliant while he was on a rampage, changing into a new formation that further strengthened him. It was an aggressive formation that abandoned all defense. Boom! A horrifying and aggressive power burst out. Cracking noises came from the void. The power and fist auras that had vanished earlier reappeared. They were still shadows, but they were becoming increasingly real, as if they were returning from nothingness. The monk's face revealed shock, obviously not expecting that anyone would be able to break his path of time and space with physical strength alone. What kind of power could exceed time and space? Would a Fate State warrior really be capable of controlling such power? "You're very strong." The monk's eyes became cold and sharp. A pet suddenly appeared next to him. It resembled a colorful butterfly, while its size wasn't really big. It quickly melted into his body and merged with him. It was just then when everybody realized that the man had not used any of his pets yet. The path of time and space is truly horrifying. Is it the ultimate law of time? He suppressed Dragon Shepherd and his full lineup of dragons with his own strength. Terrifying, why haven't I grasped such a law yet? I'm truly stupid. A lot of geniuses were shocked, regretful, jealous, and helpless. The Ascendant experts who had shown up to watch the battle were also surprised, since none of them was able to predict the outcome of the battle. Even they couldn't tell which of the two kids was stronger. Going by logic, the path of time and space would be enough to guarantee victory, but Dragon Shepherd's outburst was powerful too, being enough to dispel its influence. Both of them were monsters. These people. Diaz became solemn. He had only respected 3 opponents before then, including Su Ping. However, those 2 fighters here were also tricky to deal with. He wasn't confident of defeating them if he was asked to fight any of them. Could his reincarnation divine constitution, whether through the path of time and space? Freeze. On the battlefield, the bald monk became indifferent again and recited sutra after merging with the colorful butterfly. In the next moment, the shadows of fist auras fell silent, and the aura of another time and space was sealed and gone, as if it had never been there. Break. The monk changed again. After a boom, Dragon Shepherd was punched heavily right in the chest. His ribs were broken. The punch was so heavy that his body was barely able to endure, even though he was as sturdy as metal. However, nobody saw Six Lives Buddha attack. Someone realized what had happened and felt shocked. That attack was launched in another time, not right now. Is this how the law of time is used? That's cheating. The other geniuses were lost for words. Everybody fell silent. Admit defeat, or you will die with my next strike. The monk showed a purple dagger in his hand. It wasn't really eye-catching, but it gave off a truly dangerous aura. Dragon Shepherd had just overcome the pain on his chest. He narrowed his eyes when he heard that statement and saw the dagger, but he soon gritted his teeth and sneered. Admit defeat? I don't even know what defeat means. My name is bound to echo throughout the universe. He roared suddenly, "You are not qualified to make me yield." All of his hair stood up. Then he charged at the monk with his eyes radiating golden light. Just go to hell if you're unwilling to admit defeat. The monk was indifferent and unsympathetic. Unrestrained benevolence would only lead to evil ways. It was time to end it. Whoosh! A metallic noise was heard. The dagger in the monk's hand was gone. He was surprised. Dragon Shepherd, however, had caught the dagger with his mouth and was biting hard. He also saw that there was an arm holding its handle. "I see it, I see you." The madness in Dragon Shepherd's eyes was replaced by coldness. There was blood on his fingertips. He bit the dagger with sharp dragon fangs and said, "Baldy, time isn't invincible. There are some powers that cannot be frozen in time." PFF. The monk's arm holding the dagger exploded all of a sudden. It sprayed blood, then fell off and disappeared. The scene had left everyone in shock. What just happened? Some of the Ascendant experts realized what had happened after being momentarily stunned. They looked at Dragon Shepherd in shock, knowing he had heavily wounded the Six Lives Buddha from another time who launched the last attack. That alone could have led to the fracture of the monk's arm in reality. Bang! Dragon Shepherd reached for the dagger in his mouth and licked it. While squeezing the broken arm behind the dagger, he said, "I support this place with the backbone of a dragon. Time and space are both in my arms. My name cannot be buried in space. It's now time to quit the battle if you don't have any other methods to attack." He quickly flew over. His scales were dazzling. He punched down with his fist aura. Six Lives Buddha gazed at him coldly and said, "You've already won by forcing me to use this move." He continued to stand in the same place, even though the shocking strike was approaching. His severed arm was quickly regenerated. His aura, however, was soaring at a crazy rate at the moment. His energy stormed out like an awakened beast, soon rising to the peak of the Fate state. Then he surpassed it and reached the peak of the Star state. He was currently a Star state warrior. What? The scene shocked all the observers. Did Six Lives Buddha break through on the battlefield? No, that's impossible. There would have been a heavenly tribulation if it were so. Is he at the peak of the Star state? Impossible, that's cheating. A genius couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Diaz and Su Jinner were also shocked. Is it cheating? They didn't think so, but there was no other explanation. Someone looked at the palace, but none of the Celestials came out. The Ascendants frowned, thinking about a possible reason. That was Six Lives Buddha's technique. What a horrifying path of time and space. You! Dragon Shepherd seemed to be confused as he faced the monk, who had suddenly risen to the peak of the Star state. The thought of the latter cheating did cross his mind. However, he realized it was 10 times more difficult to cheat under the noses of Celestials in order to win the championship. What kind of method was that? Is it a secret technique? He had no time to think, as he was attacking with his full strength. Six Lives Buddha raised his hand too, using nothing but his physical strength. Boom! Two fist auras collided in the void. The spaces close to the battlefield began to collapse layer by layer. Even the air was vaporized. Dragon Shepherd was trembling. Several bones were broken. He vomited blood, flying back with heavy wounds. Six Lives Buddha, on the other hand, only took 2 steps back to offset the counterforce. He then gave a cold look at Dragon Shepherd and attacked him. Dragon Shepherd quickly regained his balance. He furiously gritted his teeth as he watched the other man approaching with horrifying power. There was madness and grief in his eyes. "You deserve to die." Banged! One of the spots of light in his body was suddenly ignited, glowing like a super powerful flashlight. Following that, a few more spots burst out. There were 5 spots altogether, dazzling at the same time. His aura soared simultaneously at an appalling rate. His eyes were already bloodshot as he madly charged at the monk. Bang, bang, bang. Their fight traversed every part of the void, and yet they were nowhere to be seen. Only the collapsed spaces, which looked like inky flowers, could be seen in the void. Are they really in the Fate state? Oh my God, now I feel fortunate to have been eliminated. Would we have to fight similar monsters if we survived to the end? Even Star State warriors would have been immediately crushed. Seriously, I feel that both of them have the potential to become the champion. What's with Six Lives Buddha's level? No Celestial State expert has shown up yet. He can't be cheating. Everyone seemed to be in shock while they discussed. The battle had refreshed their understanding of the fate state. Such warriors were strong enough to defeat any star state expert. Even the experienced guys at the peak of the star state would be no match for them. Su Ping was silent. The universe was truly a large place with a lot of geniuses. He had the system's help, and he had trained with a vengeance, but those geniuses belonged to powerful organizations, and they had a hefty amount of luck. "They're so strong," Su Jinner remarked. She was almost losing confidence in herself. She had originally thought that she could easily make it to the top 10 with her reincarnation. Her plan was to avoid the championship to keep a low profile. However, it was already lucky enough for her to reach the top 10. She had noticed that a few more contestants were also reincarnations, but they had already been eliminated. All those reincarnations had ascendant state potential, but they weren't as good as real geniuses such as Su Ping, who would become heavenly lords when they reached the ascendant state. None of the heavenly lords had taken part in the contest. After all, the prizes weren't tempting enough for them. It would have been possible for the heavenly lords' reincarnations to defeat them if it were otherwise. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Dragon Shepherd and Six Lives Buddha revealed themselves on the battlefield and then separated. To everyone's astonishment, Dragon Shepherd was covered in blood, heavily wounded. He had shown his strength by cutting off one of Six Lives Buddha's arms earlier on, but then he ended up being utterly miserable in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Six Lives Buddha wasn't wounded, but he had a gloomy look while breathing heavily. "You've sacrificed your pets. You'd surely lose the next match even if you win this one. Do you want to continue?" asked the gloomy Six Lives Buddha. "I don't believe you can remain like this." Dragon Shepherd's eyes were bloodshot. 2 more spots of light glowed on his body, giving him even more power. "Your pets are pathetic." Without further ado, Six Lives Buddha became cold as he attacked again. Chapter 929, Entrance. The intense battle continued, and all the void shook. A moment later, Dragon Shepherd reappeared. His hair was messy as if he were a raving maniac. He gazed at Six Lives Buddha with anger and regret. "You're quite strong to actually fight me this long." Six Lives Buddha kept a cold look. Bang! There was no sign when Dragon Shepherd's chest collapsed. He was flung back with blood in his mouth. Six Lives Buddha quickly moved forward. A purple dagger appeared in his hand and pierced the other man's chest like a condensed lightning bolt. Roared! Dragon Shepherd roared and unleashed his power, waving hundreds of claws. But then blood burst out of his body the next moment. The monk's dagger had caused wounds before it even reached him. Then, Dragon Shepherd's chest was stabbed through and ripped apart. "It's over." Six Lives Buddha stuck his dagger close to Dragon Shepherd's neck. The battle was over. The latter seemed upset, humiliated, and mad. He gritted his teeth while he gazed at his opponent, unwilling to admit defeat. A majestic shadow arrived right above their heads. It was the Ascendant State referee. The Ascendant State expert looked at them and announced peacefully, "The victor of the first battle is Six Lives Buddha from the Light Dust Star Zone." Good. The dagger in the monk's hand was gone. He recited sutra and then became fuzzy. He became solid again a few seconds later, returning to the fate state as he used to be. "Why do I feel that his face looks different?" someone whispered in confusion. Su Jinner, who had been standing next to Su Ping deep in thought, suddenly exclaimed, "I got it." Then she looked at Su Ping and said, "I know what he just did. He didn't cheat, it was only a clever use of the time and space path." Huh. Su Ping's guess was along those lines, but he had yet to confirm this. "If my guess is correct, he must have summoned his future self with the path of time and space. It means that the person who fought against Dragon Shepherd wasn't his current self, but his future Peak Star State self," Su Jinner said telepathically. "No wonder none of the Celestials made a move. He summoned his future self with his current power so it didn't violate any rule. How horrifying. If he could summon his Star Lord self." Su Ping's eyes glittered, as Su Jinner's theory was the same as his own. The man had indeed borrowed power from his future self. His future version had a more mature face, and an even balder head. I don't think he's capable of summoning himself as a Star Lord, Su Ping ventured. There must be a limit to such power. Even if he can summon himself, he would probably have to pay a high price. There are bound to be some restrictions. Otherwise, he would have easily steamrolled his way to become the champion by only using that technique. Su Jinner put on a bitter smile after seeing how calm Su Ping was, then replied telepathically, "Indeed. It would have been too horrifying if he could summon his Star Lord self, with authentic power of faith, not to mention that he would be one of the top Star Lords given his genius, even without the power of faith. However, even if he's not able to do that, he's still very strong. Speaking of which, the real horrifying person in that match should be Dragon Shepherd." Su Jinner changed the topic. She then remarked, "He's lasted a long time fighting a peak Star State genius. He would have won the battle if he were also in the Star State." Once she made such a declaration, she patted her head and said, "Oh, wait. The Baldy will also be in the Star State too when Dragon Shepherd breaks through. He would then be able to summon his Star Lord self. That is truly cheating." Su Ping was amused. That was indeed cheating. How could he defeat an opponent who was always one realm higher? Besides, the ability to summon his future self proved that he was strong enough in his level even without it. Adding that ability, anyone who ran into him would have to pray. Su Jinner shook her head and said, "You'll encounter him sooner or later if you want to become the champion. I feel sorry for you." Her goal was only the top 10. She would not dare to win the championship even if she could. After all, for Ascendant reincarnations to participate in the contest was already a partial violation. There was a chance that celestial experts would punish them if they shamelessly claimed the championship. The Universe Geniuses contest was meant to choose the real geniuses of the universe. It was already benevolent enough that experts such as her were allowed to make it to the top 10. Indeed, I'm feeling sorry for myself too. Su Ping also heaved a sigh. The universe was too big. He had previously thought that Diaz was already one of the top geniuses, but Dragon Shepherd and 6 Lives Buddha turned out to be even stronger. Good thing he was going to fight Diaz in the first round. Su Ping could not help but look at Diaz when the thought crossed his mind. The latter sensed something and turned his head to sneer at him. The obvious message conveyed was that it would soon be Su Ping's turn to fail. Su Ping smiled too. He found his junior brother rather adorable. "Well, you must have been using your future self. The Sakya path of time and space deserves its fame." On the battlefield, Dragon Shepherd lost his strength and gnashed his teeth at 6 Lives Buddha after the Ascendant expert announced the end of the battle. He'd be an idiot if he didn't know what technique the guy had used after having fought the man for such a long time. "You're very strong since you forced me to borrow power from the future. To be honest, the battle was quite unfair." 6 Lives Buddha shook his head. "Get lost," Dragon Shepherd roared. He wasn't weak enough to need his opponent's sympathy. 6 Lives Buddha nodded solemnly after being stunned for a moment. "Sorry, you are a worthy opponent. I would have admired you if you had cherished your pets. However, it's not bravery but stupidity to blindly pursue what you can't reach. A wise man knows when to bow depending on the circumstances." Dragon Shepherd became gloomy, seemingly in pain at the mention of his pets. He had detonated 7 of his 12 pets. That was the maximum number of pets that any Fate State warrior could establish contracts with. Only 5 of his precious and beloved ones remained. The 7 sacrificed dragons were rare. Any would have caught the attention of countless Star Lords in the outside world. And yet he still failed in the end. Perhaps he would have won had he detonated more of his pets, but what about the future matches? He would be significantly weakened. It wouldn't be a problem to suppress other geniuses, but none of the top 10 candidates were easy to deal with. He might not have been able to even advance to the top 3. The Sakya path of time and space, I will remember this. It will be a bad memory. A cold-faced Dragon Shepherd flew out of the void battlefield without saying another word. An Ascendant expert flew over from a distance and took him away. He cupped his hands before all the people present and said, "I'll go and treat him first." Then both of them vanished in the void. Everyone withdrew their gazes and looked at the bald monk. Nobody expected that plain-looking fellow to be that terrifying. The Sakya-path of time and space, interesting. In the crowd, a solemn and cold Luo Wang narrowed his eyes. A few others were also staring at Six Lives Buddha, as if considering their odds of winning against him. I didn't expect that there would be this many monsters. Diaz was quite grave. He had already figured out Six Lives Buddha's method, but that didn't mean he could crack it. Obviously, the man wasn't reluctant to show it to them. All the contestants were in the Fate state, while he would be fighting with peak star state power. They would have laughed at and brutalized a normal guy at the peak of the star state. However, this man had mastered the path of time and space. Even though he had been somehow weakened during the fight, he was still horrifying. The first battle was over, yet the monk's name and appearance was deeply etched in everyone's memory. All of them believed that he was bound to be a warrior that would stand out in the future. The second battle would begin moments after Six Lives Buddha left the battlefield. It was Su Ping and Diaz. It's his turn now. On one of the warships, Xingyu Shen'er's eyes glittered, nervous and hopeful. In another place, Cyro and Hai Chu were also excited. Hai Chu said in a low voice, "The junior who used a full dragon lineup lost 7 of them. Even if he finds replacements, he would still be too weakened to be a worthy opponent now. That bald monk, on the other hand, could be a potential champion. I wonder if he can make it to the top 3. It'll depend on whether or not he can win this battle." Cyro narrowed his eyes and said, "His odds of winning should be at around 60%. His opponent has one of the 9 top divine constitutions of the universe, but our little friend has performed better than his opponents so far. I wonder how the clash between them will turn out." Haichuo became nervous and hopeful after hearing that. "It's our turn now." Diaz turned his head and grinned at Su Ping. Su Ping smiled too. Without further ado, they flew towards the void battlefield. "Finally, we have the chance of clashing head-on." Diaz took a deep breath and examined the aftermath of the previous battle the moment he arrived. Leaving that matter aside, he stared at Su Ping solemnly. Su Ping said with a smile, "Will you grant me 10 attacks first?" Diaz changed his expression and snapped, "Are you done? How petty of you to be holding that grudge for so long." Su Ping smiled and replied, "I thought you'd go easy on me." Diaz rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Cut the crap and let's begin. We shouldn't try killing each other since we have the same master, but this is a contest. I won't go for the kill, but don't blame me if you accidentally die." "You too," Su Ping nodded. In the palace, a celestial state old man asked, "Which of the 2 young disciples do you think will win?" Shen Huang, who was seated elsewhere, replied with a smile, "I'm happy no matter who wins. 2 of the top 10 will be from the Golden Star Zone anyway." Some other celestials smiled. One in the group glared at him, wondering why he wasn't ashamed since no one from the Golden Star Zone had made it to the top 10 last time. The Ascendant referee left the battlefield, and the match began. 10 square ferocious beast," Diaz called out. A dark vortex appeared behind his back, and a cold and horrifying aura began to leak out. Then, a hideous pet that looked like the combination of an insect and a dragon emerged. "It's a top demon pet. Isn't that the legendary beast who serves the Lord of Hell? It's already extinct in our universe. It's unbelievable to think he has such a pet." All the geniuses watching the battle were shocked. Even though it was just a demon pet, it was one of the best ones and was even stronger than many rare dragons. "Merge." Diaz simply merged with the pet. Soon after, sharp wings grew on his back and his arms were somewhat twisted. His overall body became weird, ending up looking like a ghoul. "I know this is an ugly look, so let's get this over with," said Diaz with an unusually pale face. Su Ping smiled and said, "I find you rather cute." The little skeleton emerged next to him while they spoke. It then turned into bones that soon covered up his skin. Is that from the Skeleton King's family? It is indeed rather weak. Skeleton Kings aren't weak among the skeleton type, but they're too weak when compared to the 10-square ferocious beast. Any of Dragon Shepherd's pets would be better. He's unwilling to expose his trump cards, such an obvious move. Everybody was discussing the match. Nobody expected that Su Ping's pet would be the Skeleton King's descendant. It was also a demon pet, but it was clearly subpar for such a contest. You're planning to fight me with that thing. Diaz saw it too and became cold. Huh? Su Ping frowned and looked at him. Do you want to die? You? Diaz meant to say something else, but he paused when he had eye contact with Su Ping. The latter's eyes were cold, as if determined to exterminate anything. He was definitely not kidding. Su Ping wasn't wearing any smile at the moment. Diaz recovered from a momentary shock, but then he burst into a fit of rage. You'll regret this. Chapter 930, 6 Paths of the External Phase. Bang! Su Ping simply threw a punch. A dazzling, golden fist aura was pushed out like a meteorite, along with the power of 100 perfect laws. Even the void seemed to be shaking. Diaz punched in kind, not showing any mercy. His fist was purple and black, seemingly containing a destructive lightning bolt, but there was a strong attractive force in his palm. It collided with Su Ping's fist aura, causing visible ripples in the air. Whoosh! A sword aura dashed out from the fist aura, cutting it apart and slashing towards Diaz. Diaz narrowed his eyes and quickly raised his hands to launch a purple vortex to fend against the sword aura. The vortex was cut apart, but the twisting force inside the vortex was able to rip apart the sword aura. Bang! Su Ping had already approached Diaz before he could react. 100 laws were condensed into a sharp sword in his palm, slashing through the cracked vortex. The quick attacks were definitely unexpected to Diaz, not thinking that Su Ping would launch that many fatal attacks in quick succession from the very beginning. Still, he was a top genius with abundant battle experience, so he quickly reacted and gathered glittering purple vortices behind his back. He waved his arms and the void in front of him was twisted, becoming part of the gigantic vortex. Su Ping's body was instantly swayed. At the same time, streams of power were attached to him, ready to dissect the energy inside his body. Path of the Divine Sword, Heavenly Punishment. Su Ping waved the sword and cut straight toward Diaz's head, ignoring the swaying force. 100 sword auras burst out in front of the sword, slashing down at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Diaz was soon drowned in the storm of sword auras. They were manifestations of laws which carried a truly destructive force. They also contained the power of tribulations, increasing their damage. How fast? How relentless, even from the very beginning of the battle. Do they really want to kill each other? He's unstoppable. The clash left all the onlookers dumbfounded. None of them expected the battle to be as breathtaking from the start. Some geniuses were astonished by the man who was drowned by sword auras. They knew they would have hardly endured that strike. That meant that Su Ping could instantly defeat them. Roared. A man roared like a crazy beast exactly at that moment, while being under the sword aura bombardment. Then, 2 vortices that looked like eye sockets appeared, and Diaz emerged absolutely unscathed, except that his clothes were somewhat ragged. Are you capable of nothing except being beaten up? Su Ping withdrew his sword and retreated from the man's field of reincarnation. You're too hasty. Warm-up is over. Diaz squeezed his shoulders with a cold smile. Thank you for helping me stretch my arms. Su Ping remained casual and silent, simply attacking again. Freeze. Diaz raised his hand and then pressed it down, confining space around him. It was a complete path of space. Break. Su Ping took a deep breath. His sword aura penetrated space without being hindered, immediately reaching Diaz. His eyes glimmered. Your path of space is flawless too. No wonder you're so arrogant. PFF. Su Ping cut his chest apart with the Sword of Laws, but the next moment he grabbed Su Ping's wrist and chuckled. Gotcha. Su Ping was unsurprised. He simply stared at him peacefully. Have a taste of my sword. Diaz's other hand gathered sword aura and slashed at Su Ping. But the latter stepped aside and dodged the attack with ease. He looked at his tightly held wrist, and he simply cut his opponent's healed body apart once again. PFF. Whoosh. Diaz seized Su Ping with one hand and attacked consecutively with the other. He didn't dodge Su Ping's attack, and his body was healed again and again after being cut. It was one of his constitution's abilities. His body could be constantly renewed. And yet, all his attacks were dodged by Su Ping with agile moves, even though one of his hands was caught. Diaz was reluctant to cut the arm he was seizing, because Su Ping could break free once he lost his arm. When facing a genius as strong as himself, he could only make the best use of his advantages by restraining the guy in his field. He was confident that he could withstand it until the end. Are you capable of nothing except being beaten up? Su Ping asked again. Diaz's face turned cold after he heard that. It was only mockery the first time, but it felt like a slap right in the face the second time. It was true that his attacks had not landed, while he had been hit many times. Su Ping wasn't causing real damage, but it was still quite upsetting. Get lost. Diaz couldn't hold back any longer after missing the target several times. None of his attacks landed a hit, while he was being constantly bashed. This made him look really stupid. Whoosh! He slashed at Su Ping's arm, ready to get back at him. And yet, Su Ping's wrist unleashed a horrifying force which knocked away his fingers, breaking free. Was that your best? Su Ping looked up at him. He usually didn't talk that much during battle. However, Diaz was a special target. He felt that his victory would be flawed if he didn't say anything. Diaz gazed at Su Ping with gloomy eyes and suddenly put on a smile. You really think I was trying to attack you? Did you not realize that you lost a lot of astral power? Su Ping replied with a smile. Did you steal my energy with your field during your attacks, then use it to heal yourself? So, you didn't really lose anything in this clash, did you? Slightly stunned, Diaz changed his expression and said, It seems that you've investigated my constitution. Do I even need to investigate? It was too obvious. Also, didn't you realize that I haven't lost any energy at all? Su Ping asked back. Diaz examined himself and instantly looked awful. He knew that his plan didn't work out, given Su Ping's peaceful attitude. He didn't know how Su Ping had done it, but the guy probably had a similar method. He recalled how Su Ping broke free from his grasp, so he knew that the latter probably let himself be caught on purpose. A good predator was often disguised as prey to fool their targets. It seems that tricks are truly useless. Diaz looked at Su Ping thoughtfully and calmed down. There's no need to mock me. You think I'll burst into fury? I won't let anything affect me while I fight. Let's get serious now that the warm-up is over. Sure. Su Ping nodded. Their conversation left a lot of the eliminated geniuses dumbfounded and lost for words. That fierce clash just a moment ago was just a warm-up to them. They felt that they would have already been defeated during the warm-up. Whoosh! Diaz took out a long spear. It was exactly the weapon he had used to single-handedly fight 3 top geniuses in the earlier battles. He looked much stronger than before when he held the spear. He took a deep breath and unleashed his strength with dazzling light in his eyes. Bam! The void behind him shook. He used the counterforce to instantly charge at Su Ping. There was a great attraction force on his chest and spear tip. The pull force was 100 times greater than before. It looted and crunched all the surrounding energy. The soil and stones on the ground, 10,000 meters down below, were quaking and rising. Su Ping stood where he was. Golden flames emerged all over his body. He activated the solar bulwark, and the aggressiveness of the astral painting was added to his astral power. He then stepped up and swung his sword, launching a sword aura able to cut apart the atmosphere. Banged! Diaz's hair was fluttering. His spear attack met Su Ping's sword, seemingly holding up the entire sky as he held the spear with one hand. Great! He exclaimed. Then 6 dark gray spheres appeared and floated around him. One of them flew closer and swiftly moved towards Su Ping like a sharp needle. There was a slight change of expression in Su Ping's face. He detected a horrifying threat from the gray needle, so he spewed a mouthful of flames that could burn anything. The flames were swept out, but the long needle continued moving through them. Su Ping was stunned. Not even the golden crow flames work. This had never happened before. In the palace, a celestial state remarked in surprise, "It's the 6 paths of the external phase." Some of the ascendant state observers were stunned by this, so they became solemn. Others shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the battle was already over. The 6 paths of the external phase was a method of the reincarnation divine constitution, based on the grand reincarnation of the 6 paths. They could form 6 flawless paths with the power of reincarnation, which could destroy or swallow anything. Bang, bang, bang. Su Ping snapped one secret technique after the other. Some were laws of ice in an attempt to freeze the needle. Some were laws of solidity trying to block it. Others were laws of swallowing. However, all of them were penetrated by the gray needle. Su Ping became solemn. He gathered all the power of laws in his body on a single point and shaped it into a long needle too. Bang! The 2 needles collided. Then Su Ping's needle of laws was broken, while the gray needle was deviated, becoming a lot paler. Diaz raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't truly surprised. Su Ping would have lost long before if he couldn't counter that attack. "You've already made use of all your laws. What can you do now?" Diaz sneered. The other 5 spheres around him also turned into needles and moved to stab Su Ping. The latter narrowed his eyes. A fierce, dark astral power surged out of his body all of a sudden, which had an ink-like appearance. The space around him turned black. All kinds of rays were gone, and even senses were impaired. Huh! Diaz was stunned for a moment. But the next moment, he realized that it was Su Ping's constitution. Whoosh! His long needles lost their way in Su Ping's field of darkness. His control over them was also weakened, which shocked him. He had tried very hard to practice that technique, and it was closely related to his constitution. And yet, it was affected by Su Ping. What kind of field is that? It was clear that it couldn't be a simple field of darkness. There was a darkness constitution, which belonged to the demon class. There was also the dimness constitution, the hellish constitution, and so on. All those constitutions could form a field of darkness to block the opponent's senses. However, there was something more in Su Ping's field. Come back. He could only recall his 6 paths of the external phase as he was unable to track Su Ping down. He was worried that they might be ruined if they stayed there for long. The attack has been countered. One of the onlookers was stunned by what he saw, not expecting that Su Ping could deal with the 6 paths of the external phase with such a move. In the next moment, everyone saw that the inky field was swiftly expanding. Diaz quickly moved back, unwilling to step into Su Ping's field. However, the field was expanding really fast in his direction. His body was soon touched by the edge of the field. He instantly trembled since he felt an extreme cold. He felt that he was touching ice. Very soon, he could see nothing but blackness. Break! Diaz didn't panic. Rather, he was determined to keep fighting. A competition of constitutions. I have one of the 9 strongest divine constitutions. It's one of the best in all the history of the universe. Only one of the other divine constitutions could compare to his. However, Su Ping's field didn't look like any of the divine constitutions he knew. Boom! Vortices appeared around Diaz. He opened the field of reincarnation, unleashing a horrifying attraction force that tried to swallow the field of darkness. Alas, he quickly realized that his reincarnation constitution failed to expand any further than several dozen meters from him, as if it were being suppressed. How is this possible? Diaz narrowed his eyes in shock. I'm being subdued and defeated in a competition of constitutions. Is Su Ping's field better than mine, or has he developed it more deeply? No way. Diaz found it impossible to accept such a result. He could accept being defeated by Su Ping, but he couldn't accept that his constitution wasn't as good as Su Ping's. He had the reincarnation constitution, one of the best. Diaz became thoughtful. Master said that my constitution hasn't been fully developed. That must be it. I haven't gained full control of my constitution yet. Chapter 931, The Darkest Hour. Since I can't push your field away, I'll just eat it. Diaz suddenly exerted his strength, unleashing a powerful attraction force that was going to swallow the darkness around him. However, he found that the edge of his field was also being corroded by darkness when he tried. He was quite shocked when this happened. His opponent was swallowing his field too, at a high speed. Unforgivable, Diaz roared abruptly. My constitution never fails. Cracks instantly appeared on his forehead, and black stripes were spread from his forehead to the rest of his face, neck, and body. The air of destruction leaked out of the black cracks. 10 square reincarnations. Diaz went on a rampage. 10 black vortices appeared behind his back like glittering black moons. A special power of reincarnation emerged and spread in the darkness outside of his field. He then abruptly stepped into the depths of Su Ping's field, trying to tear it apart. The darkness was indeed being cut apart. Diaz was soon able to see Su Ping in the middle of the darkness. The latter had an odd appearance at the moment. He was continuously emitting streaks of black mist, which constructed the field around him. He was also covered in bones, like a devil hiding in the smoke. Found you. Diaz put on a hideous smile and approached Su Ping with his spear glowing brilliantly. Su Ping raised his fist, mixed with blackness and golden light, to smash the spear with it. The counterforce pushed both of them back. Diaz roared and launched hundreds of spear auras, each of which could have easily shattered a mountain. They completely shrouded Su Ping at the moment. The latter indifferently drew a sword from the darkness. He raised his hand, and the spear auras collided with the sword. The sword collapsed, only to be replaced by a new sword of laws. Bang, bang, bang. Their battle was utterly intense and splendid, unlike the quick clash between Dragon Shepherd and Six Lives Buddha, especially when the two fields separated the battlegrounds. What kind of constitution is this? It's as strong as the reincarnation divine constitution. It's said that only similar-level divine constitutions can go head-to-head. It's not as strong, but it's even better, or maybe the understanding and development of his constitution is better. Even so, his constitution can't be of a lower level. An extraordinary but unrecorded constitution. There truly are a lot of monsters this year. The geniuses were so dazzled by the intense battle that they could hardly see the two fighters in action with clarity. Luo Wying, Six Lives Buddha, and a few others, however, remained calm. They thought that those two had yet to try their best. Otherwise, they would have been too weak. Boom! The fierce battle came to a pause. Diaz breathed heavily, but his eyes became increasingly brighter. The longer he fought, the stronger he would become thanks to his reincarnation constitution. He could never be exhausted in a battle. I learned this spear technique from an ancient book. I'm not strong enough to freely perform it yet. It would exhaust all my strength in one go. Diaz gazed at Su Ping and added, "Let's see if you can endure it." "Better not try too hard," said Su Ping indifferently. Diaz sneered. The 6 paths of the external phase next to him suddenly turned into liquid and covered the tip of his spear. Then, dazzling black light radiated from the cracks all over his body. Violent astral power surged from his body, which gathered on the spear. "God-killing spear Diaz roared and charged at Su Ping. A golden spear aura burst out like a lightning bolt, which penetrated the void even faster than light. Its shade was still lingering in the void, but its attack had already reached Su Ping's face. An indescribable surge of pressure was produced by the shocking spear on top of Su Ping's head. It felt like a huge mountain collapsing before him. The whole world seemed to be falling apart. Su Ping had goosebumps all over his body. In the next moment, a bone saber appeared in his hand. Then his claws were spread out on the saber like threads and covered it up. Slash. Su Ping launched an attack of his own. Bang! Both of their fields trembled violently, becoming unsteady. Su Ping moved dozens of meters back. His wrist was slightly numb. Fortunately, the bone saber was sturdy enough. A weapon solely condensed with claws would have been shattered immediately. On the other side, Diaz breathed heavily and seemed eager to fight. You blocked it, just as I expected. However, can you block it 100 times or 1,000 times? He was fully restored while he spoke. Then he waved his spear again. The spear's aura raged on. Then the spear attacked again. 3 times, 4 times. The horrifying sword auras instantly responded. All the observers were shocked, seeing that such powerful attacks could be performed non-stop. Didn't the man mention that it would exhaust his strength? It's reincarnation. He's renewing his strength. Oh my God, we have another cheater in our midst. He practically has infinite energy. He can freely use the moves that others have to try their best to perform. All of them were great geniuses and were quick to figure out Diaz's ability. All of them were amazed. The first cheater was already unbelievable, but then another showed up. Do all the top geniuses have such extraordinary abilities? That's the reincarnation, divine constitution for you, as expected of one of the best constitutions of the universe. He only needs to figure out what the strongest attack he can perform is, and he can use endlessly like a basic skill. Inside the palace of the celestial state experts. What's that? That bone is giving me an odd feeling. Unlike the others, they were all staring at Su Ping's bone saber. Shen Huang's eyes were slightly narrowed since he realized the bone's extraordinary nature. Su Ping was too weak to notice it. However, it was as eye-catching as a firefly to them. It looks like the bone of a celestial state expert. Where did he find such a thing? Why is he fighting with that bone? Someone remarked in a strange voice. On the battlefield, the sword auras surged again. Su Ping's expression changed ever so slightly. He had to admit that Dia's ability was quite extraordinary, being able to perform such fatal moves without stopping. Unfortunately, it's quality, not quantity, that matters most for an ultimate technique. Su Ping's eyes became cold. He didn't let the guy continue. It would be pointless to fight a protracted battle with someone who could infinitely renew himself. Bang! Su Ping waved his saber and gathered 100 laws. He knocked all the spear auras with the astral power in his body. Su Ping pushed closer to Diaz after crushing a couple of spear auras. Diaz continued the attack in surprise. He had launched the attacks with his constitution, yet Su Ping resisted all of them with his own strength. Didn't that mean that Su Ping had several times more energy than he did? Or was he using a smarter trick? In any case, Diaz felt he was being humiliated. I've fused the power of the 6 paths of the external phase, yet I can't break his saber. Damn it. Does it really deserve to be called a saber? Diaz fought and retreated. It was one of his tactics. To fight relentlessly wasn't the only strategy. He needed to adopt other strategies. Is waging wars of attrition the only thing you're capable of? Asked Su Ping as Diaz retreated and attacked continuously. Just give up if you can't withstand it, said Diaz coldly. I simply don't want to waste my time, said Su Ping casually. So, your way to win is to try your best countless times in order to overcome all difficulties. That's so pathetic. Is that how you should use the reincarnation divine constitution, or are you too dependent on it? Pathetic. Diaz trembled, as Su Ping's words had stung them like sharp needles. He had easily defeated weaker opponents when he used his secret techniques and abilities. However, when he met those who were as strong as him, he would have to burst out his strength again and again to wear them out. He found great enjoyment in the process. The others would only be able to throw their best punch once, while he could do it infinitely. Still, Su Ping was claiming that such a way of fighting was pathetic. Bullshit. He gritted his teeth and said, You're forcing me to do this. I didn't want to use this move because it would kill you, but you're giving me no choice. Master will forgive me if he sees what happened. He stopped waving his spear and retreating. Su Ping shook his head. You talk too much. He wasn't an idiot. Why wait for his opponent to launch an attack? It would be better to take action whenever possible. Besides, since Diaz had put it like that, taking the initiative would be advisable, whether or not the other meant it. Phew! All of a sudden, a dark ink-like aura emerged from Su Ping's body. Let's go at it then, since you're that eager to compare constitutions. Su Ping launched his attack while he spoke. It was the first time he had used the sorcerer's divine constitution that the Golden Crow Elder had helped awaken. It was the most ancient and primitive constitution of the darkness class. Behold your darkest hour. Boom! Diaz was about to launch his ultimate secret technique, when everything in front of him faded away and darkness filled his eyes. Has my field been invaded? Or were my eyes blocked? Diaz had no time to think. He was shocked for a moment. Then his mind was paralyzed. This was because his mind had indeed been invaded. The darkest hour attack had deprived him of all his senses, consciousness and soul. It meant that his mind had also fallen into the darkness. No! Diaz could feel nothing but darkness in the deepest part of his soul. He couldn't even feel his own body. He wandered in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his darkness-infused consciousness struggled and found his memories. He managed to remember his identity and abilities. He activated all his strength out of fear, returning to the field of his reincarnation, divine constitution. Soon the darkness enveloping his mind was lifted, and he regained control of his body. Once again he was able to see the light. However, a cold voice spoke right next to his ears. You've lost. The darkness faded away. Diaz saw Su Ping standing in front of him with the bone saber stuck to his neck. Su Ping could have cut off his head, and even his body if he wished to do so. Even if he could renew himself, it was impossible for him to be reborn if his body was completely shattered. Not yet at least. Diaz was stupefied. What happened? I lost. Diaz opened his mouth, trying to turn the tide. No, that's impossible. I haven't tried my best yet. However, the Ascendant State referee was already there, looking at Su Ping in a weird manner. He then said to Diaz, you have lost. The victor of this battle is Su Ping from the Golden Star Zone. The battle came to an end after the announcement. Diaz was stunned. He had truly lost. He had been suffocated before he could launch his ultimate move. What happened at the last moment? Diaz felt a mix of frustration and dumbfoundment. He had thought about the possibility of failure, but he never thought that he would fail in such a humiliating way. He had yet to show his strongest abilities. Everybody else was also surprised by the announcement. They felt as if a drama would have been interrupted before it reached the climax. Was that an instant kill? What exactly happened at the last moment? They had only seen Su Ping's field swallow his opponent's reincarnation field. Then, they saw Su Ping's saber sticking to Diaz's neck when the darkness faded away. That field. Luo Wang's eyes glittered. It wasn't hard to infer that Su Ping's field was even more powerful than the reincarnation field. Does he have a never-seen constitution in this universe? One that is better than the 9 divine constitutions? 6 Lives Buddha, on the other hand, the winner of the previous battle, remained peaceful, although he was slightly curious. In the palace, a female celestial state expert sighed and shook her head. Your disciple depends too much on his reincarnation divine constitution. What a shame. I thought he had mastered the path of time and space. Another celestial state expert shook his head, obviously disappointed at Diaz's performance. It is much easier for a person with the reincarnation divine constitution to master the path of time and space, yet he hasn't grasped it. He must have been too focused on the constitution itself. Chapter 932, Top Clash. It won't be a bad thing if he creates a path of his own. People with reincarnation divine constitutions aren't obliged to master the path of time and space. Many have tried that, and it's easy to succeed. However, it's too predictable and boring. Another celestial expert defended Diaz, but there was also a head shake mixed in, thinking that Diaz's performance was not remarkable. Shen Huang didn't say anything. He was already aware of Diaz's abilities. The kid had great gifts, and he could always teach him even if he was on the wrong path. Su Ping, on the other hand, proved to be a pleasant surprise with an unrecorded super constitution. He was definitely a rare genius. Maybe there would be 10 top constitutions in the Federation in the future, rather than 9. On the void battlefield, Diaz and Su Ping vacated the area. Their battle had ended sooner than many people thought. However, those who had grasped the whole situation became solemn, knowing that Su Ping was very strong since he had defeated the reincarnation divine constitution with ease. Besides, the smart ones could tell that Su Ping had yet to try his best. For starters, he had only merged with his skeleton. Normal battle pet warriors might not have realized it, but most of the people present were knowledgeable. They were very much aware that the skeleton attachment was different from pet merging. He would have been a lot stronger had he merged with his pet. The quality of his pet would have been made evident. However, he had won easily even without the pet, which made him the center of public attention. "I didn't know that you had such a unique constitution," Su Jinner remarked in astonishment after Su Ping returned. She stared at Su Ping as if she were trying to see him through. It was hard to believe for her that her body, forged with a lot of rare materials, couldn't compare to Su Ping's natural body. It was truly infuriating. "Now I really believe that you'll rise to the top 3. Although you're not as good as that monk, very few others are stronger than you," Su Jinner sighed. Su Ping's performances so far had made her feel like he could rise to the top 5 or even become the champion. However, she dropped the idea after seeing the battle between Six Lives Buddha and Dragon Shepherd. After all, there were too many geniuses this year, and Six Lives Buddha was absolutely domineering. "Maybe," said Su Ping. He felt slightly regretful since he had to expose his strength after trying to hide it all along. However, he would have had to expose his other methods if he wanted to hide the sorcerer's divine constitution. In comparison, while his constitution was one of his trump cards, he hadn't fully grasped it yet. The field he had established was already the best he could do at the moment. That technique was able to suppress a lot of other constitutions. It was a truly powerful technique. "If only Six Lives Buddha weren't here, how unlucky for us." Su Jinner shook her head as she gazed at the monk with regret. It was a sad and helpless thing to have been born in the same age as those geniuses had. The third battle began right then. This time, Luo Wang would fight another top 10 player. Both of them showed extraordinary strength the moment they entered the battlefield. Luo Wang turned out to have one of the 9 divine constitutions too. It was called Floating Light. That constitution was known as the fastest in the universe. It could transform his body into light, as well as attack at the speed of light. Only Star Lords could fend someone like him by covering themselves with their small worlds and changing the laws in the small worlds to have the chance to capture the light. It would be impossible for people with inferior cultivation to touch the light with their senses. Even if they managed to sense the light, they would still be hit before they could react. It was obviously another unbelievable constitution. Aside from that, Luo Wang had grasped flawless laws of light, space, and lightning, which were all focused on agility, making him even more unpredictable. His opponent was quite horrifying too, since he had a top demon constitution and a better understanding of laws. The man was also using a secret enhancement technique that turned him into a 12-meter-tall giant with infinite physical strength, which enabled him to shatter the mountains on the battlefield with ease. One of them showed a shocking speed, while the other showed physical strength of a level that was rare even among Star Lords. The battle was quite fierce, but Luo Wang prevailed in the end, emerging completely unscathed when the battle was over. Many were dumbfounded yet again, thinking that Six Lives Buddha was already the strongest, but Luo Wang turned out to be surprisingly strong too. Although the monk was able to summon his future self, such self-version was limited to the peak of the star state and was incapable of using the truly best skills of that level. If that were possible, his summoned self would also summon his following future self, which would have been terrifying. However, Six Lives Buddha's future self was obviously incapable of that. It wasn't hard to tell that he could hardly beat a real Star Lord. Luo Wang, on the other hand, could hardly be restrained given his agility. There was no clear way to gauge how a battle between them would turn out. Diaz didn't look very happy when Luo Wang won. The guy's constitution was as good as his, but the former was clearly better at using it than he was. Damn it! Diaz gritted his teeth. Probably not even Luo Wang would be able to defeat him if he would have developed his constitution further. Both of their constitutions were among the best, but his was clearly better in head-on clashes. He could stand undefeated by renewing himself. The guy couldn't hurt him, and he could kill the former instantly as soon as he located his weakness. Time flew. Very soon, the first round of the battles was over. The four victors were Six Lives Buddha, Su Ping, Luo Wang, and Lillian. Lillian was the only girl among them. She had the weird ability to make everything wither, and would have succeeded in convincing people that she had the reincarnation divine constitution too. Similarly, her technique looked like destruction, one of the four supreme laws. The four victors took a rest afterwards, while the four who lost took turns to fight. The new winners and the four invicta participants would fight again for the top 3 positions. The battlefield in space wasn't closed. Once the battle was over, Mu Shen showed up and had many ascendant experts deliver some delicacies to the observers. Everyone had a joyful rest. The battle continued on the following day. Su Ping didn't participate in the battle. He simply continued condensing his small world in Yu Long's training room. Damn it! Diaz had to fight again. He only saw Six Lives Buddha in the crowd. The other 3 winners from the previous day didn't show up. He looked awful, feeling humiliated given that Su Ping wasn't present. Is my battle not worth watching at all? He was intending to show his real capabilities in that fight, so that Su Ping would see that he had failed because of carelessness. The battles began soon after. The fights between the previous day's losers were very harsh and cruel too, because they would be completely eliminated if they failed again. Dragon Shepherd showed up since he had lost on the first day, having found replacements for the 7 dragons he detonated. They were much weaker, but still rare and precious in the outside world. Many were impressed by his deep pockets. Training a dragon would often drain normal battle pet warriors of all their belongings, but it didn't seem to be a big deal for geniuses. Dragon Shepherd won after a fierce battle. Such a victory had also been brutal, since he had to detonate 5 of the 7 new pets to defeat his opponent. The latter had also shown remarkable strength too. After all, he had forced the other to once again detonate his dragons, not being able to summon a future self as Six Lives Buddha did. Dragon Shepherd would have also had to pay a huge price to win, even if they would have met on the first day. Dragon Shepherd became less arrogant after the battle. He had been angry since he had lost to the monk, but the latter wasn't the only genius present. Diaz moved forward in his second battle. He didn't mess with his opponent this time. He simply launched his most powerful attacks with his spear. However, his opponent was quite tough too. The man avoided his attacks with all sorts of secret techniques. Diaz used the reincarnation deprivation in the end. It was the ultimate technique he had been unable to display in the first battle. His attack canceled the opponent's merging, and the pet still fused to the man's body unavoidably perished, finally beating the latter. I didn't know he had mastered that move of his constitution. Diaz's performance in battle was a little bit surprising to the celestial experts in the palace. The reincarnation deprivation was the constitution's own ability, but it wouldn't be fully grasped until the person had developed the constitution well. Most users of the skill were at the Star Lord level, yet Diaz was already capable of using it. It was slightly unusual. The celestial who had defended him earlier smiled and said, "While he relies heavily on his constitution, it seems that he's already learned something from it anyway." Shen Huang also smiled after seeing that happen, feeling a lot more comfortable. But on the third day, Su Ping's training was interrupted by Yu Long. The latter didn't know what to say about his junior brother's cultivating devotion. He could have watched the battles of the previous losers, which were just as splendid. How much can he cultivate in one day? "Junior brother, keep it up. I think highly of you," said Yu Long with a smile. He couldn't criticize Su Ping for being hard-working, because it was a good thing in itself. It was better than going out and having fun anyway. "Sure." Su Ping nodded. Back in the field, Su Ping drew lots with other people. He raised his eyebrows after he saw who his opponent would be. It was 6 Lives Buddha, the man who had received the most attention in the first round. Su Ping rolled his eyes upon thinking about the guy's future self. Su Jinner shook her head and felt sorry for Su Ping. "You're truly unlucky." 6 Lives Buddha was well acknowledged as a potential champion. After all, the ability to summon your future self was beyond unbelievable. Su Ping's field was indeed special, but the man could be at the peak of the star state. On the other hand, Diaz was feeling regretful given that Su Ping wasn't his opponent. He wanted to try his best to fight Su Ping again and see how the battle would turn out. Unfortunately, his wish didn't come true. His next opponent would be Lillian, the only girl among the top 6. Luo Wang's opponent was Dragon Shepherd. "I almost made it to the top in the earlier screening matches. What a shame." Dragon Shepherd had a grim demeanor when he saw his opponent. He would have had a chance of winning against Luo Wang if he hadn't lost 7 precious dragons to fight 6 Lives Buddha in the first round. However, he was truly hopeless at the moment. He had watched Luo Wang's battle. There would be virtually no chance to win, even if he were to detonate all his pets. That would be too huge a price. He might have tried his luck if it was for a shot at the championship. However, there would be more matches the following day. It wouldn't be convenient to sacrifice his pets. Everybody whispered after the announcement was made. They looked forward to the competition between Su Ping and 6 Lives Buddha. Both of them had won in the first round, showing great potential. As for the other 2 groups, the result of Luo Wang's group was predictable. There would be some suspense regarding the outcome in Dia's group, mainly because Lillian had ended her battle as quickly as Su Ping did. Many people didn't know how she had managed it. That was why they were unsure whether or not she could defeat the reincarnation divine constitution. The battle in Su Ping's group was arranged to take place in the last slot, considering that it would be the most fascinating. Luo Wang and Dragon Shepherd were the first to fight. Unsurprisingly, Dragon Shepherd was easily defeated, not being able to even touch Luo Wang's body, although he tried his best. It was almost a one-sided battle. Many people sighed after seeing the result. Dragon Shepherd was by no means weak, but he was ill-suited for consecutive matches. He would have definitely had a shot to claim the championship if everything could be decided with a single match. Detonating all his pets would do the trick. Chapter 933, Dual Merging. The second battle was between Diaz and Lillian. This fight also received a lot of attention. Diaz used his strength at the very beginning of the battle, intending to win it as quickly as possible. However, something weird happened after he performed reincarnation deprivation on Lillian. She remained in a half-beast mode, not separating from her pet. In addition, Lillian's power wasn't weakened or diminished. Lillian quickly counterattacked while resisting the god-killing spear, eventually defeating Diaz. Everybody had expected a fierce battle, but it surprisingly ended in merely 3 minutes. Many people looked at the girl in shock. She's immune to reincarnation deprivation. What kind of ability is that? She doesn't seem to have a divine constitution. Could it be another unknown top constitution? Someone had realized the reason in shock. Wait, her constitution isn't unknown. It's just that hers is a top demon constitution, except that She didn't separate from her pet, which meant that the change of her body hadn't been caused by merging. After all, nobody had seen her summon her pet. Everyone had thought she had already merged with it before the battle started. However, it was quite obvious that her beastly appearance had been caused by her ability. This meant that she defeated Diaz without using pets, grabbing one of the top 3 spots. She was another monster. Lillian received everyone's attention. Her immunity to reincarnation deprivation also gave food for thought. Diaz was dumbfounded due to his failure, feeling that he would almost choke with blood. His original estimation was that he would become the resplendent champion. However, he was defeated back in his star zone and then suffered consecutive setbacks at the finals. Sure enough, it was one of the 4 supreme laws. Su Ping's eyes glittered. Another person besides 6 Lives Buddha had grasped one of the 4 supreme laws, and it was domineering. The girl had actually grasped the law of destruction. Reincarnation deprivation was destroyed by her law. As far as Su Ping knew, the law of destruction could destroy all the other laws and bring forth new lives, which was similar to the renewal ability that Diaz was capable of. Her own astral power could be destroyed and regenerated all the time. Destruction and vitality, being 2 supreme laws, had a lot in common. The destruction of something meant the birth of something else. Just like the result of burning a house wasn't nothingness, but a dilapidated house. By burning a tree, one would gain ash. The same applied to vitality. The birth of something meant the destruction of something else. Mastering a supreme law is as extraordinary as to have one of the 9 divine constitutions. Divine constitutions are something you're born with. However, it takes your own power of understanding to grasp laws. Without a doubt, although the girl's constitution wasn't as good as Diaz's, it was still easy for her to crush him with the supreme law she knew. Lillian looked at 6 Lives Buddha after leaving the void battlefield. Both of them had grasped a supreme law among all the top 10 players, while neither of the 2 had a divine constitution. Lillian considered 6 Lives Buddha as her major enemy in the coming phase. 6 Lives Buddha also had a grim look. He had obviously not expected to find that someone else had grasped a supreme law. If they were to fight, the one with the deepest understanding of the law would win. It would be impossible for him to make use of the path of time and space if his opponent could destroy the time he grasped and transform space into something beyond his control. There are more and more interesting guys. Luo Wang narrowed his eyes and put on an eager smile. The third battle began while people whispered amongst themselves. The observers fell silent upon hearing the ascendant announcer. The third battle was a clash between 2 experts. Su Ping, who had defeated Diaz, was not to be underestimated. 6 Lives Buddha, on the other hand, was able to summon his future self. He had a clear shot to become the champion and was the strongest contestant thus far. The monk withdrew his gaze from Lillian and looked at Su Ping, becoming gentle and casual again, just like when he fought Dragon Shepherd earlier on. On the battlefield, "I'm indeed curious about your divine constitution, sir," said the monk with a smile. "Could you tell me what it's called? I only want to know the name." "I'll tell you after you lose," Su Ping replied, smiling back. The monk was stunned for a moment. He then offered a more friendly smile and said, "You're very confident, sir. However, I'm going to win. I hope you won't try too hard or hurt your pets like Dragon Shepherd did. This is not me preaching from a higher moral ground. It's just a friendly reminder." "I know," Su Ping smiled and replied. "You're very concerned about pets, which is better than most people in my books." The monk said, "Pets are our partners. We should take care of them." "That is correct." Su Ping nodded too. All the onlookers were dazed, seeing them chat so casually, just like friends enjoying themselves in a bar instead of a battlefield. They seemed to be running out of patience. 6 Lives Buddha looked to the areas beyond the battlefield and chuckled. Su Ping nodded. "Let's begin then." "I'll win this fight as quickly as possible," said 6 Lives Buddha, as if he were kindly reminding Su Ping. The latter nodded. He was thinking along the same lines. He had already used some of his trump cards, and some of the others had already been exposed. A prolonged battle would only exhaust him. He would have more time to cultivate if he finished it quickly. "Be careful," Six Lives Buddha suddenly bellowed. Hum! Time and space seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Ping then saw a purple dagger going straight for his throat. A fatal attack at the very beginning. Su Ping reacted quickly. Two vortices appeared next to him. The astral power gathered around his body turned into a few invisible swords that pushed the dagger off course. Roar! A dragon roar burst out from one of the vortices. It came from the Inferno dragon. Its roar echoed throughout the battlefield, its lamp-like eyes gazing at Six Lives Buddha with fury. On the other hand, the little skeleton crouched next to Su Ping like a ghost, its bones releasing a dark aura. Merge! Su Ping simply performed a dual merge with his pets. Whoosh whoosh! Both the little skeleton and the Inferno dragon turned into streaks of light which gathered on Su Ping, covering him with bones and scales. A pair of pointy horns grew from Su Ping's temples and curled. Are those the pets he's planning to merge with? They don't seem very strong. That was not a dragon with a rare bloodline. They were merely Fate State pets. Everyone was shocked to see the Inferno dragon that Su Ping had summoned. Even though the dragon seemed to be strong, they could easily tell that it hadn't even reached the star state yet. A battle pet warrior was able to establish contracts with pets one realm higher than theirs. So, was that pet not Su Ping's strongest? However, even if he doesn't want to use the strongest one, why use the weakest? The combat ability of such top geniuses was right before the last bottleneck, hardly able to be improved. All the pets they had were the strongest they could find in the star state. However, Su Ping ended up using Fate State pets, like the Skeleton King. Six Lives Buddha noticed this too, and frowned. He started thinking that Su Ping was being too disrespectful and deliberately arrogant. Let's get this over with, future self. The monk's eyes glimmered. His body became fuzzy and then clear again. However, his face was slightly different after his reappearance, and he was significantly stronger. Chapter 934, Su Ping's Trump Cards. Six Lives Buddha, whose power was rising to the peak of the star state, said indifferently, "You won't have a chance to summon more pets." He decided not to give Su Ping any leeway, since the latter was arrogantly using Fate State pets. Consolidation. The surrounding time and space were frozen. All the dust and flowing astral power came to a stop. Su Ping, who was about to attack, was also petrified. He looked like an idiot in that posture. He took out a dagger and made a stabbing motion at Su Ping's neck, ready to end the battle by leaving a wound. That would be enough proof that he was capable of killing Su Ping. However, he had a strange feeling of danger right when his dagger was about to injure Su Ping's neck. There were goosebumps all over his body. His heart began to race, so he suddenly leaped back. The time and space he had confined were restored, but nothing happened. Su Ping also returned to normal and continued his actions. Everything was just like before, except that he was in a different position, as if having just flashed to another place. What is going on? Six Lives Buddha was secretly alarmed. Was it just my imagination? A man as experienced as him was able to foresee danger with instincts alone. He looked at Su Ping, who was still in the process of launching his attack, obviously unknowing that time and space had been frozen. Then what made me feel threatened? Consolidation. He activated his ability again, freezing everything. This time, instead of personally attacking, he controlled the dagger with astral power to stab Su Ping's neck. However, when his dagger was about to stab Su Ping's neck, the latter suddenly rolled his eyes while his body was still, then he put on a big smile. "You're very vigilant, aren't you?" Bang! He suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the dagger, dispersing its power. Time and space were still frozen. Everything was paralyzed, including the dust. However, Su Ping was capable of moving. "You!" Six Lives Buddha narrowed his eyes in shock. He mastered the path of time and space too. Time and space were then restored. All their interactions were seen by the audience as them flashing to different positions. However, all the Ascendant State experts present were shocked. They had been able to see all their exchanges during the pause. After all, Six Lives Buddha's path of time and space wasn't powerful enough to influence ascendants. Su Ping also knows the path of time and space. It was undoubtedly an ultimate weapon. Six Lives Buddha would have probably been counterattacked and defeated instantly had he recklessly charged at Su Ping. After all, such an opportunity would be rare and fatal in a battle between two top experts. Your disciple. In the palace, several celestials were showing surprise, not expecting that Su Ping would have hidden himself that deeply. The Golden Crow's power he had displayed was surprising enough, and his unknown constitution was even more peculiar. He also turned out to have grasped the path of time and space. He was almost a genius in every aspect. Shen Huang was surprised too, as Su Ping had not revealed that skill in the earlier fights. Even he was caught unaware. Therefore, it was clear to those experts that the guy had surely been aiming to hide the skill until the finals. Very good. The expert put on a new smile, becoming increasingly satisfied with his new disciple. Junior brother Su. Yulong was truly surprised. He then shook his head with mixed feelings, also feeling happy that he had been generous and helpful to his junior brother. He was spared from having to curry favor thanks to his heavenly lord status, but having more friends would never hurt. Even heavenly lords would welcome a helping hand when they sought resources they needed. In the void battlefield, Su Ping dropped his smile and suddenly attacked. Dai. He had indeed grasped the law of time. He had understood a thing or two about it a long while back, to later gain a deeper understanding in his outings to the cultivation sites while he learned other laws. He became more or less an expert in terms of the law of time. However, his expertise was still lacking when compared to the Six Lives Buddhas. For instance, Su Ping was incapable of summoning his future self. He could hardly pause time and space. His best would be to make an area pause for 1 or 2 seconds. It was even more difficult to reverse or accelerate time. However, his mid-level acceleration talent was partly based on the law of time. He could understand time better through his talent. Although fighting with the law of time wasn't his forte, he could capture the waves when others made use of the law to prevent himself from being paused or his actions slowed. Six Lives Buddha didn't look as casual as before. He had a shocked and suspicious look. He had witnessed Su Ping and Daya's battle, and now found Su Ping intimidating since the path of time and space was added on top of his unknown constitution. The man probably didn't use the path of time and space when he defeated Daya's, or the monk would have detected it. The guy hid his technique to catch me unaware. Six Lives Buddha punched toward Su Ping's back and said with glittering eyes, "Since you have also mastered the path of time and space, for fairness' sake, I'll give you a chance to summon your future self." Su Ping smiled and said, "You seem innocent, but you're quite the sophisticated sort. You want to find out how strong I am? I don't need my future self to beat you. Come on." His opponent knew he was capable of using the path of time and space, but not how deft he was at it. Su Ping preferred not to admit he couldn't summon his future self, lest he would reassure his opponent. "You will lose because of your arrogance." Six Lives Buddha had grim eyes. He could not tell whether Su Ping was deliberately refusing or if he was still unable to use it. After all, the man had been quite shrewd thus far, having hidden that skill until that battle. He could only let the matter rest for the moment. He was sure that Su Ping would reveal more trump cards later in the fight. Boom! He unleashed his astral power with a shocking aura, this time without the laws of time and space. He could still crush Su Ping with his future self's cultivation. Sumeru Saber. Six Lives Buddha made a sudden attack. The same purple dagger that Su Ping had snatched appeared in his hand, obviously having fetched it from another time. Releasing brilliant purple light, the dagger turned into a saber and stabbed towards Su Ping, cutting through the void and reaching him instantly. Chapter 935, Ultimate Battle. Path of the Divine Sword. Su Ping also initiated Swords of Laws, which contained 100 flawless laws, which were much more powerful. He had learned a lot on the Heavenly Path Mountain. This time, his Swords of Laws were 10 times more powerful than before. They were pushed forward with his overwhelming astral power. The void cracked after a booming sound. The Sumeru saber was blocked, but Su Ping was pushed thousands of meters back. Are you still refusing to bring your future self? I can easily crush you with my secret techniques and laws, even without the path of time and space. 6 Lives Buddha was cold. His gentle smile was gone. He found that Su Ping was threatening. There was no certainty of him being victorious. Is that so? Let's find out. Su Ping seemed eager to fight. He activated the sorcerer's divine constitution, and then a field of darkness was spread out. It only took an instant for nothing but darkness to be seen within a radius of 10,000 meters. It resembled a black hole. 6 Lives Buddha didn't dodge, directly stepping into Su Ping's field with glowing Buddha light. So a human-shaped golden light appeared inside the dark field. All the onlookers were shocked by the scene. Little did they expect that 6 Lives Buddha would have the capability to counter Su Ping's strange constitution, even though Dayas who had a reincarnation constitution had lost to him. My Sakya Buddha's power is unable to disperse this field. 6 Lives Buddha seemed to be completely astonished. He had many powerful methods aside from the path of time and space. For instance, he had acquired the Sakya Buddha's power from a place with ancient relics. It had been left by an ancient expert. At the moment, he was only partially capable of using its power. However, a tiny portion of said power was enough to pierce through a planet. Inside the field, Su Ping was equally astonished. The strange yet magnificent power inside his opponent's body was pure and immune to his field. He surrounded the power, sensing it and feeling its extraordinary and majestic aura. I still have advantages, even if I can't swallow it. The sorcerer's divine constitution field didn't just impair his opponent's senses. It also boosted his combat ability to a significant degree. More importantly, it could replenish his astral power, allowing him to perform costly secret techniques. He had hundreds of times more astral power than the average Fate State warrior. It was not hard to imagine how powerful such costly secret techniques were. Dai. Su Ping gathered a sword of laws in his hand again. Astral power surged from countless cells at the same time in his body, to then condense on the sword. The weapon hummed, as if unable to bear the weight any longer. It was ultimate annihilation, the 4th move from the path of the divine sword. Boom! The sword of laws slashed forward like a tide, leaving a deep ravine in the void with an ultimate power enough to destroy anything. 6 Lives Buddha was alarmed. He felt goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't see the source of the attack, but he instinctively felt frightened by Su Ping. This came as a complete shock, as he was a future version of himself. Su Ping was truly terrifying, making him feel in danger when he was at the peak of the star state. Lighter saber. 6 Lives Buddha unleashed all his strength too. While holding the purple dagger, he emitted a burning golden light that was able to push back the darkness. It was exactly at that moment that a brilliant sword aura reached the edge of the golden light. Bang! 6 Lives Buddha's pupils became constricted. The attack had come at such a fast speed that he didn't realize what was going on. Still, his body reacted promptly. After a boom, his body fell back after taking the brunt. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Hardly had he regained his balance when 6 Lives Buddha saw a second attack that was equally dreadful. This is impossible. His heart pounded. It was his future self, who was at the peak of the star state at the moment. He had an ocean of astral power in his body, and he was still unable to resist Su Ping's attack. He could tell that the latter had used nothing but the power of laws in the attack a moment earlier. As for the sword of laws, it was nothing special to him. Geniuses of their caliber could often easily attain a perfect grasp of 100 laws perfectly if they wanted to. Not just him, even the mediocre ascendant state reincarnations could easily grasp 100 perfect laws. However, many laws weren't necessarily powerful, unless one had tens of thousands of laws. Laws were meant to break the opponents. If the gap between them was wide enough, opponents could be defeated by wielding their deeper understanding of laws. However, if all the laws were perfect, only strength would matter. Bang! 6 Lives Buddha waved his saber again. A violent and piercing power was produced by his sword, making him feel that his arm was shaking. Bang! A third attack was then launched. With bloodshot eyes, 6 Lives Buddha didn't retreat. He also launched an attack of his own. The sword and the saber collided again and again. He didn't think that Su Ping could launch such fierce attacks in quick succession. But this became evident quickly, after the 4th, 5th, 6th, and many more attacks began to pile up. Each of those attacks pushed him dozens of meters back, rendering him much more exhausted than before. The lighter saber was his secret technique and couldn't be used infinitely. It was actually his ultimate technique. Had he used that attack earlier on, Dragon Shepherd wouldn't even have had the chance to detonate his pets to strengthen himself. He had intended to use such an attack as a battle finisher. However, it turned out that he was still struggling to resist his opponent. Outside the battlefield, everybody was already stunned. 6 Lives Buddha's golden light allowed them to see him within the dark field. However, he was being constantly pushed back by sword auras coming from the dark. Judging from the paleness on his face, he was clearly losing. His future peak star state self was still not enough. He was being suppressed by Su Ping. Neither of them was using the path of time and space. They were only fighting with their strength and techniques. However, Su Ping was winning in those aspects. It had to be noted that his opponent was a peak star state genius at the moment. What a horrifying sword aura. He's condensed all his power of laws. I feel like he may have what it takes to kill a Star Lord if he catches them unaware. You're exaggerating. Star Lords are protected by their small worlds, which are impervious to such attacks. That is why he has to catch them unprepared. All the observers whispered to each other, shocked deep down. Both Su Ping's sword auras and the 6 Lives Buddha's counterattacks were horrifying moves. Unfortunately, the former was so strong that the lighter saber didn't seem as terrifying. Damn you, Baldy! In the crowd, Dragon Shepherd clenched his fists with a contorted expression. The guy had brutally defeated him while still not trying his best. He would have been instantly crushed if the former would have used that ultimate technique and the path of time and space. He could vaguely see through time with the power of his pets, but he hadn't fully controlled the path of time and space yet. He would have certainly lost if his opponent decided to hide such a fatal technique using the path of time and space. With such a constitution and horrifying attacks, he's truly. In the crowd, Liu Wang furrowed his eyebrows, wondering if he could crack Su Ping's field if he were on the battlefield. He thought even more highly of Su Ping after seeing that even 6 Lives Buddha was having trouble. In another place, Lillian was watching the battle with glittering eyes. There was no telling what was on her mind. Boom! 6 Lives Buddha was then knocked back from the void battlefield. His intention was to rush out of Su Ping's field with the counterforce. He had too many disadvantages while being inside the dark area. Unfortunately, it would also be impossible for him to locate or attack Su Ping if he stayed out of said field. He was only retreating because he wanted to take a break. However, Su Ping followed as the latter was making a hasty retreat. He was still enshrouded in Su Ping's field, which looked like a black ball. It was easy to enter the field, but not as easy to leave. How can you have inexhaustible astral power? 6 Lives Buddha couldn't help but ask. He had flown for thousands of meters, but he was still within the field's range. He simply chose to stop given that Su Ping was following him closely. Is that the power of a peak star state warrior? HMMH, not as remarkable as I thought. Su Ping's voice calmly echoed in the darkness. Six Lives Buddha looked awful. He even suspected that Su Ping had summoned his own future self by then. Why else could the man have even more astral power than him? Am I going to be beaten by someone with a realm below mine? Not gonna happen. He had always been a person who challenged people with superior cultivation, not the other way around. I was planning to save this technique for the final battle, but now you forced me. I'll remember your name. Six Lives Buddha then took a deep breath and calmed down. There was no response from the darkness. Su Ping seemed to be watching him quietly. The monk stopped speaking from that moment on. However, golden light surged in his eyes. Then space around him shook, beyond Su Ping's control over the dark field. Soon the ripples in the void gradually died down, and another person emerged. He was none other than Six Lives Buddha. There were two Six Lives Buddhas, both peak star state experts. The scene was so surprising that the eyes of all the observers opened wider. The second Six Lives Buddha looked even stronger, evidently at the peak of the star state, but even stronger than the first instance of his future self. Two future selves. Outside the battlefield, the expressions of both Luo Wang and Lillian changed. One peak expert from the future was already tricky enough, and the guy had just summoned a second one. Obviously, the two future selves came from different yet approximate times. Even if you also know the path of time and space, it would be impossible for you to achieve this. Both monks looked cold. They believed that Su Ping had indeed summoned his own future self to suppress them, since it was impossible for a fate state warrior to launch such attacks. He was definitely not a normal battle pet warrior. Die. The second Six Lives Buddha snorted and took action, launching the lighter saber. Immediately followed by the other monk, two scorching lighter sabers melted the darkness with radiating light. Su Ping was also surprised because of such a development, not expecting that his opponent would have such a technique in his arsenal. However, after gauging the strength of the guy's future selves, he wouldn't cower even if another one was summoned. It's been a long time since I tried my best. I wonder what I can achieve if I unleash all my astral power right now. Su Ping took a deep breath with feelings of hope. He had been cultivating and participating in the competition for a long time, never pushing his maximum combat ability like he did in the cultivation sites. Not even he knew how strong he had become at the moment. Moving stars. Su Ping activated a thought. The astral power in countless cells of his body began to circulate accordingly. It was a combat ability from the Chaos Star chart that would enable a quick mobilization of his astral power. Boom! Inside his body, the astral power that almost filled up his cells to the brim was quickly flowing along with his veins and suffusing his sword of laws. The sword then shook and released the most dazzling light. Still, no one saw this while he was still being covered by the darkness. It was Heavenly Fall, the fifth move from the path of the divine sword. Banged! Even the dark field seemed to have been cut apart with a gray channel once the sword slashed forward. The brilliant sword sprayed bright light like a burning sun. Hug! Both future Six Lives Buddhas felt the impending danger and looked in one direction. They roared and held each other's hands. It was then when the monks decided to gift Su Ping with an ultimate attack. The two future selves weren't just terrifying as individuals. Their truly terrifying ability was the combination of their powers in an ultimate attack. Lighter saber burst. Both monks waved their sabers, which cut the air apart with infinite flames. Their slash combined their auras, sweeping out like a fiery river. However, in the next moment, the fiery aura was cracked. A sword aura that was too fast to be seen approached them like a meteor. It was merely a sharp sword aura, yet it carried such an immense pressure just as if a planet were falling down. Hug! An ascendant expert hiding above the void battlefield was shocked by the move, so he swiftly took action. The brilliant sword was approaching quickly, expanding in monks' pupils. Their eyes widened as they witnessed an unbelievable scene. His lighter sabers were cut apart. It was the power gathered after the combination of his two peak star state selves. Chapter 936, Cultivation. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sword aura that could have cut a planet apart was dissected as if it were a gentle breeze. Huh! Su Ping narrowed his eyes upon seeing that. A majestic man slowly descended at that moment to hover in front of Six Lives Buddha. It was none other than the Ascendant Expert who created the Void battlefield. The Ascendant State Expert looked at the Six Lives Buddha and whispered, "You've lost." Six Lives Buddha came back to himself, then gave a bitter smile. Indeed, he didn't have any other skills, so he neither regretted nor complained after the Ascendant helped him dispel Su Ping's attack. He could have died otherwise. He could have transferred himself to another time. However, Su Ping's attack had already broken the temporal barricade, not to mention that he could still pursue him since he also delved in time and space. I lost. Six Lives Buddha chewed on the words. The way he felt at the moment was really strange, since he had never lost to anyone except when fighting experts whose levels were much higher than his own. Is this how it feels like, to fail even after trying your best? The monk's lips pursed. He stared ahead where the darkness began to fade, revealing Su Ping. His dragon-like body had a powerful and daunting appearance. "Did you use your future self?" asked the monk. Su Ping didn't respond. He simply kept a casual posture. Six Lives Buddha realized that Su Ping would not answer the question. After all, the man was still contending for the championship. He put on a bitter smile and heaved a sigh. He had ultimately lost, regardless of whether Su Ping had used his future self or not, even after having summoned two future selves. "We'll probably be Star Lords the next time we compete," said Six Lives Buddha with eagerness. "I hope we can fight again someday." "Sure," said Su Ping with a nod. The monk smiled and left the battlefield. Everyone recovered from their stupor after seeing the end of the battle. No one had expected to see such an ending, with Su Ping being the victor. The two future selves had left them in shock. However, before anyone could react, they were crushed despite being the true ultimate technique. All eyes were fixed on the man still standing on the battlefield, wondering how strong he really was. The eliminated geniuses also wore their share of troubled expressions. Some of them had been fuming, thinking that their failures were caused by bad luck. However, they then realized how the ones able to advance were real geniuses. They ran into certain problems, and they attributed them to luck not being on their side that day, when similar problems were tackled by the winners. The difference was that those people were strong enough to overcome them. He lost. Dragon Shepherd stared at the scene while he felt that his heart was racing. He felt regret, while at the same time he was angry at Six Lives Buddha. He wouldn't have detonated his dragon if he knew that the monk was still hiding all those trump cards. All those dragons used to be partners who had gone through thick and thin with him. He thought that he could fight the guy with his ultimate methods, but the latter had not even tried his best. "He's that strong." Diaz was definitely stunned. His original estimate was that Su Ping had shown at least 90% of his strength in their earlier battle. However, the latter turned out to also have control over the path of time and space, and a power that could go head-to-head against two high-performing star state experts. To top it off, they were in fact two future instances of the super genius Six Lives Buddha. Such compounded power was equal to dozens of normal star state experts. Su Ping was still just a fate state warrior. The news would probably be an eye-opener for all the star state experts throughout the universe. There's always someone stronger in the universe. Diaz dropped all his arrogant stance right then. Inside the palace, an old man keenly saw the changes inside Su Ping's body, which shocked him. What an extraordinary amount of astral power he has, which seems to be related to his cultivation technique. However, as far as I know, nothing can give you that much astral power when in the fate state realm, not even the whale god technique. Being a Lord Supreme in his own right, for years and years he had seen countless techniques and geniuses. However, he had never seen anyone in the fate state like Su Ping, with such a colossal amount of astral power. "He's my disciple," replied Shen Huang, and his face turned cold. The universe is a big place. There are still a lot of unexplored remains from ancient times. Everybody who has made it to this point has their own fortune and secrets. The other Celestials looked at him, knowing that he was issuing a warning to keep them away from Su Ping. The old man chuckled. Shen Huang, I'm too proud to rob a kid. Besides, only the best cultivation techniques are necessary. Our celestial cultivation techniques are much better than his. Indeed, he has extraordinary astral power, but nobody knows whether or not the technique would bring about any ramifications, or what height he can reach. So don't worry. Exactly, you're overthinking Shen Huang. A female celestial said casually, don't be too astonished, but the champion from 3,000 years ago, who's my disciple by the way, is just as talented. It's a shame that they weren't born in the same era. I wonder who would be stronger if they fought. That's true. I heard that he's already a heavenly lord, as expected of an extraordinary genius. He'll probably catch up with us in a few thousand years, remarked a young celestial. Shen Huang looked as casual as before. Su Ping could become a heavenly lord too, given enough time. After all, such a genius could naturally crush other ascendants the moment he broke through to that realm. Su Ping left the battlefield moments after the battle. He was back in the outside world. He felt how his astral power reserves had been spent to a considerable degree, but his chaos star chart was circulating and replenishing them. His previous attack had left him exhausted. It was his strongest move thus far. Had the battle continued, he would have had to use his last resort. What did you eat when you grew up? You're so strong it's scary. Su Jinner couldn't help but ask Su Ping via telepathy. Su Ping's strength made her heart beat faster. It was very likely that she couldn't even withstand his ultimate annihilation. My mom's rice, Su Ping answered casually. There was a moment of silence before Su Jinner said, seems like you're going to be the champion. 6 lives Buddha could have reached the top 3 with one future self. He certainly would have become the champion with 2 future selves if you weren't here. It's impossible for Luo Wang and Lillian to defeat him. Su Ping looked at her, not knowing what to say. Do you know what jinx means? Su Jinner looked back at him with confused eyes. He snorted and said, I think you've spent too much time cultivating. You're behind the times, Grandma. Gee, Grandma. Su Jinner widened her eyes. I have a young girl's looks, yet the guy calls me Grandma. You? She was about to burst into fury, but she suddenly realized that, counting the age of her original self, she was practically an ancestor in Su Ping's perspective, not just a grandma. She stared at Su Ping. Has he always been aware of my identity? Looks like you're really good at playing dumb, Su Jinner sneered. Su Ping snapped back. I simply didn't want to expose you. Does that count as playing dumb? All men are liars. You and your innocent attitude. I thought you didn't know anything. Su Jinner was angry. Su Ping rolled his eyes and said, don't be sexist. Your father is a man too, isn't he? Besides, what can I get by lying to you? Money, your body. When he said your body, he glanced at her breasts in disdain. Su Jinner was shaking with fury. She almost stomped the ground, but there were other people nearby, and she couldn't make a scene. I'm heading back to cultivate some more. Su Ping ended the conversation. The day's battles were already over. It was pointless to stay there. He waited for Yulong to arrive, then he followed the ladder to the training room. Yulong smiled and said as they made their way over, Junior brother, your performance today was truly amazing. Su Ping glanced at him. Even though Yulong had never shown dislike toward him before, he was obviously thinking more highly of him at the moment. He was addressing the young man as an equal. I couldn't have made it without your training room, senior brother, said Su Ping humbly. Yulong laughed and said, cut the crap. How much could you have gained in such a short amount of time? Once the competition ends, you'll be able to become a star lord at any time. You'll be free to travel anywhere in the universe after you break through. I'll be recommending mysterious realms suitable for you. You may find a lot of treasures there with any luck. Okay, thank you, senior brother. Su Ping nodded. It was too soon to talk about that yet, but he could start drafting some plans. Why can I only travel until I become a star lord? asked Su Ping curiously. Yulong smiled and said, "Master won't let you run loose if you're only a Star State warrior. Although his purple bracelet can protect you, its signals may get blocked in some special places, and Master will be unable to rescue you in time. Besides, the bracelet can't protect you for long if you're facing multiple attackers. Geniuses like you are at the center of everyone's attention. People can hire Star Lords to assassinate you if they grow jealous, or if you accidentally ruin their businesses. A mere Star Lord in exchange for a genius who may rise to become an ascendant is definitely a fair deal. It wouldn't be easy for Master to investigate if something happens. After all, some assassins' identities can never be found out. However, things will be different when you become a Star Lord. It would hardly be possible for your peers to kill you. You'll basically become invincible at your level. If they send ascendants to do the work, it would be easy to investigate. After all, no self-respecting ascendant would be willing to live as an unknown assassin." Su Ping was greatly enlightened. He was already a celestial expert's disciple, but it was still possible that his master's enemies would try to make a move. "That'll be great. I need to consolidate my cultivation once the championship ends so I can rise to the Star Lord state," Su Ping thought. It was possible for him to break through to that realm at any time, given his cultivation. After all, he had mastered laws and flawless paths. He had even started to condense a small world. Given enough time, he would be able to gather the power of faith in his condensed small world while still being in the Fate state, making him strong enough to kill a Star Lord. However, the small world plan was his ultimate trump card. He wouldn't expose it that easily. He was the main focus of public attention at the moment. Being overly prudent was not an issue. Soon, the two men returned to the palace. Su Ping thanked his senior brother and then entered the training room. Yulong didn't know what to say about Su Ping's devotion to cultivating. He was actually impressed. After all, it wasn't easy to endure boring and long cultivation periods. There were actually a lot of geniuses in the world who were as talented as Su Ping and Six Lives Buddha. However, most of them had already lost their brilliance, or were no longer among the living. Some of them were lazy and arrogant, some were imprudent, and some had been killed because of women or familial grudges. Very few geniuses were diligent and sensible enough to rise and reach a high altitude where they could receive the protection of top experts. Inside the training room, Su Ping focused his attention on condensing his small world again. As for the outside world, everybody was excited because of the last match. Hai Chuo, Siro, Xingyu Shenner, and the others who had made the trip over to support Su Ping were in shock due to his dazzling performance. They had been concerned for him when they learned that Six Lives Buddha was his next opponent, thinking that it was very likely that he would be defeated. However, completely out of the blue, the monk was suppressed, even though he had summoned two of his future selves, a nigh-invincible move. Nevertheless, he was defeated by Su Ping in the end. Strong, he's so strong. Hai Chuo was so excited that he didn't know what to say. A real genius had emerged from Sylvie. The galaxy would become famous because of him. Siro was shocked to see the boy unleash such great power while being in the Fate state. That attack was so destructive that it wouldn't fall short when compared to what a Star Lord could muster. There was no doubt, Su Ping would become a brilliant heavenly lord once he reached the ascendant state. It was even possible for him to rise to the celestial state. After all, if a genius of that caliber didn't have a shot to reach the celestial level, who would? In the general vicinity, Luo Wang lowered his head and worriedly heaved a sigh as he stood next to an ascendant expert. It seems that a fierce battle awaits. Chapter 937, Champion. Training Room, Yulong's residence. Su Ping sat cross-legged at the core of the astral power array, which was gathering astral power and sending it to his body. A space was gradually taking shape inside him. That place was made of a complete path. Complete paths contained special force fields able to construct space, which could be expanded to develop into small worlds. However, It was a strenuous process. It was like fashioning a sesame seed into a planet. This difficult step was the exact reason why only a few Star State warriors advanced to become Star Lords. So this is how it feels to create a small world. Su Ping was completely invested in the process. The feeling of establishing a small world was truly wonderful. He had to perfect a lot of laws in the small world. The bottom line was to ensure that living creatures would be able to exist there. Only then could the creation be called a world. Otherwise, it would only be a space. A lot of requirements had to be met in order for living creatures to thrive. He had to infuse the place with the other laws he had control of, using them as pillars to facilitate the evolution of matter, such as water, air, flowing space, etc. As for time, it was a different law that most small worlds didn't include. Therefore, most Star Lords were unable to accelerate the flow of time in their small worlds, as a few would so that things would evolve quicker or remain in stasis. The concept of time was indeed found in small worlds too, but such time was only a deeper separation of space. When a space was cut into 1 billion layers, each would be 1 second, giving off the illusion of time flow if they were connected. The small worlds created by Star Lords weren't part of a real universe anyway. Therefore, the passing of time would go awry if people lived there for extended periods of time, since the illusion wouldn't last forever. To summarize, small worlds were actually flawed, semi-real worlds. Although my understanding of time and space isn't as good as the 6 Lives Buddha, I should still be able to construct a real world, Su Ping thought. Having access to the path of time and space, he could have time flow and flowers blossom in his own small world. Time and space were the cornerstones of a small world. It would still be possible to do without time when creating a small world, only using the laws of space. Star Lords mostly resorted to such a method. However, it was impossible to construct a 100% real universe with only the laws of space. Even small worlds created by ascendants would fall short when compared to the real universe. This was because the real universe contained many laws and paths, which also meant that practitioners would have to gain a perfect understanding of all the laws in the universe if they wanted to make an identical replica of the real world. Inside the small world, which was gradually taking shape, Su Ping tossed a seed, which then sprouted and blossomed in the flow of time. Green grass was growing on the hills. The vegetation looked beautiful and primitive. I'm already able to transport creatures in my small world and store faith power. Su Ping really felt satisfied when he looked at how the small world was gradually taking shape. It looked just like the real world at first glance. However, if one were to observe it carefully, it would be evident that many elements were missing. Su Ping then realized that he could transfer his astral power to the small world and store it there. He instantly created a lake in the small world, filling it with astral power. The astral power formed a cloud in the small world, causing rain when it was condensed. Blue rain fell over the lake, producing a breathtaking sight. One would expect no less of the most mysterious energy in the universe. It was truly beautiful. As things stand, it would be practically impossible to feel exhausted, even if I were to perform Heavenly Fall again. I can even use it twice in a row. Su Ping's eyes glittered. That change alone had significantly strengthened him. After all, it wasn't easy to resist a Heavenly Fall attack. Very few people would survive it a second time. He would become even stronger once he had absorbed the power of faith and filled it into the sword. I'll look for power of faith in the cultivation sites once the championship ends. Su Ping was so eager that he wanted to finish up sooner. He was already missing his store, as well as the people and beasts in it. He also missed the lightning rat, the one always waiting for its master to return. Su Ping's excitement died down considerably upon remembering the lightning rat. He thought of things from the past and was only able to heave a sigh. Regrets were inevitable in life. However, animals could sometimes be even more loyal than human beings. Very soon, the battle for the championship was at hand. Su Ping had devoted himself to cultivation, not bothering to watch the battles of the losers group. Luo Wang had won the competition against Lillian by then. 6 Lives Buddha had also won the battle against her. Lillian was ranked 4th in the end. She was knocked out of the top 3. Among the top 3, Su Ping had defeated 6 Lives Buddha. Luo Wang and the monk would fight. If the latter won, he and Su Ping would fight for the championship. In such a case, Su Ping was already the champion in many people's eyes. After all, nobody thought that the monk would still have any more trump cards hidden after their previous fight. The monk had only managed to beat the mysterious Lillian with 2 future selves. Lillian failed, but many people felt sorry for her, believing that she could have made it to the top 3, if not for having encountered geniuses such as 6 Lives Buddha, Luo Wang, and Su Ping. After all, the monk was almost defeated even after using his 2 future selves. It was confirmed that the power controlled by the girl was destruction, one of the 4 supreme laws. Unfortunately, she still failed in the end. "Junior brother, it's time to come out," said Yulong telepathically outside the training room. "Luo Wang and 6 Lives Buddha will be fighting today. The winner will fight you later. Even if Luo Wang wins, he'll probably have to reveal all his trump cards." Inside the training room, Su Ping was gathering astral power in his small world. He truly felt astonished, not expecting time to flow as fast. Has the battle ended already? He finished his training and left the room. Then he saw Yulong looking at him with a smile, while clad in his usual clothes. "So to speak, the one who loses the fight will be 3rd place. What about Lillian?" asked Su Ping. "She lost. It was a very close shave. If you're interested, I'll show you her last battle video Aider," replied Yulong with a smile. "Okay," Su Ping nodded. He wasn't going to fight Lillian, but the girl still had her strong suits in battle he could learn from. Yulong quickly took his junior brother to the square, where the geniuses gathered. Everybody fixed their eyes on Su Ping upon his arrival, including the ascendant experts hovering in space. Those were the big shots in the outside world. Su Ping wasn't nervous, nor was he panicking. He simply had a mix of many conflicting feelings. His fame had grown during the competition. Even ascendants had to pay attention to him. It had to be noted that the ascendant experts were as strong as Joanna's original self. However, Anna's original self should be as strong as a heavenly lord, and a distinguished one at that, Su Ping thought. He suddenly wondered about what would have happened if her reincarnation would have participated in the competition. He was sure that he was only 60% confident of defeating Anna with all his methods. However, he was 100% confident of beating 6 Lives Buddha. Anna has the Titan divine constitution, only seen manifested in gods. It's unrecorded in the Federation. Many would still be shocked to see it, Su Ping thought. She was a war goddess in the demigod burial anyway, only second to the 4 superior gods. Her strength was not to be questioned. You flew to a place in space where he joined the other ascendants. The crowd instinctively parted when Su Ping passed by. Many looked at him with a friendly smile. Su Ping smiled back at them. Everybody present was a genius. He preferred not to offend them by being deliberately arrogant. Besides, geniuses also admired talented individuals among their ranks. Su Ping was actually impressed by them. After all, they didn't have a system. "Whether or not you can become the champion will depend on this battle," said Su Jinner telepathically as she approached Su Ping. "I hope that 6 Lives Buddha will try harder and beat down that fancy guy." Su Ping glanced at her and chuckled. "Whether or not I become the champion has nothing to do with their battle. It doesn't really matter which of them wins." Su Jinner raised her brows. However, her memories about Su Ping's combat ability began to emerge. She thought it was only natural for him to be as confident. A battle had already burst out in the battlefield at that moment. 6 Lives Buddha didn't hide his potential, simply summoning 2 future selves and attacking Luo Wang together. The latter, however, had activated his constitution. Then the monk attacked with lightning-fast moves as he dodged his attacks. Very soon, 6 Lives Buddha paused time. Everything was consolidated, but Luo Wang wasn't slowed down at all. Many were shocked to see that. Has Luo Wang mastered the laws of time too? 6 Lives Buddha changed his expression too, but very soon he performed a time cutting. He predicted his opponent's moment and attacked from another time. However, his attack was dodged again. It seemed that Luo Wang was able to see through the flow of time and knew where he would appear and what kind of attacks he would endure. Luo Wang chuckled and said, "Sorry. Although my understanding of time isn't as good as yours, it isn't hard for me to resist such tricks." He had mostly collected divine cores in the earlier contest, leveraging his constitution and his understanding of time. His hunting means were so fast that zombies were just weeds to be reaped, from his perspective. He could have hunted more of them if he had more time. 6 Lives Buddha performed time stop, time cutting, and time reverse with a gloomy mood. His plan was to attack his opponent in a reversed flow of time, but his attacks were dodged again. If the laws of time were a sea under his control, Luo Wang would be a fish that swam in it. The man would always be at ease, no matter what tides he would cause. 6 Lives Buddha stopped wasting his strength after realizing that, then simply attacking with his future selves. Luo Wang moved as fast as a flash. Even though the two future selves were powerful, they could not touch him at all. "Have you heard that fastness is the greatest strength?" Luo Wang chuckled. "Although I'm not as strong as you can't possibly touch me." "Is that so?" 6 Lives Buddha closed his hands and said, "I didn't have the time to use this move in the battle against Brother Su. This is a good time to use it." His two future selves joined hands again, unleashing a horrifying power. Dual time stop. Bang! The void shook, and everybody was solidified. Luo Wang was also slowed down. He narrowed his eyes in shock. The sea of time had been completely frozen. He could not swim any longer, even though he was a fish at the moment. It seems that it works. Given that Luo Wang was slowed down, 6 Lives Buddha chuckled and lunged at him. Luo Wang suddenly put on a smile, then spots of light appeared on his body like lotus flowers. "Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Anyone else would have been defeated by you. Right? That guy is an exception. So am I." He accelerated while he talked, dodging 6 Lives Buddha's attack with ease. "Not even time can affect the fastest constitution in the universe," said an amazed person outside the battlefield. Another person who preferred head-on clashes over dodging began to defend the monk. "Unfortunately, you can't win by simply dodging." On the battlefield, the expression shown by 6 Lives Buddha changed ever so slightly, then said solemnly, "Sir, is there anything else you're capable of except dodging? If this continues, I can't hurt you, but you can't hurt me either." "Is that you?" Luo Wang chuckled and said. "Your future selves don't come without paying a price, do they? You can't keep yourselves in such a state forever. I will counterattack when you are unable to endure any longer. Sure enough, the method is borderline shameless, but that's my way to win." 6 Lives Buddha took a deep breath and said, "Let's find out." Again, he performed time stop and time cutting, attacking with his secret techniques as he tried to locate Luo Wang's weakness and make him collapse. However, as time went by, Luo Wang became untouchable, just like a shadow. Even the massive area attacks were dodged. The area attacks had no flaws. They could not be dodged either, but they were not as strong and the attacks could be resisted. Chapter 938, Final Battle. The fight continued. However, everybody was able to tell that, even though 6 Lives Buddha was attacking continuously, appearing as though suppressing Luo Wang, none of his attacks landed squarely on Luo Wang, and his strength was being exhausted for nothing. He didn't have unlimited strength. "Your weakness." Luo Wang narrowed his eyes and noticed a weakness exposed by the monk. It was a moment, an opening between attacks. He suddenly swooped down, coming to a stop halfway, then flashing a strange smile. "Just kidding. I won't attack you." He could be hit when he tried to approach and attack the guy. The monk's heart became heavy when the guy came to a sudden halt. He had deliberately shown a weakness to lure his opponent and make him approach, but the guy didn't fall for it. His expression didn't change while his onslaught of attacks continued. He merely showed weaknesses every now and then, giving Luo Wang a chance to attack. However, the latter was extremely patient. Although he seemed to be nothing more than a runner, he wasn't in a rush to prove himself. He had chosen to only dodge patiently. He was still waiting for an opportunity. This kid is too prudent. Many ascendants had realized the way Luo Wang could win the battle, as well as the possibilities that would lead to failure. They didn't expect that the young man would simply let all his opponent's weaknesses pass by, ones he could have taken advantage of. None of them believed that he didn't see the weaknesses. He was simply being overly prudent, opting for a prolonged battle. He was going to exhaust the monk's energy. There was no time limit or unexpected factors in the match. Therefore, if one opponent was continuously exhausted, he would lose sooner or later. What a smart and patient kid. That was the remark made by many ascendant experts when they saw Luo Wang perform. They held him in a higher regard now. After all, there had been too many geniuses in history. Only the real smart ones would survive until the end. The excessively arrogant ones would often die young, despite their master's protection. Phew. All of a sudden, the monk's movement paused for a moment. There was a slight change in his expression. It was not a weakness purposefully shown. He was truly becoming exhausted. To his relief, Luo Wang was still dodging, not taking the opportunity to attack. He created an opportunity to slow down his attacks after some quick thought. Luo Wang had also slowed down. The pressure he felt was considerably lowered when the monk's rate of attacks decreased. He was then able to focus more on his attacking strength. 6 lives Buddha had to resist Luo Wang's attacks. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched at the moment. However, it became obvious for many that the monk was obviously losing. He was like a caged beast, while Luo Wang was the brutal hunter wearing his prey down until he swallowed it. What a shame. Su Jinner could not help but shake her head. There was nothing the monk could do about Luo Wang except to let himself be swallowed. Su Ping, however, observed without making comments. The monk was clearly stronger than Luo Wang in a head-on clash, but he was clearly being worn down at the moment. Was the path of time and space no better than this? As time passed, very soon, 6 lives Buddha was unable to maintain his future selves. One of them was dispelled, and the other was also fading away. You cannot stop me if you only use the power of one future self. Luo Wang sneered upon seeing the other falter, not giving him a chance to rest. His attacks were so powerful that his opponent had been forced to use 2 future selves to resist earlier. Bang! Luo Wang dashed forth and attacked like lightning. The monk's expression changed a bit as he hurriedly counterattacked. However, he shook during the clash. He was suppressed by Luo Wang, even though he was using his future self. One had to consider that his future self was at the peak of the star state. Although an incomplete version, since he couldn't use all the secret techniques, he did have an extraordinary amount of astral power. It wouldn't be a problem for him to suppress a fate state cultivator, yet he was hardly able to resist Luo Wang's attacks. Luo Wang was the best in other aspects too, aside from speed. 6 lives Buddha was soon wounded and was forced to retreat. He was forced to summon his second future self again. At that moment, however, Luo Wang quickly dashed back and attacked remotely. 6 lives Buddha looked awful. He found it rather frustrating to be fighting against the fastest constitution of the universe in such a way. He attacked with his 2 future selves. Still, he could not land a hit on Luo Wang. In the end, he had to cancel his second future self again. However, Luo Wang took that chance and attacked once more. Whoosh! The second future self, who had just been cancelled, appeared in front of him without any kind of warning. Both monks had a brutal air when they gazed at the fast-approaching Luo Wang. Boom! A daunting, unrestrained power burst out, so great that it didn't seem to have been exhausted at all. Luo Wang's pupils were constricted. He flashed and tried to dodge, but he was still hit. He vomited blood when he was flung back. He quickly flashed and managed to dodge the monk's subsequent attacks. This is impossible. Luo Wang looked at him in shock. How can you possibly have that much strength left? 6 Lives Buddha looked at Luo Wang with eyes full of regret. It would be harder for the latter to fall for his trap now that the ambush had failed. You shouldn't try to wear me down. 6 Lives Buddha looked at Luo Wang. They were at a stalemate, which was quite the dilemma. Luo Wang looked at the monk with glittering eyes. Suddenly, he came back to himself and said, "Got it. You didn't cancel your second future self. You simply relocated it to the next second, predicting that I would attack, saving you the summoning time. As for your strength, you're constantly summoning your future selves from other times and spaces to replace them." 6 Lives Buddha didn't comment on the latter's findings. It would have been odd if the guy wouldn't have realized this yet. If 1 second means 1 time and space, you have billions of times and spaces, and you're at your peak state all the time. You were just pretending to be weakening, Luo Wang mumbled. He couldn't help but put on a bitter smile after realizing that. Exhaust then hunt. Not going to happen. Such a tactic would have worked to kill any other kind of opponent, except for one able to harness the path of time and space. But was he going to admit defeat? Certainly not. He wasn't on the losing end either, since the monk had yet to hit him. The battlefield became quiet. The two of them confronted each other in silence and pondered about ways to win the match. Time flew by, 1 second after the other. All the onlookers were shocked after hearing Luo Wang's revelation. Was the path of time and space so utterly unbelievable? He could summon all his other future selves. Didn't that mean that it wouldn't matter even if he was wounded? It's not so simple. He had to summon his future self to heal it in another time, or his injuries would manifest somewhere in the future. An ascendant state expert explained in a low voice. It was like advance payment. Even so, it was a powerful method. The man would only need to heal his wounded future selves when he wasn't fighting. It wouldn't affect him during battle. "He's so unbelievable. He's like a cheater among cheaters," cried one of the geniuses with a mix of jealousy and eagerness. Everybody loved such an invincible method. However, it wasn't easy to grasp the laws of time. Su Jinner knew she had been too quick to judge. "I didn't think he would be able to survive it," she mumbled, then looked at Su Ping in shock. "How did you beat such a strong guy earlier?" "He somehow lost as the battle progressed," said Su Ping. Su Jinner rolled her eyes and secretly heaved a sigh. Ascendants were probably the only people able to figure out how Su Ping had defeated the monk. Her current reincarnation was too weak. She might have also figured out the reason if her original self were there. Su Ping, for one, wasn't really impressed by the monk's ability. After all, even if he could keep himself in his best status all the time, he would eventually fail if he endured attacks that were unbearable even for his best status. Unfortunately, Luo Wang didn't seem to have that kind of power. The war of attrition didn't work out. What is going to happen next? Su Ping was curious. On the stage, they were still facing each other, without moving a muscle. Time seemed to have been frozen. A long while later. Several hours passed. Several days passed. A week passed. Finally, in the sky above the void battlefield, the ascendant referee appeared between the two constants. He communicated privately with each one, receiving the same answer. The battle ended with a tie. 6 Lives Buddha and Luo Wang are evenly matched. Nobody wins nor loses. The ascendant's announcement echoed in space, producing an astounding effect. Very few people were surprised by the outcome after a whole week of waiting. Still, it was quite rare for players to reach a tie in such games. Tomorrow, to decide the championship, Luo Wang will fight Su Ping. The Ascendant State referee continued, "The winner will be king. If Su Ping fails, he'll take second place and 6 Lives Buddha third. If Su Ping wins, both Luo Wang and 6 Lives Buddha will remain in second place." He had clearly asked for the celestial expert's opinion, to later make a fitting announcement. There's another battle. Many were surprised. They thought that Su Ping was already the de facto champion, not expecting that he would have to fight again. Hai Chuo Siro, Xingyu Shen'er and a few others were quite reluctant. They had been shaking with excitement at the beginning of the announcement, thinking that Su Ping would become champion. The rest of the announcement was similarly surprising. Why? WHY? They reached a tie while Su Ping had defeated the space-time monk. Why does he have to fight again? Hai Chuo couldn't help but roar. Many people whispered in space too. The ascendant expert glanced in Hai Chuo's direction and replied indifferently, Luo Wang and 6 Lives Buddha have their respective advantages. That is why you cannot defeat each other. However, such a case may or may not be the same for Luo Wang and Su Ping. I don't need to explain the reason. You'll find out soon. Everybody fell quiet after hearing that. After all, the Ascendant State Referee was a famous heavenly lord. Nobody would try to question his instructions or demand an explanation. Hai Chuo blushed and gritted his teeth, but he managed to hold back. He knew that it was the celestial expert's decision, since not even heavenly lords had the power to change laws the way they wanted. He also knew that, while Luo Wang and 6 Lives Buddha had ended up in a tie, this wouldn't happen again in the following fight against Su Ping, since their abilities were different. It was even possible for Luo Wang to defeat Su Ping. After all, maybe Luo Wang had special advantages against him. That was why Hai Chuo was so reluctant and concerned. Su Jinner turned around and looked at Su Ping, feeling confident. His opponent indeed was the fastest in the universe. Yes, Su Ping had defeated the monk, but the outcome of a battle between him and Luo Wang would eventually become evident. Yes, I think so, said Su Ping vaguely. He didn't want to be the center of attention. That was why he couldn't claim that it would be a piece of cake for him. Su Jinner was rather lost for words, as Su Ping was obviously very confident. So could he really win? She wore a strange expression, thinking that the young man next to her would later become the king of geniuses in the entire universe. It wouldn't be long for him to grow up and become as strong as her original self, would it? It was at that moment Yulong flew over and chuckled. Junior brother, it seems that another battle awaits you. Keep it up. He wasn't too angry about the results. He was the proud sort, being a heavenly lord, never afraid of an additional battle. A real man would never cower before any challenger. I will, Su Ping nodded. Su Ping instantly left the battlefield with his senior brother and resumed his cultivation. Su Ping had achieved the basic condensation of his small world after a day of cultivation. He then focused his attention on building the following astral painting. The second astral painting was named 8-9 Astral Painting. Like its namesake, it was able to gather 8-9 astral power once condensed inside a person's body. This would significantly increase the practitioner's control over a person's body, making your attacks unpredictable. Chapter 939, The Strongest. Very soon, the day of the finals arrived. Su Ping woke up in the training room and went to the palace of the celestial state experts with Yulong. The palace was mostly empty, as the other geniuses were unqualified to go there. They could only stand on a distant square. All eyes focused on Su Ping when he showed up. The champion of the universe below the star state would be settled after that battle. On a spaceship, Xingyu Shen'er mumbled, "He's here. They say that the one who arrives early always loses. He won't fail, will he?" Her father was right next to her, seemingly at a loss for words. Nothing but hearsay, enough with the nonsense. He was also hoping for Su Ping's victory. After all, the young man was his daughter's friend. Soon after, Luo Wang arrived with a heavenly lord. The two contestants looked at each other outside the palace. Luo Wang flashed a smile, not saying a word. However, there was appreciation and passion in his eyes. People like him wouldn't spout unnecessary trash talk. Rather, they cherished opponents who were strong enough to fight them. After all, they were virtually invincible. It was truly difficult to find worthy opponents. Su Ping smiled back at him. Very soon, the Ascendant State referee invited them to enter the void battlefield. The final battle began. "This is our last battle. I don't need to hide myself anymore." Luo Wang looked at Su Ping and sighed. Everybody else was stunned after hearing such a remark. 6 Lives Buddha also squinted his eyes. Did the guy not try his best in the earlier battle? The others looked solemn too, including Lillian, Dragon Shepherd, and the others who had failed. All of them were watching with rapt attention. They wanted to find out how wide was the gap between their strengths when compared with the strongest. Su Ping said, "Fine, bring it on." 2 vortices appeared next to him. The little skeleton and the inferno dragon slowly stepped up. The dragon didn't roar, but it shot a cold gaze at Luo Wang. Neither pet wasted time, immediately merging with Su Ping right after they were summoned. He soon attained dual merging status. Su Ping looked as intimidating as a devil, but Luo Wang frowned a bit, then said, "This is our last battle. You're still not trying your best." Everybody was wondering the same thing. All of them were confused by the appearance of 2 Fate State pets. It's no longer necessary for him to hide his stronger pets, since there won't be any battles after this one, right? Unlike before, Su Ping explained peacefully, "They are my strongest pets." Luo Wang was slightly dazed by this. He stared at Su Ping's deep eyes and knew he wasn't lying. People like them were too proud to lie casually. "I understand." Luo Wang discarded his vexation and chuckled. "Let's fight then." A scorching illusion that looked like an angel appeared behind his back, emitting an infinite brilliance. It turned out to be a war angel, a rare divine pet. That's a top divine pet. He's able to control it even though he's only in the Fate state. That pet carries an Ascendant State bloodline. Not just the Ascendant State, it's as strong as a heavenly lord. It's said that war angels are servants to the gods. They're almost as strong as celestials when they reach adulthood. Everybody was astounded by the reveal of Luo Wang's pet, especially since it wasn't the one he had used in the battle against the monk. Obviously, he would have summoned the pet if the stalemate hadn't been broken. 6 Lives Buddha looked rather grim because of this. The next moment, having merged with the war angel, Luo Wang glowed with sacred light and 6 wings appeared on his back. He looked exceptionally handsome with his starry eyes. Su Ping was slightly surprised by such a development. Being able to have an angel as a pet was a new thing for him. Soon, he activated his sorcerer's constitution. A boundless field of darkness was spread out and enshrouded his body, making it impossible to see him. Luo Wang had a grave look, given the disadvantages to his constitution brought by Su Ping's field of darkness. He would have to enter Su Ping's field to attack him. However, with observation and the guidance of the Ascendant expert behind him, he already had a solution. That was the shortcoming of exposing your trump card too early. Even if the contestants were unable to find flaws, the Ascendant experts backing them could easily spot the weaknesses and propose a solution. Sacred Sword. Luo Wang gathered divine brilliance in his hands. A gigantic sword gradually took shape, with a heavy aura of laws and a tremendous amount of divine power. The sword dazzled in his hands like a flashlight. The next moment, Luo Wang activated his constitution, then dashed towards Su Ping's dark field like a bolt of lightning. An unbelievable scene took place. Su Ping's field of darkness, like a black curtain, was torn apart by Luo Wang, who had stabbed his way forward at a rapid pace. The opening was quickly stretched all the way to the core, dividing the field into 2 parts. Still, Su Ping wasn't hit after the field was cut apart, and the opening was being healed. Luo Wang then dashed quickly and disappeared into the void. The only things visible were the raging rays of light. Those beams were constantly dissecting Su Ping's field. Even though Su Ping's field was being reconstituted, the cutting force was much faster than the healing. Luo Wang was going to mince Su Ping's field with speed. What a great divine power! Su Ping was grim-faced when he detected his opponent's divine power. Even though he had always cultivated in Joanna's spring of divine power, the other guy was practically on par with him. This probably had to do with him merging with a top divine pet. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he watched his field being split open. Then, he suddenly swallowed all the surrounding darkness like a whale. Combination with the field. The intense power of darkness returned to Su Ping's body, making his eyes become as dark as ink. His body, which was as scary as a devil's, showed up again. He was covered in bones, while behind him were scorching flames. They burned with increasing exuberance until they gathered and formed a fiery phoenix. In space, a shriek echoed after a silence billions of years long. That was the soul of the Golden Crows. Die! Wreathed in sacred power, Luo Wang roared and dashed over like a comet. He slashed at Su Ping with the gigantic sword, and the distance between them was reduced to 0. The divine sword pressed forward, as if about to shatter a planet. But the next moment, Su Ping raised his sword too, slashing to counter the incoming sword. Boom! Countless laws collapsed during that deafening explosion. Luo Wang was flung back, but soon regained balance. He appeared several thousand meters away. Su Ping fell down several hundred meters, but he soon regained balance too. A dark stream of air surfaced on his body, but there were golden flames mixed with the dark power. He looked both holy and evil, which made for a rather shocking sight. Great, come again! Luo Wang's eyes glowed. He sped up and waved his 6 wings of light, dashing as gracefully as a butterfly. His sword launched countless auras when he got closer to the target. Su Ping roared and pressed his sword forward. The fire covering the sword led to an ocean of flames when it was sprayed out, swallowing the sword auras and forcing Luo Wang to retreat. He had almost made contact with the flames. Luo Wang was able to sense that the flames could inflict a lot of damage should he make contact. The ascendant expert behind his back had already informed him of the Golden Crow bloodline in Su Ping's body. It was said to be a mythical bloodline from the primordial times. Luo Wang asked loudly while stepping back, "Aren't you going to use your future self?" "It depends on your performance," replied Su Ping while gazing at him calmly. Luo Wang laughed, then attacked again with an even greater strength. He turned into 8 clones and attacked Su Ping from every direction. Heavenly punishment. Su Ping performed an area attack skill, launching sword auras that slithered outward like dragons. However, the 8 Luo Yings were very agile. They flashed among the sword auras, easily dodging them. Su Ping was quick to activate mid-level acceleration, which doubled his sword's speed. Luo Wang showed a slight change of expression, then swiftly dodged the attack again. It was then when Su Ping realized how 6 lives Buddha must have felt when he couldn't hit his opponent. Is that the highest speed of the universe? You want to catch me unprepared? It's useless. I'm only using half of my speed, said Luo Wang with a smile. Su Ping stood where he was, then stared at the other fellow. Luo Wang, however, didn't stop. He dropped his smile and said in a low voice, "Lightning sword." Bang! He made a quick move and disappeared. It wasn't a flash relocation. If it were, Su Ping could have predicted his destination with the path of space. However, the man was merely moving quickly while traversing the primary space. Su Ping lost sight of him all of a sudden. However, he had seen that coming, and a circle of hot waves was swept out of his body. Bang! Part of the hot waves was cut apart. Then Su Ping saw Luo Wang's shadow, so he chose to slash in that direction. Luo Wang, however, quickly lunged in another direction, so fast that Su Ping could not react in time. It was exactly then that an area of darkness appeared in that direction. It was exactly the field of ultimate darkness. Luo Wang then quickly circumvented the darkness, fearing that he would lose his senses if the darkness hit him, and he would be frozen inside it. It would be enough for Su Ping to defeat him, even if he was only frozen for 1 second. Whoosh! Luo Wang retreated rapidly after the clash, then stood at a distance. He wasn't in a hurry to attack again. Still, he looked quite solemn. He had already seen all of Su Ping's trump cards, but he still found it tricky to deal with them. He was wary of that mysterious, unknown field of constitution. After all, 6 Lives Buddha was defeated right in it. Su Ping's Golden Crow fire was tricky and untouchable too. As for head-on clashes, the latter had even more astral power than 6 Lives Buddha's 2 future selves did. It was too extraordinary. Once he thought about it, Luo Wang suddenly realized that the young man was a monster in every aspect. What happened? Luo Wang seems unable to break Su Ping's defense. Is this battle going to end in a tie? It can't be helped. Nobody can beat Luo Wang. He's invincible as long as he doesn't attack. This is going to turn into another impasse. Outside, the onlookers were shocked and suspicious after the sudden halt during such a dazzling battle. They wondered if 2 champions would be crowned. In such a case, many people looked at 6 Lives Buddha and felt that the situation was funny in a weird kind of manner. If that monk didn't lose to Su Ping, wouldn't there be 3 champions? Time passed slowly. Su Ping gazed at Luo Wang. He knew he had to use the trump card after the previous clash, his enemies now intent on hiding, or he wouldn't be able to capture his opponent. It was impossible for him to restrain his opponent with the field of darkness. The War Angel and the terrifying divine power in his opponent's body could protect that guy from his field, just as it happened to 6 Lives Buddha. Even the man's fastest constitution was even able to break through. He was strong, but such a fact would be useless if he couldn't hit his opponent. What a shame. I was planning to wait until it was perfect. Su Ping was slightly regretful, not thinking that it would be the best time to use it. However, he had to win that battle. He then walked slowly towards Luo Wang. Luo Wang narrowed his eyes and gazed at Su Ping without making a move. He was merely 10 meters away from the ladder. He could break free at any time if he wanted to. Su Ping was too slow to catch up with him. However, he instinctively felt unsafe, as the sensation given off by Su Ping drew near. What was the unknown sense of pressure about? Soon, Luo Wang decided to back away from Su Ping. The latter raised his eyebrows, but chose not to say anything and to keep a safe distance. There would always be another time, given that his opponent had detected something. Might as well wait for the next time. The battle reached an impasse again. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Wang saw that Su Ping was standing still. Luo Wang attacked again, as he was no longer able to hold him back. He was the one who had control over the battle. After all, Su Ping was completely unable to hit back. If he wanted to fight, they would have to fight. If he wanted to retreat, he was able to retreat. The same applied with Su Ping. He didn't want to see 2 champions, as it would be pointless. There could only be 1 champion. Chapter 940, Best of the Universe. Su Ping smiled as he watched Luo Wang charging at him. Game over. The void shook, and a strange force field emerged. Luo Wang, who was no more than 100 meters away from Su Ping, suddenly felt an odd feeling of restraint, as if he were enveloped in some sort of plastic membrane. He immediately realized that it was a trap. That restrictive feeling intensified before he was able to step back, turning from a soft cloud into an iron hand that grabbed his body tightly. Heavenly Fall. Right when Luo Wang was immobilized, the most dazzling sword aura illuminated the surrounding space and moved toward Luo Wang. This is impossible. Luo Wang had goosebumps all over his body. He could not help but roar and activate his constitution. The laws he had grasped also turned into acute, tearing forces, which were spreading from inside his body, attempting to tear the restraining force apart. He was able to detect that the blocking force was based on laws. However, those laws were unimaginably powerful. How could anyone in the Fate state grasp such laws? These laws are beyond perfect. Boom! Luo Wang's outburst failed to set him free, while Su Ping's accelerated attacks had already reached him. He had to resist. The attacks landed and Luo Wang vomited blood, almost losing consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw nothing but a red canvas. Blood had burst out of his eyes and covered his entire face. His wrist had been twisted into a weird angle, while broken bones pierced through his skin. "You've lost." Su Ping dashed over at such a fast speed that it seemed as if it were a flash movement. Still, Luo Wang didn't detect any spatial waves. The whole matter was bizarre. Heavenly fall. Su Ping's sword slashed down again, producing a swift sword aura that felt like a falling planet. Luo Wang was already overwhelmed as it was. Everything had gone beyond his wildest expectations. He had difficulty breathing upon seeing the horrifying sword aura. He summoned all his strength to control his body and break open that strange force field. However, his body was extremely slow. Even his attempts at resisting had been slowed down. Bang! A golden sword aura illuminated the area, glowing like a star in the dark and boundless universe. Luo Wang's previously raised arm was gone. Half of his body had also been vaporized into nothingness. Heavenly fall. Su Ping attacked for the third time. The attack made all the observers widen their eyes. None of them were able to believe what was going on. Suddenly, someone spoke in a soft voice. "Stop!" The same entity extended one finger to block Su Ping's sword at the same time. The destructive and violent sword aura collapsed and disappeared, as if it would have slammed against a mountain. However, Su Ping didn't detect any counterforce. The whole exchange felt as if going against a cotton-like surface, which absorbed his attack in its entirety. He then looked at the man who had appeared before him. It was other than the Ascendant State Referee, who was in charge of the battlefield. "You have won." The referee looked at Su Ping with astonished eyes. He wasn't surprised by the power of Su Ping's attack, but by the small world moving around him. He was only a Fate State warrior, and yet he had already condensed a small world. It's a small world. Inside the palace, the other Celestials were similarly surprised. The scene was downright unbelievable. They were certain of Su Ping's current cultivation, and yet the small world was real. To condense a small world while he's still only a Fate State warrior, he's an absolutely rare genius. An old man's eyes glittered so brilliantly that nobody else could look straight at him. A woman nearby also seemed to be overwhelmed by shock. She said, "It's not fully developed yet, but it is an authentic small world. He can become a distinguished Star Lord immediately, as long as he wants to. He'll be invincible in his cultivation category." Well, it's been so many years since we've seen a genius of such stature. Shen Huang, you also condensed a small world when you were in the Fate State, right? Another man asked Shen Huang. The latter was equally shocked by Su Ping's talent. The shock in his eyes was then masked to answer with an indifferent tone, "I was only lucky." "Luck is part of your strength. Your disciple is quite lucky too," someone said. The others looked at Shen Huang with jealousy. Earlier during the battles, although Su Ping and the others had been outstanding, they only had a slim chance of rising to the celestial state. To be able to take such a grand step would involve an extreme amount of luck. Otherwise, their best outcome would be to reach the Heavenly Lord level. However, while there were a lot of fortuitous encounters in the universe, very few could help an expert reach the celestial ranks. It had to be noted that all the Heavenly Lords had once been amazing talents, but they were still in the lookout for a chance to break into the celestial state, despite countless years of searching. It was a classic example of too many wolves and too little meat. However, Su Ping had shown exceptional talent. He had at least a 50% chance of rising to the celestial state. Even if he was unable to make it, he would become an excellent Heavenly Lord, one with close proximity to the divider before the celestial breakthrough. Everybody was whispering inside the palace. In outer space, however, everybody was silent. All the Ascendant exerts were wide-eyed, as if unable to believe what they had seen. The Star Lords were also dazed. Such a development was truly shocking. As for the juniors who were there to watch the battle, including the other geniuses, All of them were confused. According to their estimations, Su Ping should have been completely unable to hurt Luo Wang, who was too fast in comparison. How could the latter fail that quickly and brutally, ending up with half his body being cut apart? He would have been killed if not for the Ascendant taking action in time. That's an undeveloped small world. In the crowd, Su Jinner's eyes widened. She was so shocked that she forgot to close her mouth. In the sky, Yulong was also stunned. Su Ping had truly shocked him this time. This well-known senior brother had not achieved a similar feat in the past. He had been recognized as the best in the universe that year. Inside the void battlefield, Su Ping stopped attacking upon seeing the Ascendant intervene. The referee then turned around and nurtured Luo Wang's body with a gentle yet magnificent divine power, rebuilding his shattered body. Luo Wang came back to his senses, then realized that he had failed. If not for the timely interruption, it would have been impossible for him to block Su Ping's attack. He had lost. His heart was filled with discomfort and confusion. Why? While letting the Ascendant expert rebuild his body, he stared at Su Ping and asked, "Did you use a small world?" Su Ping looked at him from the corner of his eye and nodded. Luo Wang was shocked by the answer, then discarded the anger in his heart. All that was left was bitterness and confusion. He asked, "Can Fate State warriors condense small worlds too?" Su Ping said, "They're not allowed to." Nobody said they couldn't. Luo Wang was caught off guard by the question, as he couldn't offer an answer. Didn't this mean that given enough time, Su Ping would be able to gather power of faith and then brutalize people like them? So that was the true Fate State bottleneck. Luo Wang felt bitter. He had always thought that he was at the very edge of the bottleneck, and that the things that mattered were battle experience and natural advantages. After all, they couldn't have worked any harder. He had barely realized that there was another road beyond. "I admit defeat," said Luo Wang after a long time of silence. Seeing how frustrated he was, Su Ping said without giving it much thought, "Keep it up." The man was a rare opponent. He admired people like him. It wasn't easy for them to reach that step. Luo Wang shivered upon hearing that answer, then looked up at him. However, he saw no mockery in Su Ping's eyes. There was only sincere encouragement and friendliness. He felt warm, so he put on a smile too. "I will. Let's fight again when we break into the Star Lord rank or the Ascendant state. Although you've condensed a small world in advance, I believe that mine will be even more powerful." His eyes were once again filled with confidence as he talked. Su Ping smiled. "Let's wait and find out." The Ascendant expert had already rebuilt Luo Wang's body. Having seen that they didn't turn into enemies because of the contest, he smiled and said, "You are worthy opponents for each other. I hope that you use this chance to chase and strengthen each other. The future of humankind depends on people like you." Luo Wang smiled casually, becoming his usual proud self. Su Ping remembered the battlefield upon hearing that. He had killed void beasts back then, and the world that the Twilight Deity King had locked with his body. He suddenly felt heavy. The Ascendant expert mentioned humankind and the future. It was obvious that the situation wasn't very promising for the human race. The voices in deeper spaces, the monsters that ancient heroes sacrificed themselves to kill, are they still alive? Su Ping wondered. At that moment, the Ascendant expert announced the result loudly. "I hereby announce that the champion of this year's Universe Geniuses contest is Su Ping. He is from Sylvie, a galaxy in the Golden Star Zone." His voice echoed in space, making the whole area seem unusually quiet. Everybody started to seethe after a moment of silence. Su Ping won the last battle. Even the fastest constitution of the universe failed. He's so strong. Is this what the king of geniuses should be like? It's true that there's an obvious gap between us and the best. We can only admit defeat. Many geniuses remarked in mixed feelings. Six Lives Buddha smiled bitterly after a long time passed, then mumbled, "I didn't realize that he had hidden such a skill. even going so far as to condense a small world while still being a fate state warrior. Why did such an idea never occur to me? What a monster! A small world. The other top geniuses were finally able to recover from their shock. Then they looked at Su Ping in shock. This meant that even Star Lords would have to try very hard if they wanted to kill Su Ping. Once the latter gathered the power of faith in his small world, he would be as strong as a Star Lord. This meant that Su Ping would be safe from then on, unless an Ascendant attacked him. However, which Ascendant would try to kill him? Su Ping had a celestial state backer. Killing Su Ping was tantamount to dying soon. Even the big organizations were unwilling to trade an Ascendant for Su Ping's life. They would not be as reluctant to sacrifice a Star Lord if needed, since there were too many of them in the vast universe. A sacred beam of light appeared outside of the palace once the official announcement was made. Following that, an illusion with a size as big as a planet emerged. The illusion was produced by none other than Mu Shen, who smiled and said, "The champion of this Universe Geniuses contest is Su Ping from the planet of origin. He has condensed a small world, grasped 100 laws, and mastered an unknown constitution while still being at the Fate State realm. I hereby announce that Su Ping will receive a Tier 7 identity for Fate State warriors. In addition, he will have the privilege to pick 3 heaven-level treasures from the Heavenly Star Pavilion. He will also be admitted by the Divine Dome Academy, the best academy of the Federation, as a special student." His words were spread to every corner of the space. The expert spoke in a friendly and gentle way. Still, everybody's hearts were pounding. They could not help but feel awe. And Tier 7 identity. Oh my God, that's a category exclusive for the Ascendant experts. It's also given to those who have made remarkable achievements. Doesn't this mean that all practitioners below the Ascendant state in the Federation have to lower their heads to him? The Heavenly Star Pavilion is an ancient place where you can find countless treasures. You can find the best items in the universe there. He'll get to pick 3 of them. That's unbelievable. The prizes for the best are indeed generous, let alone having access to the Divine Sea mysterious realm. Outside the palace, all the different organizations were in shock. The geniuses who had failed were also surprised and jealous. Luo Wang licked his lips, tempted by the winner's prizes, but in the end he could only heave a sigh, knowing he could not beat Su Ping. Su Ping searched for relevant information via his watch after hearing the announcement. He had never heard about the prizes. He was truly surprised after reading the search results. The most precious prize was the privilege of picking 3 top-tier treasures in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The heaven-level treasures include Ascendant State puppets. He was shocked and delighted, since he would have a chance to pick such treasures. Chapter 941, Infinite Faith. Mu Shen's voice echoed throughout the Divine Sea mysterious realm and the space beyond, announcing the champion of the Universe Geniuses contest. His celestial cultivation and methods carried his words, making them reach every corner of the universe. All the people on the blue planet and Ria were stunned. The champion was Su Ping, from the planet of origin in Sylvie, part of the Golden Star Zone. His name and background made everybody in Sylvie widen their eyes. Even though they found it hard to believe, the awe-inspiring voice coming from somewhere in space had clearly reassured them that it was not a dream. Su Ping was the true champion. He was the champion of the universe. Isn't the champion from our galaxy named Su Ping? Of course he is. You've forgotten his name already. I haven't. I only wondered if I had misheard it. Everybody in Sylvie was stunned, but shock was soon replaced by excitement. Boss Su has become the champion of the universe. Is this true? Someone slap me and wake me up. Damn, why did you slap me? Everybody on the blue planet had fallen into a daze. They knew that Su Ping was very strong, since he had saved their planet from disaster, but now they were fully integrated with the Interstellar Federation. They had seen a lot of battle pet warriors perform, who were much stronger than their counterparts on the blue planet. Those were just the normal ones. The geniuses among them could crush any of their peers. The top geniuses were even more unbelievable. Su Ping, who had gone out of the secluded blue planet, had risen to the top in a competition against those monsters. Even Qin Du Huang, Zai Jinshui, and the others who were familiar with Su Ping found such a fact hard to believe. They would have first thought they were talking about someone else, had they not mentioned his background details. At the same time, people from other galaxies within the Golden Star Zone were also cheering after waking up from their initial surprise. They weren't familiar with Su Ping, but he was a fellow member of the Golden Star Zone anyway. They were proud of him. He's from the Golden Star Zone. On a continent that looked like a high tower in the vast universe, filled with brilliant stars, some people were staring at the distance. In a certain star zone, a vague shadow gnashed his teeth inside a dark temple. The champion is with Shen Huang. Damn it, he's going to show off again. Hurry up and gather all the information about this Su Ping. Try to make friends with him. Another talent has emerged. It won't be long before he becomes a Star Lord and makes a name for himself in the universe. Many organizations made note of the name, while many others took action. From that day forth, Su Ping's name was bound to be spread throughout the entire Federation, all thanks to Mu Shen's announcement. Although most people had never seen him, nor they knew a thing about him, all of them would remember his name. Even the ordinary people who were currently working on different planets, all of them had also heard the announcement, which also served to learn that the competition had just ended. Inside the Divine Sea mysterious realm, Mu Shen summoned the top 10 players over. The second and third players were given Tier 6 identities. Such distinction was mainly given to the best Star Lords. It was something they had to strive hard for. Second place could also pick 2 treasures from the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and third place could pick 1. As for those from the 4th through the 10th, they were given Tier 5 identities. They would only have a chance to pick Earth-level and Star-level treasures. Apart from those prizes, the most important was the access to the Divine Sea mysterious realm. All the top 10 winners would be given access to explore the Divine Sea, the namesake of the mysterious realm. There they would gain a deeper understanding of the ascendant state. Even though they were still too weak to break through to that realm, the experience would become a seed in their hearts. Once they broke through and became high-performing Star Lords, it was possible that the seed would sprout. Of course, it might also wither or be buried forever. Su Ping was really looking forward to it. The road to the Star Lord state was already smooth for him, as he could break through at any time. However, the ascendant state was a whole different matter. Only the experts who reached those heights were considered the true big shots dominating the universe. It was extremely difficult to become an ascendant. Not even celestials could offer guidance, given that everyone's method to break through was unique. That was one of the reasons why ascendants were so rare. Mu Shen's image faded after making the announcement. Everyone continued whispering with open excitement. The Universe Geniuses contest was finally over. It had been a chance to see the upper limit geniuses in the final battle. The small world of a Fate State cultivator was a source of shock to all the people in the universe. It would be a source of shame for Star State experts. As for Fate State warriors, they were probably unable to express what they felt. How could any human being be so outstanding? It was then that Su Ping heard a gentle and friendly voice spread inside his head. Well done. He quickly recognized his master's voice. As a reflex, he turned to look ahead at the palace. Shen Huang seemed to be more than satisfied with his performance. Don't be too greedy while you wander in the Divine Sea. You may get in touch with things you can't understand if you press too deeply. You may even collapse if you recklessly encounter them, said Shen Huang telepathically. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He then nodded and replied mentally, got it. Yulong flew over and said with a smile, Junior brother, you'll soon be going to the Divine Sea. As the champion, you've earned the right to stay there for 7 days. Haha. Given your talent, you will surely find the mysteries of the ascendant state. Let's travel the universe together once you reach that level. Su Ping smiled too and replied, Junior brother, you flatter me. It's too soon to say that. Not at all. It'll be a few hundred years at most. Everything will be easy once you find an opportunity, said Yulong, all smiles. Several hundred years were no different from several days in his eyes. Therefore, he was already treating Su Ping as a young, future ascendant state expert. Now that you've condensed a small world, you're free to gather the power of faith. Do you know how? You've been granted a Tier 7 identity, so you now have access to the top secret information gathered by the Federation, Yulong said. Su Ping felt intrigued by this. He immediately searched on his watch. Very soon, he found that he had been identified once his mind entered the virtual world. He later found that the previous searcher became much more concise. On the other hand, abundant information would pop up the moment he typed something in. Su Ping had never read some of the resulting information before. It's indeed relevant and comprehensive. Su Ping quickly read the information, soon realizing how to gather the power of faith. He had also gained a deeper understanding of the Star Lord state. Star Lords had to grasp a complete path, then create a small world with its own particles, to later establish their own order. The power of faith came from other creatures, which could be pets, friends, or even believers of different religions. All of them would generate vague traces of the power of faith if they were fond of the Star Lords. The fonder they were, the stronger the power of faith would be. Pets would always deliver the most power of faith, because they were the closest. However, the number of pets one could have was limited. Therefore, he would need a lot of believers to gather the power of faith. Many Star Lords chose to become masters of complete solar systems, not just because they liked to show off, but because they would be allowed to absorb the inhabitants' power of faith. Once they were appointed as lords, they could have statues made in their dominions to promote themselves. Most lords would also establish religions to have people worship them as gods. Since that's the case, I have to be more famous and inspire more people to admire me in order to accumulate the power of faith. Su Ping gradually realized what he had to do. Right then, he suddenly detected streams of power that were floating towards him from the depths of space, like grains of sand. They sank and gathered in his small world. Those glittering particles were soft, sacred, and warm. Su Ping realized it was the power of faith. However, where was the power coming from? Right, I am the champion. My name must be spreading out. Qin Du Huang and the others are my old customers on the blue planet. They must be fond of me, and part of these grains must be coming from them. Su Ping began to feel excited. It was impossible for others to convey the power of faith to him without knowing what he looked like, while the power of faith coming from mere acquaintances was almost zero. Not even 1 billion of them would amount to what a loyal pet could send him. Nevertheless, there were too many people in the universe. The previous matches were broadcast in all of Sylvie. 90% of the residents know me. The competition rounds in the Golden Star Zone have yet to spread out. That is why very few people know me there. People from other star zones would probably only know me by name. No matter, the power of faith from Sylvie is already enough. Su Ping sensed that the warm grains of sand seemed to be infinite. They kept floating to him from deeper spaces, ignoring the distance in between. He was only able to detect the power of faith after he condensed a small world. Now that it had taken shape, the streams of golden grains were automatically absorbed by his small world. Aside from the tiny grains of sand, Su Ping also saw spots of light that were as large as sesame seeds. Those were obviously coming from people who were familiar with him. There were also spots of light as big as little fingers, which drifted from the void behind Su Ping's back. Su Ping found that such spots of light were rather familiar. They seemed to originate from his pets. The stronger they are, the more power of faith they'll send me. I wonder if my master will give me any power of faith resource. He technically can, but he doesn't seem to be ready to hand me any. After all, the power of faith can't be given away without friendliness and devotion. My master is too proud, Su Ping thought. He detected a lot of strangers from the power of faith streaming his way. His master wasn't providing any. Nor was Yulong. Su Jinner's aura, on the other hand, was mixed in. but it was as insignificant as the basic grains of sand. Aside from that, Su Ping also sensed the auras from Joanna, Green Lady, and some others. There was also Tang Ruyan. To Su Ping's surprise, Tang Ruyan, who was much weaker than Joanna and Green Lady, was producing as much power of faith as Joanna did, and only a bit less than Green Lady's share. Su Ping was stunned for a moment as he stared at the spots of light which were as big as fingers. Each of them represented the power of faith of millions of people. After all, the faith of those people was quite vague and fragile. It could easily be blown apart by the wind. Su Ping automatically learned how to utilize and collect the power of faith the moment he began to detect it. His search results also produced methods to condense the power of faith so that it could be used. Su Ping tried condensing it and found that the vague faith of 10 million people could be condensed into a single, larger stream of faith. As for the power of faith given by Joanna, Tang Ruyan, and the little skeleton, each could be condensed into single, independent streams. Green Lady's share was enough to produce 2 streams. Su Ping knew that a strong individual acting friendly towards him could potentially be enough to offer 1 faith stream. Said powerhouses would produce 2 streams after their friendship deepened. His train of thought made him think about Green Lady, who was as close to him as Joanna was. However, Joanna was only a reincarnation and her power had yet to grow further. On the other hand, Green Lady was an ascendant and her power was much greater. It seems that I have to become more famous in the universe. I also need to make friends with the terrifying guys in the cultivation sites. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The system's cultivation sites undoubtedly had the strongest experts in the universe. The Ascendant State referee dispelled the void battlefield while Su Ping pondered and condensed the power of faith. The man addressed the top 10 finalists. We're going to the Divine Sea. Follow me. He pulled Su Ping and the others to him while he spoke. Then, he bowed in the palace's general direction before he dashed away. Chapter 942, Divine Sea. The Divine Sea is at the core area of the mysterious realm. As you may already know, the Divine Sea mysterious realm lies in the depths of the 9th space, which is the deepest space in the universe. The Ascendant State expert who was guiding the group to the Divine Sea briefed them about the place as they traveled. He didn't elaborate on the details. Most of the geniuses in the group knew what kind of place the Divine Sea was. You are technically too weak to enter the 9th space, but the Divine Sea mysterious realm is very special, and its laws have been changed by celestial masters. That is why you can be here. As for the Divine Sea, it is a strange area. It is a place where the laws of the 9th space have been altered, but some of them remain. You'll see people and images from the past. But leave that for another time. All you need to do is to understand the divine mark inside, which is the core of an ascendant expert. You will need to condense your own divine marks in order to become ascendants. Every divine mark is unique and indestructible. You practically become immortal when you break through to the ascendant state, since you'll get to live as long as the universe does. The divine marks collected have already been processed, so it would be easier to detect their auras. The longer you stay there, the more you'll understand. The ascendant expert glanced at Su Ping casually while he spoke. He wasn't as formal since the competition was over, especially in front of Su Ping, who was truly amazing. He would probably reach the ascendant state soon, given that he had already condensed a small world. One of the awards allowed him to stay in the mysterious realm for 7 days. If he couldn't reach the ascendant state, no one else could. So, we're here to understand the divine marks. Su Ping then understood. He asked, if so, wouldn't it be better if we stay there for 1 month? Why aren't we allowed to stay longer? Wouldn't more ascendants emerge if they did so? The other 9 geniuses were stunned by his remark. Some sneered, thinking that Su Ping was being too greedy to actually ask for 1 month instead of settling for the week he had won. All of them were impressed by Su Ping's small world, but many were still jealous of him because of the prizes he received. The ascendant expert looked at Su Ping, only to find that the latter was calm. His question didn't seem to have been made due to selfish reasons. He glanced at Su Ping and said, "We certainly want to raise more ascendants. However, this isn't a place where you should stay for too long. 7 days is already the maximum according to our tests. If you stay longer, you'll be too deeply influenced by those divine marks. Just like I mentioned, every divine mark is unique, and so is every ascendant state cultivator. Think of it as having different fingerprints. Divine marks inevitably carry the will of their predecessors. Being too deeply influenced by them would inevitably lead you to walk someone else's path. If that were to happen, you would never be able to reach the ascendant state. Be sure to remember that everybody's road is unique. You were given the chance to see the divine marks, so you would merely have an idea about what they look like, because you're expected to walk on a path of your own. You cannot imitate or copy other people's paths. This would forever bar you from reaching the ascendant state." The others were surprised by his words. Some had immediately realized why the ascendant experts from their families were unable to raise more cultivators on par with them. The knowledge couldn't be passed on. They could only offer opportunities to juniors. Directly teaching about the ascendant rank was not possible. Su Ping realized that he was too ignorant. He already had a key to reach the Star Lord state. Now he needed to know more about the ascendant tier. He decided to talk to Joanna when he returned. Very soon, the group arrived at the Divine Sea. The Divine Sea has not been as peaceful recently. Focus on meditating and try not to wander about or you may get lost. The ascendant expert led them to a golden gate, which was actually just a splendidly made frame. However, there seemed to be some sort of power blocking whatever it was beyond the gate. Your star zones chose to speed up the competition because the Divine Sea's restless condition will soon rise even more. Such turmoil has taken place at fixed periods, with records dating since the recent thousands of years. That is why the contest was hastened. You'll be able to experience the phenomenon. Now take this and enter the protected area one by one. The ascendant expert presented them with a couple of badges. The badge with the number 7 etched on it was handed to Su Ping. The others also received their respective badges. Some badges simply displayed a number 1. This meant that whoever carried them would only be able to stay for 1 day. The ascendant state expert announced indifferently, "The badges have been personally made by the Celestials. They will automatically take you out when the time is up. Don't try to act smart and drop the badges in order to stay longer. Such an act is punishable by maiming, even if you make it out safely. Nobody breaks the Celestial State Master's rule." Someone asked curiously, "Has anyone tried it before?" "Some idiots have," said the Ascendant with a casual tone, "but none have ended well. They either got lost and became maniacs, or their cultivation was abolished once they came out." Everyone was alarmed. The people with the briefest, 1 badges immediately dropped their shrewd planning. "I owe you one," Su Jinner whispered to Su Ping. She was also among the top 10, but she had forfeited a fight. She wouldn't have advanced to the top 10 without Su Ping. "That's all right. Just don't forget to gather the materials for me," said Su Ping telepathically. Su Jinner smiled. The nearby Dia said to Su Ping in frustration, "I'm going in." His feelings in regards to his martial brother were all jumbled up. He had never truly been impressed by Su Ping until he saw the small world the latter had revealed in the last battle. Su Ping was already ahead of them in that aspect. He had never felt jealous of people stronger than him, because he thought that such an inferior emotion was beneath him. Sure. Su Ping was kind of amused by the young man's expression. It seemed that the guy had stopped going after him for trouble. The others gave slight nods to Su Ping. All of them were friendly. Nobody wanted to make an enemy out of such a genius for no reason. The whole group was composed of geniuses. It would be much better to have more friends. Su Ping didn't stay long. He offered a nod to Luo Wang and 6 Lives Buddha, then he also entered the Divine Sea. Su Ping felt that his senses had been blocked the moment he leaped across the Golden Gate. He was unable to see whatever it was past the gate. There was nothing but a dark void mixed with floating specks of bright gold light in his eyes. All of a sudden, Su Ping saw a man in a dark robe dozens of kilometers ahead of him. The man had his back turned in his direction as he coldly said, "What are you waiting for?" "Su Ping, this is a rare opportunity and yet you hesitate. Are you waiting for her to come back? Just give up. She has her own family. Why would she embark on such a dead-end journey with you?" The black-robed man's tone was even colder in the end. "If you're really considering the situation for her sake, just join me as I destroy the heavens and stop their laws from acting in this world. We should be the masters of our own world," declared the man furiously. Then the man gradually disappeared. At the same time, a splendid battlefield appeared in front of Su Ping's eyes. Countless people were holding marvelous weapons above the clouds. On top of those people's heads was something dim, yet splendid and indescribable. "Die!" Su Ping heard deafening roars and screams. Everybody was charging at that thing. Then, massive amounts of people died, blood gushing profusely from them. As the talented warriors soared above the clouds, the dark and indescribable thing was no longer able to endure and was torn apart. Very soon, cheers echoed throughout the sky. It seemed that they had won. The scene changed. Countless people were standing on a high platform, where a blurred-looking man who was as brilliant as the sun addressed the masses. "I hereby announce that I will master everything in this world." That scene disappeared. Su Ping was back in the dark void. The man in the dark robe was already gone. He had obviously been a figment of the past. How strong must a warrior be that not even time itself can erase? Su Ping wondered. At least, the ascendant experts he knew were still unable to achieve such a feat. Only divine marks would remain when ascendants died. Maybe celestials were able to do this. Su Ping could not imagine what kind of power was able to imprint a man's presence in the universe. Even after death, their lives' deeds would still be manifested in the deepest parts of the cosmos. They were eternally etched in the fabric of reality, as a testimony for the future generals. Did they kill heavens just now? Back on the blue planet, the owner of that broken finger in the Valiant Academy seemed to have also been fighting heavens. Are they from the same age or different ages? Are there plenty of heavens? Su Ping felt as if he were tapping into the deepest secrets from ancient times. Those of celestial cultivation were already privy to such information, but Su Ping knew that his master wouldn't tell him anything, even if he asked him. After all, he was still too weak to learn those secrets. Furthermore, Su Ping didn't think that Shen Huang was capable of fighting the heavens. While Su Ping pondered, he suddenly felt that he was enshrouded by a majestic power. A vague streak of golden light traveling in the void had inadvertently struck him. The light stopped in front of Su Ping's chest, which turned out to be a golden, glittering item whose core was invisible. Su Ping could only speculate that it was one of the divine marks. A magnificent surge of power was being spread by the divine mark, giving off a feeling as heavy as mountains. Su Ping hovered in a trance while he saw countless particles glittering in front of his eyes. He then saw all kinds of particles separating in front of his eyes. He also saw the expanding manifestations of laws and paths. Very soon, another golden streak of light flew towards him. It was another divine mark. The aura of the new divine mark made Su Ping see things more clearly. He then saw countless particles constructing a small world, while the small world collapsed and reassembled into something new. It could be that the new thing was a divine mark. Time flew. Outside the Golden Gate, the people with lower rankings had already returned, as they were only given one day. Many of them seemed to be either dazed or in pain after being teleported out. They felt that they would have grasped something of utmost importance had they stayed a few more days. "I think I saw how a small world should be constructed. Unfortunately, I don't have enough energy to do that. That guy is a true monster." So the laws are just some sort of particles in the universe. Then, what is the universe made of? Some were reflecting their findings, with furrowed brows, while standing before the Golden Gate. All of them snapped back to normal a few days later, sealing their experiences in their hearts. Maybe they would recall that experience at the time they would face the bottleneck right before the ascendant state. Whether or not they could tear down the obstacle would depend on their talent. We will head to the Heavenly Star Pavilion after Su Ping comes out, so that you may claim your respective treasures. After that, I believe you will soon become Star Lords. Travel the universe freely after that. The Ascendant State expert was all smiles while chatting with the kids. Those who were eager to leave had finally realized that they were only waiting for Su Ping to exit. Jealousy was rekindled in many hearts once they were reminded that Su Ping was still inside. Many of them were too proud to be jealous, but they had personally experienced the place. Knowing that Su Ping had stayed for a much longer time didn't sit well with them. They would have trained a lot harder had they known more about the effects of that place. I will not lose again, someone gnashed his teeth. Luo Wang glanced at Dragon Shepherd, who had just spoken, but chose to remain silent. He simply gazed at an indeterminate point in space, looking forward to future battles against Su Ping. Once he left the Heavenly Star Pavilion, he would return to his family's estate and cultivate to become a Star Lord. His family had prepared a great road for him. Abundant faith was already awaiting him. Chapter 943, Goddess Nuwa. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. A man drifted out of the Golden Gate with eyes closed. He was none other than Su Ping. He's out. Everybody had solemn expressions after they saw Su Ping exit. Huh. The Ascendant expert had a fleeting sensation when he saw Su Ping. For a moment he almost thought that Su Ping had the power and aura of an Ascendant. That seemed to be the illusion of the Ascendant state. Was he too devoted to one of the divine marks, that he unconsciously emulated it? Am I hallucinating? Soon the feeling was gone. The Ascendant gazed at Su Ping with a frown. Simultaneously, Su Ping woke up from his brush with a world close to the true essence of the universe. He understood that he was outside after seeing everyone else around him. He soon closed his eyes again, to carefully examine all the things he had seen. After a long time passed, no one made a noise, nor caused any disturbance. They knew that Su Ping was trying to remember his experiences in the Divine Sea. He would not take kindly to anyone interrupting him at the moment. It only lasted a moment, but his eyes had a strange glitter when he reopened them. He appeared to have seen through all things. Su Ping soon got back to normal. He looked at everybody present with a smile. Sorry for the long wait. That's all right. We're not in a rush, Su Jinner rushed to answer. Luo Wang chuckled and said, Brother Su, you surely understood a lot of things while you were inside. I felt I was deeply enlightened even though I merely stayed for 5 days. I really do hope that we'll fight again when we become Star Lords or Ascendants. Su Ping looked at him and said with a smile, Okay, better seize the day or you'll get beaten up. Ha ha. Luo Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter, as it wasn't easy for him to meet someone who was even more arrogant than him. However, he was neither angry nor offended, because Su Ping had earned the right to make such a declaration. I'm also looking forward to it, said Six Lives Buddha with a gentle tone, but his eyes belied his competitive edge. Having lost to Su Ping despite summoning 2 future selves, he was eager to find out whether or not he could summon his Ascendant State self when he became a Star Lord. If he could, would Su Ping be able to take him on? He knew that Su Ping had also mastered the path of time and space, but there were other things involved when summoning future selves. On the other side, Lillian, gracing them with her alluring body, said in a low voice, What a shame, we didn't have a chance to fight. Maybe next time. She looked at Su Ping with great interest on her pretty face. Okay, Su Ping accepted all their challenges. All of them were technically rivals, but he somehow felt they had become friends after the fights. Others were also interested in making appointments to challenge him in the future, but they were too timid to say it out loud. After all, they currently were much too weak in comparison. The ever-proud Dragon Shepherd had also remained silent. He simply gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to become 10 times, even 100 times stronger. Let's head back now, since you've already learned something. The spaceship bound to the Heavenly Star Pavilion should be ready. Some heavenly lords will protect you on the way. I don't think anyone would dare to attack you, said the Ascendant with a smile. He looked at them, feeling that they were geniuses who would change the universe someday. How many Ascendants would emerge among the top 10 would remain to be seen. He wasn't worried about the top 3. The rest didn't have a 100% guarantee to break through. The Ascendant soon took everyone back to the palace where the Celestials dwelled. The warships and other vessels in space had already disappeared by then. Since the competition had already ended, some had left on their own, while others were driven away. The vast mysterious realm seemed cold and lonely for a moment. Some of the Celestials had also left. Only 3 remained. Your 2 precious disciples are back, Mu Shen said with a smile, while his gaze was able to see through the palace walls. Shen Huang laughed and said, "They are 2 treasures indeed. It won't be long before they distinguish themselves as Star Lords. Maybe they'll rise to the Ascendant state in 500 years. Mu Shen smiled. Reaching the Ascendant state was a remarkable milestone, but considering the situation experienced at the frontiers of the Federation, and compared to their own level, Ascendant cultivators were basically ants. Maybe the Heavenly Lords were the only ones able to put up some resistance. A female Celestial looked at Mu Shen and asked, "Many reincarnators participated in this competition. You're not going to punish them?" Mu Shen said casually, "They weren't too outrageous as they went about it. They simply were reincarnations of ordinary Ascendants, and none of them tried to take any of the top 3 spots. They probably were just trying to find enlightenment so they can break through to the celestial state, accumulating experiences through their reincarnations. It's an understandable approach. It would be great to have more celestial state companions." "You're truly generous." The female Celestial smiled and said, "Their plan was not bad in itself. Unfortunately, they adopted the wrong approach, as the road to the celestial state isn't that simple. How can you reach the celestial state without enduring hundreds of disasters? They don't know the first thing about what being a celestial means." Shen Huang chuckled. No longer planning to continue with the chat, he said, "I'll be taking my leave now that the competition finally came to an end. I'll make arrangements on my end to handle the overlapping of the universe." Then he faded away from the temple. He didn't leave until he saw his disciples. "He does seem to cherish them," said the female Celestial, pursing her lips. Mu Shen smiled, not thinking much of it. Outside the palace, Su Ping, having just arrived, heard Shen Huang's voice. In the meantime, a torrent of information about plenty of treasures flooded into his head. There were 89 treasures in total. This is a list of the rare heaven-level treasures in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. You can pick 3 of them. I suggest you choose Goddess Nuwa, which will help you advance to the celestial state smoothly. Slightly stunned by the comprehensive briefing, Su Ping quickly thanked his master via telepathy. "I'll be leaving now. Someone will come and pick you up after your visit to the Heavenly Star Pavilion. See you in the Celestial Court." Shen Huang's voice faded after that. "As you wish." Once Shen Huang left, Su Ping immediately devoted himself to examining the information about the treasures that was recently added to his memories. However, right before he could read them carefully, the Ascendant expert said, "This will be your carrier. Off you go. Your protectors will introduce the treasures in the Heavenly Star Pavilion during the trip." Everyone raised their heads and saw a dragon-like spaceship. It was a splendid, golden craft with multiple floors and a dragon's head. All the geniuses were surprised to find that the dragon head was actually real. It was not a mere decoration. They stared at the spaceship intently, while they were able to sense a powerful aura coming from it. A few men flew out. One of them was the handsome and indifferent sort, who was wearing black-colored clothes. He gave a casual once-over at the group and said, "Kids, hop on." Everybody was nervous. The other 3 guys next to the man in black were also Ascendants, but they were obviously acting reverently. It was clear that the man was a Heavenly Lord. The geniuses wasted no time boarding the vessel. Your protectors are also on board. No need to feel nervous. On the spaceship, one or two representatives from the organizations behind Luo Wang and Dragon Shepherd had been invited over to act as escort on their way to the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The one tasked with looking after Su Ping on the spaceship was not Yu Long, but one of his pets. However, the pet was in the ascendant state and was already able to transform freely. It was currently using the appearance of a pretty girl. She introduced herself to Su Ping with a smile. "Master asked me to take care of you. You must be the super genius who condensed a small world while still being a fate state warrior." Tusk. Human beings do have unimaginable upper limits. Well, lower limits too. Su Ping was lost for words. The girl obviously had a charming skill. He would have been affected if he hadn't been hardened in the cultivation sites. However, the others reacted less naturally. "What about me? You're here to protect me too, right?" Diaz squeezed forward and asked passionately. The girl glanced at him and said with the same smile, "Of course." That is so insincere. Diaz instantly sensed the discrimination and felt bummed. He then glanced at Su Ping and made up his mind to study better and develop his constitution. He had heard that the reincarnation divine constitution would only show its powerful potential until the Star Lord state. That would be the moment of his comeback. There are quarters for rest, entertainment, pet training, cultivation, and everything else you currently may need, introduced one of the ascendants next to the young man in black. The trip to the Heavenly Star Pavilion will take 5 days. You may take a good rest after this exhausting battle. Nobody added a single thing, as if offering a silent agreement. However, many of them went to the cultivation quarters after they dispersed. Rest. How could they rest when Su Ping, Luo Wang, Six Lives Buddha, and other geniuses were around them? They received much fewer prizes because they had fallen behind, and they would lose even more if they fell behind again. One step behind, all steps behind. Luo Wang and Six Lives Buddha were no exception. Both of them went to the cultivation area. They had no time to rest or have fun. Su Ping had originally planned to take a break, but seeing how diligent the others were, he no longer dared to relax. After all, he had condensed a small world, but he had yet to make significant progress on the second astral painting, even though he already had enough power to draw the third astral painting. Su Ping soon after went to the cultivation quarters in order to train in seclusion. The protectors on the spaceship were lost for words after seeing how hardworking the kids were. They had a lot of mixed feelings because of it. After all, diligence was always the most reliable path to success. It was a fair path for everybody. Talent, by comparison, was unfair. Unfortunately, everyone pursued such an unfair factor, neglecting the fair starting line already within their reach. In the cultivation quarters, Su Ping was going over the information his master had left him while training in seclusion. "All the 89 treasures are actual items selected by my master. All the other heaven-level treasures have been filtered out. My master recommended Goddess Nuwa. What kind of thing is that?" Su Ping found the information about Goddess Nuwa. It was supposed to be some sort of puppet and substitute. In the event of Su Ping dying, his soul would regenerate on the item through the contract. To put it simply, it was a second life. The only shortcoming was that some rare constitution could not be transferred onto the Goddess Nuwa artifact. However, the item itself would generate random constitutions that were usually powerful. They would be top-tier, rare constitutions, if not for the existence of top divine constitutions. It seems that my master really fears that I might die. It means that I will reach the ascendant state sooner or later, as long as I cultivate dutifully. He's only worried about things happening to me before I reach that point. Of course, I'd be absolutely safe as long as I stay in my store. I wouldn't need such a thing. I can stay inside my store and wait until I reach the ascendant state before I come out. Cultivating, there would be faster anyway. Su Ping shook his head and abandoned his master's recommendation. Then he examined the other treasures. They were real eye-openers. All of them were rare and extremely powerful. Goddess Nuwa, which granted a second life, was only one among the mediocre treasures. One of the treasures can even cast curses on divine marks. Sadly, it can only be used to curse people of the same cultivation realm. It wouldn't be effective if ordinary ascendants were to curse heavenly lords with this, as the effect may trigger dark energy in the universe. Once cursed, even the heavenly lords could suffer from misfortune. Su Ping was truly astonished by the strange treasures. Chapter 944, The Prime Sky Mirror. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping had also made significant progress in his cultivation, aside from considering what treasures to select. The core of the second astral painting was taking shape, all thanks to the abundant astral power in the training room. Even an ordinary battle pet warrior would advance quickly in such an environment. Still, Su Ping and the other geniuses were actually suppressing and consolidating their power. "We're here, Heavenly Star Pavilion." Everybody walked out of the cultivation quarters and gathered while the ship was in the process of docking. One of the people on the vessel immediately sensed that 2 of the geniuses had risen to the star state. Their appearance looked as deep as the oceans. They had already reached the peak of the star state the moment they had broken through. They seemed to have failed in suppressing their cultivation. Or rather, they didn't try to. After all, the competition is already over, and they're free to advance, someone thought. Luo Wang, Dragon Shepherd, 6 Lives Buddha and the others were still in the fate state. 5 days of training was nothing special to them. They only consolidated themselves and reflected upon their failures to find things that could help in improving. The environments where they usually cultivated had as much astral power as that place did. They would progress faster in only a couple of days. Besides, having seen a monster such as Su Ping, all of them were trying to condense a small world while still being in the fate state. Even so, they weren't really trying their best. Their cultivation careers could be ruined if they lingered for too long without breaking through. "This is the Heavenly Star Pavilion. I hear that a special array protects it, covering an area with a radius of 100,000 light years. Even heavenly lords would have a hard time trying to break in," said one of the geniuses. Luo Wang smiled casually and said, "The master of the Heavenly Star Pavilion is a mysterious expert in the Federation. Rumor has it that he is as strong as a celestial. Who would dare to rob him?" While standing outside the spaceship, Su Ping saw a splendid building in an area that radiated a sacred and strange light in space, further ahead. It was a truly eye-catching sight, contrasting with the dark space. The building was surrounded by moons, which were gathered around it like a river. The building was unimaginably massive. It was as large as a sun. When observed from the outside world, it could be seen that the building had 5 floors. Its cornices and tiles were glowing, making it look exquisite and magnificent. People say that the Heavenly Star Pavilion itself is a super treasure. Is that so? I heard that the pavilion is an ancient prison used to confine horrifying things. There are all kinds of rumors. No one knows if any of them are true. However, the place is undoubtedly the most heavily guarded in the Federation. It would seem that only a few guards are visible. Whoever causes trouble will be immediately killed. They even kill ascendants. All the geniuses were discussing openly. The ascendant experts escorting them were also acting with solemnity and awe. "Senior Xing Ling, I am Mo Tianhua." On the spaceship, the man in black stepped up and cupped his hands before he said, "By the order of Lord Supreme, I'm escorting the geniuses this year so that they may safely claim their treasures." He took out a badge as he spoke. It was a Heavenly Star badge. Only Celestials had such badges. It had been lent to him to be allowed entrance to the Heavenly Star Pavilion. A moment passed after Mo Tianhua made the first approach. An unemotional voice that sounded like an ancient god was then heard, seemingly coming from a distant space. "Come in according to the rules." A bridge was extended from the River of Planets and reached them. Mo Tianhua stored the badge and urged the spaceship navigator to sail forth to the bridge. The spaceship glistened the moment it reached the bridge. The universe around it was torn apart into countless spots of light, since the vessel began to move faster than the speed of light without the use of a space jump. Soon after, thanks to the acceleration of the bridge, the spaceship was able to bypass the planets and reach the building. The group was only able to see a dazzling, golden brilliance as they got closer to their destination. They couldn't even see the bottom-level cornices. 3 men flew out of the building at that moment. The white-haired old man in the lead smiled at Mo Tianhua and said, "It's you again. Does your master have no other choices to pick from?" "Why, do you have a problem with my master?" said Mo Tianhua indifferently. "I wouldn't dare." The old man looked at the passengers aboard the spaceship and smiled. "I heard that a kid condensed a small world while still being a fate state warrior. Let me guess, is it him?" He turned his head and looked at Su Ping while he said that. Su Ping was slightly surprised at first. He soon calmed down, as it wasn't strange for the man to detect the small world inside his body. Mo Tianhua was obviously bored. He rolled his eyes and said, "Let's get this over with." The white-haired old man, however, ignored him and smiled at Su Ping. "Kid, are you interested in being a guest of the Lulen family? You don't need to do anything except to give us a hand when our family is in trouble." Su Ping had finally realized that the old man was trying to do some persuading, so he would work for his family. "He's from the Lulen family." "Which Lulen family?" "The Lulen family, one of the 7 most powerful families of the Federation. It's said that the family has companies throughout the universe. Many people only get to see and use things created by the Lulen family during their whole lives." "Well, one of the 7 most powerful families of the Federation is inviting Brother Su as a guest. This is unbelievable." "Indeed, Brother Su is only a fate state warrior right now, but he will surely reach the celestial state someday. He'll become a heavenly lord when he does. They're making friends with a future heavenly lord in advance." All the others realized the old man's plan. They looked at Su Ping in a passionate way. Su Ping's competitors' feelings were strange. They had always been glowing figures able to eclipse those around him. However, they were the ones eclipsed when they stood next to Su Ping. The latter was also surprised. He had just learned that the old man was part of a powerful family, which was probably led by a celestial. Even if it wasn't, it probably had close contact with multiple celestial state experts. Otherwise, how could it rise to become that powerful? However, instead of accepting the invitation in a hurry, he simply said, "Thank you, Senior, but I have to ask my master first." "You do?" The old man was stunned for a moment but then realized Su Ping's plan. He smiled and said, "Your master is Shen Huang, right? Don't worry, he's been very close to the Lulen family. Here's my communication badge, just contact me when you make a decision. If you become one of our family's guests, you will receive everything you need." Su Ping felt tempted. Everything I need. Would that mean that he would never have to worry about materials? If that were the case, he would only need to cultivate constantly. Once the solar bulwark was cultivated to the peak, it would probably give him a power on par with that of the celestial state. After all, he was already able to crush star state experts, and was practically invulnerable before normal star state enemies. Only the exceptional geniuses who had special ancient techniques would have a chance to hurt him. Sure. Su Ping accepted the guy's communication badge and thanked him. Mo Tianhua watched in silence, without a need to butt in or act impatiently. Once the two were done, he finally said, "May we enter now? These ones earned star-level awards, while they earned the access to the Earth level, and those are to head to the Heaven level area." He pointed at the passengers and reported their levels, as well as the number of prizes they were entitled to. The old man was already aware of the information. He smiled and took out badges that were similar to the Heavenly Star badge. He then approached Su Ping first and handed him 3 of them. "These are 3 heavenly-level divine weapon orders. Detailed information about the treasures will appear if you use them to observe them. If you want to make a selection, just place a badge on the bubble that covers the item." Su Ping nodded at the friendly old man and said, "Many thanks." The old man smiled, then gave the rest of the badges to Luo Wang, 6 lives Buddha and Lillian, but he didn't illustrate further. The others were speechless due to such discrimination. The trio was further reassured that they had to work harder. "I'll be the best Star Lord," Luo Wang thought. He considered his current misfortune as a low point in his life. The same idea crossed the minds of 6 lives Buddha, Lillian, Dragon Shepherd, and the others. "Can I go in first?" Su Ping asked Mo Tianhua after seeing that the others weren't moving. Mo Tianhua put on a smile like a warm sun during winter. He said, "Enter and choose treasures suitable to you." Su Ping nodded. He found that the guy was rather friendly. The people surrounding a successful man would usually become friendly. That was the truth. Soon after, Su Ping was teleported into the Heavenly Star Pavilion by the old man. Inside the Heaven level area, Su Ping found himself in the middle of a boundless space. It was more like a universe than a floor, spacious and filled with starry light. However, the starry light originated from rare treasures. Some of them were as massive as mountains and planets. On the other hand, some treasures were as tiny as sesame seeds. However, they were also shining brightly, and the bubbles covering them were also quite eye-catching. Every treasure was enshrouded in the aforementioned bubbles, floating in the void. Su Ping flew towards the treasures. Su Ping quickly found Goddess Nuwa, previously recommended by Shen Huang. Goddess Nuwa resembled a statue as it lay inside a bubble. Relevant information popped up when Su Ping approached it. The item was from the primordial times. It was said to have been created by a real god. It contained a horrifying law which could grant a second life. Considering that he already had the system store, Su Ping chose to shift his attention to other treasures. He examined the treasures one after the other. There were a few he had noted down before he got there. The Prime Sky Mirror allows me to travel across different spaces. It may reflect all attacks within 10 times the strength of its holder, 3 times when the owner was an ascendant. It doesn't protect against celestial attacks. In addition, it would allow me to create a clone. I can benefit when my clone cultivates, since I would receive twice as much cultivation and understanding. This will double my cultivation speed. The mirror was the first treasure chosen by Su Ping. In short, it was a supportive treasure that could be used as an escape measure, for defense as well as cultivation. He had picked the treasure because he was concerned about his safety. He would indeed be safe in his store, but he would have to go outside when he became a Star Lord, or later when he reached the ascendant state. Su Ping had detected threats from higher-level beings when he was in the Divine Sea, and during his visit to the Twilight Deity King's world. The universe wasn't peaceful. He had merely been too weak to sense the dangers, which had in turn been fended off by the top experts. Any of those dangers could have annihilated people like him. Su Ping believed that he had to be prepared to face those kinds of things in the future, after seeing the soldiers and generals fighting on the void battlefield. I won't be caught even if I'm chased by ascendants while I have this mirror. I'll be able to cut into any of the deeper spaces in the universe without leaving any traces behind. That was why the Prime Sky Mirror was so powerful. It was a great life-saving treasure. Duplicating oneself to train or fight was just an ancillary feature. Still, it was a horrifying ability in its own right. Leaving such an item in the hands of an ordinary person would give the latter a chance to grow and become a rare genius. Su Ping placed one of the badges on the bubble, enveloping the Prime Sky Mirror. Soon after, the bubble secured the badge. Then, the Prime Sky Mirror inside the bubble began to glitter. It was then ejected and sent Su Ping's way. The treasure discovered in an ancient relic was simply glittering and rolling in front of Su Ping. Chapter 945, Chaos Egg. Su Ping instantly imprinted the Prime Sky Mirror with his mind the moment he got it, all to secure his claim over it. A vague connection was soon established between him and the mirror. It was a strange feeling, as if he had an additional organ outside his body. Such a feeling was heightened when he concentrated. Su Ping stored the mirror in his mind. It was an ancient treasure built with something that wasn't a basic substance. Therefore, it could be kept inside Su Ping's mind. Then Su Ping looked for the second treasure. Suddenly, he saw a bubble with an egg inside. Unknown egg. That was the name displayed in the description. The rest of the information was simple too. It had been found in an ancient relic, but neither the equipment nor the top trainers of the Federation had been able to tell what creature the egg belonged to. No relevant genetic information could be found. Not even extinct creatures had a similar aura. More than 70,000 years had passed ever since the egg entered the heavenly star pavilion. Many master trainers had tried to hatch it, but none had managed to succeed. Due to its special conditions, it was listed as a heaven-level treasure. After all, a treasure whose background was completely unknown in the universe deserved to be known as a heaven-level treasure. However, the egg had never been picked because it could be neither identified nor hatched, and the other treasures had mostly been picked and replaced by new ones as soon as they were presented to the heavenly star pavilion. Su Ping was truly surprised once he saw the egg. Su Ping found the egg's information through the illustrated book for all pets that the system had given him. There was a path beast inside. What were path beasts? They had rarely appeared, even considering the long history of the entire universe, mainly because it was hard to procreate. That was the most ancient beast. It was a life born at the beginning of the universe, with thousands of paths inside its body. It was the evolution and manifestation of paths. The creature was known as the Chaos Beast during ancient times. It was born in the Age of Chaos, right when the universe was established at first. Some said that the beast was immeasurably strong, able to master thousands of paths. To top it off, it was beyond rare to find one. It's the egg of a path beast. Am I mistaken, or are my eyes deceiving me? Su Ping was greatly shocked. He knew that the ancient chaos beast was 100 times more rare and terrifying than the golden crows. Even the grandmasters during primordial times had actually craved to tame giants, such as the chaos beast. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the beast ranked in the top 5 among all pets in existence. It might not be the very best, but it was still remarkable to be among the top 5. Any path beast and above would be enough to shock the Federation if it emerged. Even Celestials would be stupefied. Only Su Ping, who had been shocked by the system again and again, was able to take in the information in stride. "This is unbelievable. Oh my God," Su Ping exclaimed with a pounding heart. The egg of a path beast, which ranked in the top 5 of all creatures since the beginning of the universe, was right before his eyes. More importantly, he knew how to hatch it. It had to be noted that he was a trainer taught by the all-reaching system. He knew why nobody had been able to hatch the egg. None of them had been able to find Chaos Aura. The beast had been brought forth by Chaos. It could not grow without absorbing Chaos Aura, which was the very thing Su Ping used to hatch pets in his store. This meant that the beast would be hatched the moment it was thrown into the Chaos Spirit Pool for incubation. The authorities of the Federation would have never placed the egg in the Heavenly Star Pavilion if they knew what it was. Not even the whole bunch of treasures held here would amount to what this egg is worth. Su Ping was really excited. He felt fortunate to have seen the egg before having chosen his 3 treasures, or he wouldn't have been able to take it away, even if he saw it later on. It would be practically impossible to get another chance to visit the pavilion to take it. He was about to take the egg away, but then he suddenly remembered that Mo Tianhua had talked to a spirit in the building. This meant that the spirit was certainly keeping an eye on him. It would be seen as abnormal for him to act passionately before the egg. Su Ping instantly suppressed his enthusiasm. It was fortunate that he had already become more sophisticated after years of fighting. His emotions weren't too evident, despite his shocked heart. He currently wandered around the egg, observing it as if intrigued. A long time of hesitating passed before he finally placed a badge on the egg. The hibernation bubble cracked soon after, and the egg floated in front of Su Ping. The Federation's equipment had detected signs of life. It had not perished, even after 70,000 years had passed. Su Ping also knew that it was barely possible for such an egg to be broken. Even an ascendant would have to work hard to break the shell. Su Ping held the egg in his hand and observed it for a moment, then placed it in his storage. He was caught in a dilemma at the moment. He would have to abandon one of the other two treasures he had laid eyes on. Su Ping decided after pondering for a moment. He didn't go to see the treasures he had pre-selected. Instead, he kept on wandering in the pavilion's space. The egg wasn't included on the list with 89 treasures Shen Huang had given him, so he didn't know about it earlier. He then thought that there might be more interesting treasures to see. However, his luck seemed to have run out, as he spent a whole day examining the place. He didn't find anything surprising. He did find some rare treasures that had not been included in his master's list, but none could compare to the egg. In the end, he chose one of the treasures that he had picked in advance. He had to admit that the 89 treasures Shen Huang had listed were indeed the most rare and suitable for him. Some of the other treasures he found were also very powerful, but most had harsh requirements. They wouldn't be too useful for him. Blood Cloud Sword. Unlike the Prime Sky Mirror, which was for supportive purposes, the sword was an ultimate weapon. The mirror could be used to keep himself safe, so he still thought that he could use a good sword. As for the rest of the stuff, the system could later provide it. The Blood Cloud Sword was the weapon of a devil who had lived in the age of the Twilight Deity King. It was entirely red, with dark, bloody stripes on its surface. Those stripes were actually part of the wood grain. The sword was made of wood. However, that was perhaps the hardest wooden sword in the world. The weapon had been made of wood taken from the world tree. It was said that the bloody stripes had been caused by an unknown type of blood from ancient times. It had kept such an appearance ever since the devil obtained it. The sword was able to store an extraordinary amount of faith and divine powers. It could rip apart many fields and destroy many materials. It could be used to neutralize spells, as well as to kill or suppress enemies. The only shortcoming was that the wielder would be constantly affected by the unholy power within the sword, who could eventually end up becoming mentally deranged. It was said that the devil who acquired the sword used to be a deity. The tale was recorded in a journal, right where the sword was found. I've been using the little skeleton's bone saber. It's indeed sturdy, but it's not destructive enough. This sword can increase my damage output, and I'll be able to resist ascendant-level attacks if it can store divine power. Of course, I would only resist one strike, Su Ping thought. The heaven-level treasures were truly powerful. Su Ping was done, as he could not select more than the 3 treasures he already had. However, right before leaving, he openly sighed in regret as he looked at one of the floating treasures. He took out the egg as if wavering, but then he sighed again and left the Heavenly Star Pavilion while carrying the egg. Whether or not the spirit was observing him, he decided to act it out as an attempt to fool it. He saw that the others were waiting for him as soon as he got out. All of them had jealous eyes when they saw him. It wasn't until after they saw the treasures inside the pavilion that they realized how precious Su Ping's privilege was. However, they didn't lose control because of jealousy, nor did they think of robbing him. They weren't idiots. Considering how strong he was at the moment, considering the treasures he had just picked and Shen Huang's protection, he would be technically unkillable once he became a Star Lord. Of course, there were destructive weapons in the Federation that could even annihilate Star Lords. However, such weapons were highly restricted, and their sources could be tracked down. I feel that the gap between us is even greater. It was the thought of many who sighed and moaned. Su Ping was already the champion of the universe. He had surely become even stronger than them after getting more treasures. They would need a fair deal of luck if they were to catch up with him. "Have you picked your treasures? We'll be heading back soon," said Mo Tianhua, glancing at Su Ping. Su Ping nodded. "I have." "Let's go." Mo Tianhua instantly took them away. "Young brother, keep in touch," cried out the white-haired old man. Su Ping looked back at the ladder and smiled. The spaceship sailed away right after. The vessel passed through the spatial blockade through the long bridge, finally entering the area where it could fly freely. "We'll be taking you to the Gamma space station. You can head home from there," Mo Tianhua said to the whole group. The Gamma space station was a supermassive, interstellar teleportation station that could enable anyone to jump to any galaxy within 1 billion light-years. No one disagreed. It was indeed time for them to say goodbye. Luo Wang turned around and said to Su Ping solemnly, "I'll catch up and be on par with you next time we meet." "Me too," said Six Lives Buddha with a smile, eagerness showing in his eyes. "I hope we'll have a chance to fight," Lillian also chimed in. Su Ping smiled after hearing them. "I'm also looking forward to our next encounter." The others wore complicated expressions, while being all size. They were too weak to issue a challenge like the others. Inside the spaceship, Su Ping entered the virtual world via his phone. He soon found Tang Ruyan among his contacts and reached out to her. Gamma Space Station. Su Ping reported the name of the place and asked them to wait there. Several days later. Gamma Space Station. Rushing spaceships were everywhere, moving to and fro in the galaxy nearby. Most were cruises for travelers, while some were business spaceships. Right at the center of that swarm of spaceships was a splendid and beautiful space station. The Gamma Space Station had quite the luxurious appearance. Most new visitors would be amazed by its grandeur. After all, not many were as large. Su Ping noticed a planet relatively close to the space station when they arrived. Obviously, the planet was much bigger and conspicuous when compared to any of the spaceships. Su Ping's lips curved up. He somehow remembered O'Neill's frustrated face. "Why is a planet here?" "Weird, I've been to the Gamma Space Station before. There shouldn't be a planet here." Aboard the spaceship, many people noticed the planet. A genius's protector looked at the planet and remarked, frowning, "An ascendant brought the planet over." Even though ascendants had many privileges in the universe, it was still rare for them to do something like this. "The planet is not hindering any teleportation. The local garrison would have taken action by now if it were the case," said someone amongst the group. Su Ping looked at Mo Tianhua and coughed. "Senior, can I go to that planet? My friend is waiting for me there." Mo Tianhua. The latter was speechless as his eyes shifted from the planet to Su Ping. He could not believe that the planet was there because of him. The others were also surprised by Su Ping's request. Then, they found it understandable. Mo Tianhua remained silent. He waved his hand and the spaceship approached the planet. The rest of the geniuses could only look at each other in silence after seeing how accommodating Mo Tianhua was towards Su Ping. Even a heavenly lord was being extra friendly as he interacted with the genius who had condensed a small world in the fate state. None of them would have gotten such a treatment had they tried. Chapter 946, Abusing Kids. Soon the spaceship arrived on Rhea. "Huh." Mo Tianhua scanned the planet indifferently. He felt surprised, as his senses had been locked somewhere, as he swept everything with his senses. The entire planet had been dismantled to the core. Nothing could be hidden. All the residents on the planet were similarly visible. No secrets could be hidden. However, that one particular area was beyond his detection, like a black spot. He chose not to investigate further, as he realized that it was probably a place where an ascendant expert lived. "I need to send you to the space station. Say goodbye to your friend but leave the chatting for later after you meet your master," Mo Tianhua said to Su Ping. He would rather not let Su Ping alight on the spot, lest anything happen to him. He wasn't afraid of being blamed by Lord Supreme. He merely thought it would be a great loss for humankind if such a talented kid were to die young. "Sure." Su Ping nodded. The spaceship landed on Rhea, above Wafit's sky. "Is this where your friend lives? The store over there looks mysterious," Su Jinner asked Su Ping curiously. The others had also noticed the store. After all, they could detect all the places in the nearby region of the universe, except for the store. This is a pet store. Is your friend a trainer? They must be among the best trainers in the Federation if it's an ascendant. All the group was shocked after seeing the name of the store. Trainers were not known for their own strength, but if they had such lofty cultivation, their training expertise would undoubtedly be the best. It somehow made sense that a genius such as Su Ping would have the help of a top trainer. Mo Tianhua's eyes glittered. A top trainer was very attractive, even to ascendants, even an honorable guest to celestials. This is my store, Su Ping smiled. He was eager to attract and impress his potential customers. Feel free to visit if you want to train your pets. I can train Star State pets as well as the top trainers of the Federation can. He was very confident. He wasn't blindly confident in himself or the system. He had seen the geniuses' pets during the Universe Geniuses contest. All of them were all rare and powerful. However, Su Ping had no doubt that they would have been even more powerful if he would have trained them. Su Ping believed that those geniuses had surely sought the help of master trainers. Although he was unable to train pets whose levels were too high, he believed he was the best in his level. Your shop. Everyone was astonished by Su Ping's remark. They looked at him in shock. A stunned Luo Wang asked, "You're also capable of training pets?" "Yes." Su Ping smiled. "Training pets is actually my forte." Everybody was lost for words. His main job is pet training. What about fighting? Is it just for fun? Everybody had weird looks, feeling that Su Ping was being snobbish. Only an idiot would believe that the best fighting genius throughout the universe would truly be an expert trainer. All of them thought that it was merely a hobby for him. He was just like some of the rich guys who claimed that they weren't interested in money. "Why do you only use Fate State pets if you own a pet store?" asked Su Jinner curiously. Everybody was pondering along the same lines. Su Ping had not summoned any Star State pets in the contest, which was quite surprising. The others thought that he had other pets, but nobody was able to force his hand and make him use his truly powerful pets. "I've been too busy with the competition to focus on training them. The battles would have been a lot easier had they been in the Star State." Luo Wang was astonished. "You're already capable of training Star State pets." It required a lot of time to train Star State pets. Even a simple training could be severely time-consuming. Time was essential for people like him. None of them would spare a second if they could. "More or less," Su Ping nodded. "So feel free to pay a visit if you have pets you want to train." "I will," someone in the group said courteously. A girl emerged from the back of the store right then. Golden hair dangled from her shoulders like a waterfall. Her figure was alluring, and her face was as flawless as a piece of artwork. She was none other than Joanna. "You're finally back." As for the green lady, she hid herself the moment she detected Ascendant State visitors. After all, she could be lethally attractive to those of their level. Eating her would allow any of them to rise to the celestial state. Huh. Everybody was dazed by Joanna's appearance. Even the ascendants who were protecting the geniuses had glittering eyes, amazed by what they saw. She was exquisite. Amitabha, Amitabha. 6 Lives Buddha suddenly recited sutras, as if trying to keep his cool, but he couldn't stop gazing at Joanna. Su Jinner and Lillian were also amazed, even from their girl perspective. Su Jinner, in particular, felt satisfied with her recent, personally built reincarnation. However, the blonde girl was prettier than she could have ever imagined. She could not believe that any girl could be as extraordinary. "Brother Su, who is she?" Luo Wang turned his head and looked at Su Ping. Su Ping said, "Joanna, my employee and friend." Employee. Everybody was surprised. Was such a beautiful woman only a minor employee? However, Su Ping seemed to be implying that she was mainly his friend, and was only working for him because it was a good reason to keep him company. She seems to be in the Fate State too, with a refined and magnificent divine power. She certainly is a genius too. Why didn't she participate in the competition? Asked Luo Wang curiously. For obvious reasons, Su Ping couldn't tell them the truth. He simply said she wasn't interested. Huh, not interested. Su Ping's excuse had stunned the others, who narrowed their eyes as they observed the girl. She had no interest in a contest where they competed fiercely. Wasn't that arrogance? Joanna remained as indifferent as before while she stood by the entrance of the store. She glanced at Luo Wang and the others casually with her bright, golden eyes and said, "I heard that you became the champion. Did you fight them?" Su Ping nodded as he replied, "Thank you for watching over the store for me." "You're welcome. The business has been thriving recently," said Joanna. She knew what Su Ping truly cared about. "Brother Su, can we visit your store?" Six Lives Buddha asked. Their interest in Su Ping's store was high since they had chosen to tag along. All of them were curious, wondering what the store of the best genius of the universe, who also called himself a trainer, was like. "Of course," said Su Ping with a smile. Mo Tianhua frowned a bit, but didn't move to stop them. He merely looked at Joanna thoughtfully. He had detected that the divine power within the girl wasn't just abundant. It seemed to have corrupted her body, turning her into something beyond human. Everybody left the spaceship and entered Su Ping's store, while people on the street watched them. The ascendant protectors behind them could only keep them company. Huh. Lillian suddenly turned her head and looked at one of the statues by the entrance. There was a fat, purple-haired mouse at the bottom of the great art piece. The lightning rat then opened its eyes and also saw Lillian. "It's so cute," thought Lillian. Thanks to the environment she had grown up in, she always favored strange pets, such as rats, snakes, and insects, which most people would find unsavory. After all, such pets were usually ugly and disgusting. Unfortunately, it's too weak and untalented. Lillian examined it from a distance, immediately finding that the purple-haired rat didn't have an owner. She looked at Su Ping and asked, "Hey, is that rat a pet from your store?" Su Ping paused and nodded at her. "Yes, why did you ask?" "Can you sell it to me?" asked Lillian quickly. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. It was the very first time anyone would propose to buy the lightning rat. It had lingered close to the store entrance all this time. None of the customers had ever shown any interest, as it clearly didn't have an advanced bloodline. He didn't expect that a top genius, such as Lillian, would show interest. "Are you planning to take it as a pet? You still have an opening?" asked Su Ping. Lillian smiled and said, "Of course I do. I have it handy in case I can sign a contract with an extremely rare pet if I ever encounter one. But I'm mainly buying this rat for fun. It's too weak to have it help me in battle." "For fun?" Slightly dazed, Su Ping shook his head and said, "The pets I sell can only be used in battle. They're not for fun. This rat is indeed weak right now, but I believe it will be able to catch up with you if it's well trained. It would even turn out to be stronger than you think." Stunned for a moment, Lillian dropped her smile and said, "Never mind then." She did like the lightning rat, but she wasn't so crazy about it that she would give one of her few pet openings to a lowly rat. Her eyes were keen enough to tell that the rat was merely in the ocean state, no better than an ant in her eyes. None of the top trainers of the Federation would train it so that it would catch up with her. After all, she was a genius. Few pets could grow as fast as her. Su Ping chose not to speak further, seeing that she had abandoned the idea. He merely looked back at the lightning rat. Everybody followed Su Ping and entered the store after that. "There's a virtual arena," someone said while observing the store's amenities. Some of the rooms were closed, but the rest of the place wasn't surprising. After all, they had seen a fair share of even more luxurious pet stores. "That's a pet examination room. Don't you usually need an independent place for that? What if the pet blows this place up while testing skills?" asked someone in the group. Before Su Ping answered, someone else had already stepped in. "Do you even need to ask? This place must be heavily protected. It wouldn't be destroyed that easily." Tang Ruyan came from the back of the store while the little tour was in progress. She was awed by the visitors, especially the ascendant state ones. Joanna glanced at Mo Tianhua and remained as indifferent as usual, as if completely uninterested. "Monk, care for another fight?" said Dragon Shepherd to Six Lives Buddha in front of the virtual combat equipment. Slightly dazed, the monk saw the equipment, then shook his head and replied, "You'll only fail again. My path of time and space would still work in the virtual world." Dragon Shepherd said coldly, "I simply want to find out if I can defeat you by sacrificing all my pets." "What's the point?" Six Lives Buddha shook his head and said, "A real expert would not use such a method as a last resort. It's too wasteful and is brutal for your pets." Dragon Shepherd's face looked somewhat contorted. He was still regretting not having sacrificed all his pets during their last battle, especially after the trip to the Heavenly Star Pavilion. He thought he would have been victorious had he tried his best without caring about the cost. That in itself would prove that he was worthy of fighting against Su Ping, and even get to defeat the latter. He had never tried sacrificing all his pets. He had yet to learn his true limits. The others glanced at Dragon Shepherd, knowing that he had still not gotten over the failure, which was long overdue in their opinion. Lillian looked at the equipment and said to Su Ping, "Should give it a try. It's a shame that we didn't get to fight each other." Su Ping was momentarily dazed. He shook his head and said, "We can't use our full combat abilities in the virtual arena. Some of the special constitutions are not recorded in the equipment, which would make things unfair. Let's fight after we become Star Lords, or when we reach the Ascendant state." Lillian frowned ever so slightly. Still, she knew that Su Ping had a point, so she didn't insist. A person in the group then looked at Joanna and said, "You must be a reincarnation too, aren't you?" Joanna, who had been standing quietly, looked at the young man who just asked, then replied indifferently, "Why can't I be one?" "Of course you can. I was simply thinking that you would have made it to the top 10 had you chosen to participate in the contest. Why abandon such an opportunity?" asked the young man curiously. Most Ascendant state reincarnations had grasped perfect laws and would certainly have a good chance of rising to the top 10, let alone Joanna's abundant divine power and her seemingly strong abilities. "Would have." Joanna glanced at him, and then the rest of the group before she said, "Wouldn't it be seen as me abusing kids had I taken part?" Chapter 947, The Combat Ability of the Goddess of War. Abusing kids. Joanna's casual declaration left everyone in shock, but they soon calmed down and looked at Su Ping. They would not let her get away easily if he didn't step in, regardless of her being a friend of his. "Well," Su Ping didn't expect Joanna to say that either. Does she not have any EQ at all? Why does she have to mock this many people? However, he was also a bit shocked by what Joanna said. He knew that she would never lie or brag. After all, she probably wasn't even interested in doing so in front of the people present. It seemed that he had still underestimated her combat ability. "Sorry, as always my friend is overly blunt. Please don't take it to heart." Su Ping could only apologize on her behalf. There was a slight change in everyone's expressions, as Su Ping's apology was somehow insincere. "She's always this blunt. What gives her the confidence to be this way?" "Interesting. If you don't mind, I'd like to find out how abusive you can be," said Dragon Shepherd with a sneer. He wanted to vent his fury after being declined by Six Lives Buddha and then spurned by someone else. The others also had angry looks. Even Luo Wang and Six Lives Buddha remained silent. Although they had lost to Su Ping, they were both proud and would rather not be insulted. "Not interested," Joanna said indifferently. She sounded lazy and casual, as if she didn't really consider Dragon Shepherd's challenge a big deal. Dragon Shepherd was so angry that he laughed and asked, "Not interested? Are you scared? There's still time for you to apologize if you are." "Scared?" Joanna chewed on the word for a while, as if searching for a strange and arcane concept in her memories. She raised her head and dropped the indifference on her face. "As you wish, then." The goddess of war had fought for countless years in the demigod burial and seen countless enemies trembling with fear in front of her. Would she ever be scared? "Okay, let's fight in the sky." Dragon Shepherd snorted and turned around, just about to leave the store. The Ascendant escorting Dragon Shepherd didn't want them to fight, but he knew it was impossible to stop the young man. The latter's future cultivation would be affected. Although Joanna looked gorgeous, she had left a bad impression on a lot of people. "Let's do it here," said Joanna. She was unable to leave the store, so they could only fight inside. "Here." Dragon Shepherd paused and looked at her. "Are you not afraid that Brother Sue's store will be torn apart?" "You're too weak to tear it apart," said Joanna without thinking. Her original self was not strong enough to destroy the store, not even a superior god could. "You." There it was, yet another insulting statement aimed at Dragon Shepherd. He grimly stared at Su Ping, obviously asking for his opinion. Seeing those eyes, Su Ping knew it was impossible to persuade him to give up. He said with a bitter smile, "You can fight in the test room. It has strong barriers." "Okay," Dragon Shepherd quickly accepted the arrangement. He had nothing to worry about if Su Ping gave approval. Joanna, on the other hand, kept her aloof and unconcerned stance as she simply walked toward the test room. The others could only follow her. They wanted to find out whether this person who seemed close to Su Ping was truly capable or if she was just being pretentious. Hardly had they entered the test room when they found that it was a strange place, with a much greater space than they thought. They also noticed, when Su Ping adjusted the room to make mountains and rivers appear to create a battlefield. The ascendants, including Mo Tianhua, had surprised looks, as the technology of the Federation was not yet able to do that. It seemed to be the work of some unusual treasure. Dragon Shepherd glanced at the battlefield, then said to Joanna, "Let's get prepared." Joanna stood on the battlefield. She looked at Dragon Shepherd, but she didn't seem interested in talking to him. An ancient spear with a crescent blade on one end appeared in her hand. It looked extraordinary. "That weapon!" Mo Tianhua and the others narrowed their eyes upon seeing the spear. The weapon seemed to be marvelous in their eyes. The way it had been manifested was also intriguing. She didn't take it out of a space, as it seemed to have been condensed with divine power. However, the spear was clearly a real artifact. It seemed to be the way people summoned their personal weapons in ancient civilizations. The Dragon Shepherd summoned his full lineup of dragons while Joanna drew her spear. A lot of horrifying dragons roared as they appeared behind him. Some were massive, looking down from the sky with abyss-like eyes, while others were as tiny as flying butterflies. "There's still time for you to admit defeat," said Dragon Shepherd with indifference. Joanna glanced at the dragons behind him and said softly, "Are those all your pets? You've picked such a bunch of slaves as your pets. What gives you the courage to act with such confidence?" All the people in the room were stunned. Slaves. All those dragons were rare, yet the woman was describing them as if they were humble beings. Su Ping put on a bitter smile. He knew that Joanna wasn't being deliberately derisive, long before she had told him that dragons had been enslaved by the gods in ancient times. Afterward, some of the powerful dragon gods established an independent realm to ensure the safety of their species. However, dragons were promiscuous by nature and had a lot of descendants. Some of their weak descendants had been tamed and turned into mounts by powerful beings. "I was planning to let go of you, but you went and insulted my pets. I won't show you any mercy," Dragon Shepherd declared coldly to Joanna and Su Ping. "Human beings are indeed an ignorant and stupid race." Joanna slightly shook her head. It had been a long time since she had heard such a hilarious declaration. "Roar!" Dragon Shepherd merged with his pet and let out a furious roar. The roar echoed in the room like a nuclear explosion. Many of the people present felt a slight headache and were shocked by such development. They weren't the dragon's main target, or their heads would have gone blank, which could have been fatal in such a battle. In the next moment, Dragon Shepherd charged at Joanna, who had yet to make a move. He waved his hands and punched heavily with sharp fingernails. He brutally unleashed strength from his furnace-like body, determined to teach the beautiful woman a good lesson and tear down her indifferent expression. However, the next moment, the most dazzling golden light radiated in the area. The spear in Joanna's hand was activated. It moved like a dragon, illuminating the battlefield with eternal fire. Her eyes were no longer casual at the moment. She looked like a queen looking down at her subjects. She was the toughest queen. Her hair fluttered, and her body was covered in golden light. Her spear pressed forward with unstoppable momentum. Bang! Dragon Shepherd was flung back. His enormous fist was blown to pieces by the spear. Even his arm exploded. He was knocked heavily into the ground, sliding for dozens of meters. The wound was already severe. No one made a sound. Everybody looked at the scene in shock, finding it hard to believe. Dragon Shepherd had been seriously wounded by a single attack. The aura just unleashed by Joanna was unparalleled. She seemed absolutely invincible. Everybody was awed by her glorious halo at that moment. None of them thought she was a weak woman. She was a queen that dominated the world. The golden light moved closer with immense pressure, like a small sun. The golden light faded to reveal the point of the spear, which was right in front of Dragon Shepherd's forehead. "It's over," said Joanna indifferently. The sharpness in her eyes was already gone, as if none of her actions would have been brutal. Dragon Shepherd was stunned. He even forgot the excruciating pain caused by his mauled arm for a moment. His head was ringing. The situation left him shocked and confused. How did I fail? I tried to dodge the spear. Why did I fail? Next to one of the walls of the room, Six Lives Buddha remarked solemnly, "The path of time and space." Moments earlier, he had detected that the woman had paused Dragon Shepherd's body with the path of time and space. He wasn't the only one who detected that. The Ascendant experts also realized that, and shock was reflected on their faces. That unknown woman had mastered the supreme law of time and defeated Dragon Shepherd, who had a chance to enter the top 3 of the prior competition. It was indeed horrifying. Su Ping was rendered speechless. He knew that Joanna was very strong, but she turned out to be even more horrifying than he thought. It was true that she had never used her real abilities. "Excellent performance, madam. I would also like to be graced with your teachings," said Six Lives Buddha as he stepped forward. He then added, "Brother Su, I'm just intrigued. That is why I want to practice with her. I'm not angry or anything." "Well," Su Ping saw sincerity in his eyes and knew he wasn't trying to challenge Joanna because of her bold statement. He immediately said to Joanna, "Be careful and don't hurt him." Six Lives Buddha's lips cramped. The others looked at Su Ping, lost for words. Six Lives Buddha had almost become the champion. His 2 future selves could crush anyone in his level, unless that woman could do the same. Joanna turned her head, still silent. She simply waved her spear, asking her opponent to prepare. Six Lives Buddha didn't underestimate her. She was definitely strong, since she had defeated Dragon Shepherd with 1 attack, even though the latter had not detonated his pets. He simply summoned his 2 future selves. He had already exposed that skill. It would be pointless to keep it a secret anymore. Joanna seemed to be slightly surprised. She nodded and remarked, "Not bad." After that, she glowed again and charged at the Six Lives Buddhas with her spear in hand. Her attack seemed simple and straightforward. However, she carried as much pressure as an approaching planet that would crush anything in its way. The last thing that Six Lives Buddha was scared of was a head-on clash. Only fast opponents like Luo Wang were tricky in his eyes. As they rushed to an imminent clash, the 2 Six Lives Buddhas grabbed each other's hands and combined their strength. Countless laws and infinite astral power were condensed as they waved their daggers and slashed with an ancient secret technique. Joanna, on the other hand, was still stabbing forward with her spear. However, the tip of her spear shined brightly. "Oh no!" A few of the ascendants changed their expression. Mo Tianhua was one of them. He tried to intervene. To his surprise, he discovered that he couldn't launch divine power in that room. He wanted to interrupt the battle with his small world, but that was also blocked. The 2 people had already collided during the pause. Bang! A terrifying explosion burst out and energy collapsed. 2 men were suddenly flung out and sent to the ground, vomiting blood. They were none other than the 2 Six Lives Buddhas. Everyone saw and found it hard to believe. They felt as if their souls were leaving their bodies. They immediately focused on the place where the core of the explosion took place, as they tried to find out how wounded the contender was. However, they saw that a woman covered in golden light walked out of the blast area in an invincible manner, still carrying her spear. It was none other than Joanna. Everyone was wide-eyed once the aftermath was clear, since the woman had gone through the clash completely unscathed. "The skills of the mortals are too primitive," commented Joanna indifferently. 6 lives. Buddha felt like his chest had been torn apart. He looked up at Joanna, who was standing tall in the golden light, too shocked to speak. He had failed in a pure competition of strength. "Impossible. She's merely a fate state warrior. How could she be strong enough to suppress my 2-star state instances from the future?" Su Ping wasn't too surprised, given that Joanna's reincarnation had a Titan constitution from the god race. He didn't know which level it would be in the Federation, but it carried a lot of divine power. "I didn't know laws could be used in such a way." The spear seemed to merely be stabbing forward a moment earlier, but Su Ping saw how different powers had been delicately condensed in that attack. The number of laws it contained was astounding. Outside the battlefield, Luo Wang's eyes glittered. He flashed to where Joanna stood. "Let me have a try too." He simply activated his constitution, without hesitating, and charged toward Joanna. She looked back at him, then suddenly moved. A weird scene happened. Both Joanna and Luo Wang disappeared from the battlefield. Chapter 948, Failure. So fast. Both of them were so fast that none of the onlookers could see them clearly. Only the ascendant experts could see their actions. They were similarly shocked. Not only had the girl defeated 6 lives Buddha, she was also as fast as Luo Wang. Apart from the ascendants, the other geniuses were observing with narrowed eyes, hopping to track her down. Su Ping's eyes turned golden as he watched carefully. All of a sudden, bang! A person had heavily smashed into the ground. The momentum didn't stop until after sliding for dozens of meters. Everybody saw that it was Luo Wang, seemingly frustrated while vomiting blood. There was an obvious footprint on his chest. His ribs had been broken and were currently pressing inwards. A person flashed and appeared where Luo Wang fell. She was none other than Joanna, who looked down at him while pointing her spear at his forehead. A powerful golden brilliance was condensed on the spear tip. She could kill the second-best genius of the universe at any time. The ascendant escorting Luo Wang was shocked and about to take action. The others were somewhat dazed by the outcome. Luo Wang failed too. His failure had also been awfully fast. It was tantamount to a slaughter. Luo Wang, who was currently lying on the ground, found it hard to believe she was as fast as him while seemingly not trying her best at all. Is she really a fate state warrior? What kind of monster is she? Joanna indifferently dematerialized her spear. The golden brilliance was dispersed, which then flowed back into her body. She had lost all interest in continuing the fight. She truly is unbelievably strong. Even I wouldn't guarantee that I'm able to defeat her, Su Ping thought after witnessing the exchange. Even though he had condensed a small world, Joanna was too strong in every aspect. She was stronger than 6 lives Buddha and faster than Luo Wang. Her every other aspect was probably maxed out. He couldn't defeat her without using his small world. The ascendant escort stepped up and said politely, with cold sweat on his forehead, "Thank you for going easy on him, miss." Joanna seemed to merely be a fate state junior, but that was only a reincarnation. Her original self very likely a heavenly lord. Normal ascendants would hardly be able to develop such a horrifying reincarnation. Joanna glanced at him and nodded casually, not saying a word. The others woke up from their stupor. Dragon Shepherd, who had lost earlier, had a confused and awful look. He could not figure out why such a horrifying being was living in such a normal store. She could have won the championship had she participated. Many looked at Su Ping and thought the same. They wondered about who was the strongest between the two. Considering how easily Joanna had defeated the 2 geniuses, she seemed to be even more terrifying and invincible than Su Ping. Mo Tianhua suddenly praised and looked at Joanna thoughtfully at that moment. Great skills. I think I know why you didn't participate in the contest. It would have been boring to compete with those kids. Luo Wang and the others had embarrassed looks after hearing that. Joanna had previously claimed that fighting them would be like abusing kids, and that was exactly what happened. However, all of them had already reached the final bottleneck before the breakthrough. How could anyone be that much stronger within their level? The other Ascendant State experts were further convinced that Joanna's original self was a heavenly lord, considering Mo Tianhua's attitude, and thus their attitudes became much gentler. Even those protecting Dragon Shepherd and 6 Lives Buddha had quenched their anger. After all, heavenly lords were unrestrained beings. Nobody would be willing to piss off their ilk. Joanna silently glanced at Mo Tianhua. Defeating Luo Wang and the others was nothing to her. It couldn't even be listed on her resume. All the opponents she had defeated were extraordinary talents, some of whom had survived for hundreds of thousands of years. Damn! In the crowd, Diaz was dumbfounded and lost for words. He didn't know that even one of Su Ping's aides was that horrifying. The girl is undoubtedly the best genius in the universe aside from Su Ping, and still she's willing to work as a clerk for him. There has to be something going on between them. Diaz felt even sadder after thinking that. Why is that guy's girl so awesome too? How can I possibly defeat him? Su Jinner's eyes glittered with complicated feelings. She had been planning to get closer to Su Ping as his partner, but he already had such an excellent girl next to him. He might not have the least bit of interest in her. Suddenly, an Ascendant State expert stepped up and asked in earnest, "Madam, would you like to be a guest of the He family?" Before he continued pitching his offer, Joanna indifferently said, "No." Her refusal was short and straight to the point. The Ascendant expert almost choked, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. He only wore an awkward smile. As a matter of fact, he was only trying his luck. After all, the girl's original self was an Ascendant State expert, one that would surely have her own organization already. All the others abandoned their own plans after seeing their peer be shot down. Mo Tianhua was further reassured that Joanna's original self was probably as extraordinary as him, considering her behavior. He was quite impressed. After all, it would be extremely difficult, if it were even possible, for him to develop a reincarnation to such a level. For her to defeat 6 Lives Buddha was understandable. However, it was rather terrifying to see her defeat Luo Wang easily as well. After such a setback, everybody observed her with curious eyes, wondering whether or not she was stronger than Su Ping. It didn't take long for someone to ask the question. Su Ping smiled and said, "We've never fought before, but we're probably close." None of them pressed on the matter after he gave such a vague answer. The group dispersed and returned to their respective spaceships after having a look around at the store. Su Ping asked Mo Tianhua to wait for him. He then placed the Chaos Egg he had fetched from the Heavenly Star Pavilion in the Chaos Spirit Pool. Even though he could hatch it immediately, he would have to tend to it afterwards. He still had to report to his master first. This egg. Hardly had he brought out the egg when Joanna narrowed her eyes and asked Su Ping sternly, "Where did you get this? It seems to belong to a very ancient creature." "Indeed, I've also detected the aura of an ancient power," said Green Lady via telepathy from the rear of the store. She had never appeared before the recent visitors, but she had been paying close attention to Su Ping. Chapter 949, Divine Lord Rank. Su Ping wasn't worried that Green Lady could be exposed, as all probing methods were blocked inside the store. No one could detect her existence. Nobody, not even a heavenly lord such as Mo Tianhua, unless she expressly showed up in public. "I claimed it from a treasury building. It's one of the prizes I won in the competition. It's the egg of a path beast called Chaos, left from the primordial age when the universe was just established. I'm going to hatch it here," said Su Ping, then added, "Take care of the store while I'm away. I'll be back soon." A path beast. Green Lady was stunned for a moment. She then asked in shock, Is it the legendary path beast that knows thousands of paths in the universe from the moment it's born? Do such creatures really exist? That is correct. Su Ping nodded. Aren't you talking about the divine essence beast? Joanna was also dazed. She narrowed her eyes. That was the sole expression she had shown after defeating the previous visitors. The creatures born with thousands of paths only lived in the primordial times and have long gone extinct. That was an actual prize in the competition. She was truly dumbfounded. The prize for defeating those kids was that precious. She knew that there were other worlds aside from the demigod burial. Still, Su Ping's world was terrifying. Even such extinct creatures from the primordial times had been given away for free. Joanna's dazed expression made Su Ping find her cute all of a sudden. She didn't have her usual, indifferent god of war look. He smiled and said, "Don't overthink. I only got it because nobody else knew what it was. Don't expose it." Both of them realized what had happened. Joanna seemed to have been enlightened. Such an answer was the only plausible explanation. Treasures of that magnitude would have never been given away easily, not even in the Archean divinity. Furthermore, it had been quite easy to claim the prize. I would have tried my luck if I knew this. Unfortunately, Joanna felt a pang of regret. It was the very first time she was sorry and angry due to her inability to leave the store. Su Ping remained silent, only offering a smile and bidding farewell. I'll be away for a couple of months or even 1 or 2 years. Please take care of my store while I'm away, said Su Ping. Although professional training would be unavailable while he was away, his dummy trainer could handle the normal training on his behalf. That long. The 3 women frowned. Green Lady didn't consider it a big deal, but Tang Ruyan showed reluctance. She was only in her 20s, and 1 year was a very long time for her. On the other hand, Joanna and Green Lady considered it like the blink of an eye. I'll try my best to come back sooner, said Su Ping. He left after giving them some instructions. Everybody was waiting for him on the spaceship. Su Ping offered apologies, then went to the portal under Mo Tianhua's lead. The latter had the spaceship send out VIP signals. A special channel was immediately opened, allowing the vessel to pass in advance. A lot of spaceships nearby were waiting in line to be teleported. Guys, this is where we must say goodbye. Take care of yourselves during the remaining part of the journey, said Mo Tianhua to everyone at the portal. All the Ascendant experts thanked him, then stepped into the portal with the geniuses they were protecting. Luo Wang gazed at Su Ping and made a pact with him. Let's fight again next time we meet. Su Ping accepted the challenge with a smile. Don't relax just because you're the champion. We'll catch up with you soon. I hope we have a chance to fight next time, said Lillian, winking at the end. 6 lives, Buddha said with a gentle smile. Be prepared to fight 3 of my future selves next time we meet. Su Ping said with a helpless smile. I won't even dare to rest if you keep talking like that. Hello. Luo Wang laughed and waved goodbye. Lillian also smiled and left with her Ascendant State Protector. The others bid farewell too, one after the other. Su Ping stepped into the portal right after everyone left, then selected the Celestial Court. Celestial Court, Golden Star Zone. The splendid Celestial Court, like a glowing temple, radiated a light even brighter than that of stars, illuminating the quiet and dark space. In one of the Celestial Court's palaces, Master, I'm back, said Su Ping respectfully, head lowered while he stood before his master. Shen Huang, wearing a luxurious and fashionable robe, had a gentle and approachable look as he sat on the throne. He chuckled and said, Diaz just came back and told me you would surely return without issues. Your performance during the competition was great. No more than 100 people have ever condensed a small world while still in the fate state. 100? Su Ping was stunned. He had at first thought that it had been an impossibly difficult task, yet his master was implying that plenty others had achieved the feat. No need to feel surprised. After all, there are too many geniuses in this vast universe. However, some of them have either died young or lost their brilliance due to several different reasons, later being unable to continue their rise and distinguishing themselves further, said Shen Huang with a smile. Su Ping gave a slight nod as his mindset also changed. You can break through and reach the star state at any moment, but I do hope you stay put until you become a star lord. Until that happens, just cultivate in the celestial court. All the resources you need are here, said Shen Huang. Even though he was prepared, Su Ping could not help but ask in a low voice, Master, do I have to wait until I become a star lord? Yes, considering your talent, few people will be able to hurt you if you become a star lord. They won't be able to kill you even if they surround you and use secret treasures. I will also give you life-saving treasures. You'll be safe unless an ascendant attacks you. All ascendant experts are famous for years. It is easy for us to track down whoever is behind them if any of them attack you. Shen Huang smiled and said, You now have the added prestige of being my disciple, but it's still possible that others will scheme against you. I have my own share of enemies. Some of them would not dare to challenge me in the open, while others could be complete strangers to me. They are blaming me for mistakes done by people under my command. You must bear as much hostility as the attention you receive. So, avoid relaxing at all costs. Su Ping also understood the reason. He smiled bitterly. Shen Huang was amused to see Su Ping's expression. Others would have dreamed to cultivate with him, but Su Ping seemed to be quite reluctant. He thought for a moment, then said, You're allowed to leave in advance if you really want to. I'll set you free if you make it to the top of the Divine Lord rank. The Divine Lord rank, Su Ping was stunned. Shen Huang smiled and replied, Yes, the Divine Lord rank is where the top 100 of all the Star Lords in the Golden Star Zone are listed. It's a very famous ranking list. All the Star Lords on the listing are the best ones in their level. The top 10 are easily able to crush opponents of their same level. Given your talent, you should be able to make it to the top 100, and even the top 10 soon after you become a Star Lord. He glanced at Su Ping and said, You're the best genius of the universe at the moment. It doesn't mean that you'll always be. Some people are late bloomers, but that was fast. So, you must not relax in any phase or you may easily be surpassed. I understand. Su Ping nodded. Chapter 950, The 8-9 Astral Painting. No need to worry, you should be able to cultivate fast enough to become a Star Lord and emerge on the Divine Lord rank. Given your talent, said Shen Huang with a smile, you can indeed become a Star Lord right now, but it would be better if you consolidate your star state cultivation first. Don't waste your great foundation. Yes. Su Ping nodded. He wasn't planning on becoming a Star Lord yet. He wanted to postpone that advancement until he reached the limits of every level, all to maximize his combat ability. 100 years. Su Ping trusted his master's wisdom. He curled his lips. Once 100 years passed, his store would have probably earned enough energy to perform consecutive level-ups. After all, not many years had passed since he opened the store. The place was teeming with customers every day. Although normal training was the only available service when he was out and about, there were still plenty of customers every day. 100 years is too long. I should leave early. After all, training in cultivation sites is much more effective than there, Su Ping thought. The best resources and environment were provided there. Still, Su Ping preferred to earn energy and polish himself in real battles while visiting the cultivation sites. Furthermore, he had promised Joanna to take her to the Archean divinity. She had been waiting for far too long. What did you pick in the Heavenly Star Pavilion? Asked Shen Huang. Su Ping replied honestly, the Prime Sky Mirror, the Blood Cloud Sword, and an unknown egg. An unknown egg. Shen Huang was slightly stunned. He wasn't surprised to see that Su Ping had chosen the Prime Sky Mirror and the Blood Cloud Sword, which were both very useful to him. But why the unknown egg? He did recall that there was indeed such an egg in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The egg was an amazing item. Not even Star Lords can destroy it. It was hard to imagine what kind of horrifying creature it would yield. Unfortunately, none of the top trainers in the Federation could possibly hatch the egg. They attempted several things so that the egg would hatch, all to no avail. They couldn't even find out the origin of the egg, based from the ancient classics. Nobody wanted the egg anymore in the end. After all, it was truly a waste to use the privilege for an egg that couldn't be hatched. I saw that the egg was extraordinary, so I grabbed it, said Su Ping awkwardly. Lost for words, Shen Huang said after a moment of silence, "Did you know that it's practically impossible to hatch the egg?" "It can't be hatched," Su Ping pretended to be shocked. Shen Huang glanced at him and said, "That's right. All the trainers and scientists in the Federation have tried it, but none have succeeded. The egg can't be hatched, it's just a stone." He could not help but heave a sigh. He blamed himself for not warning Su Ping earlier about certain things if he were to stay there. He wasn't blaming Su Ping, as it would be pointless to blame him. He shook his head, choosing not to say anything else. Su Ping seemed dumbfounded and anxious. He looked at the other carefully. Shen Huang, seeing how nervous Su Ping was, gave a light shake of his head and said, "Fine. Just forget you had that privilege. You're bound to find more treasures in the future, so don't regret this choice and focus on your cultivation. I'll have Xiao Yan teach you. He'll guide you whenever you need help." Xiao Yan. A summoning vortex appeared in front of Shen Huang while the young man puzzled over the name, and then an old man wearing a golden robe stepped out. He looked gentle and graceful. Su Ping immediately understood that the old man was his master's pet, and was likely a celestial state creature, or at least a heavenly lord. "You may call him Uncle Yan," said Shen Huang. "My disciples are mostly taught by him. He's memorized at least 100,000 cultivation techniques from the human race. There are no questions he can't answer." Su Ping was slightly surprised, not expecting that the pet to be as outstanding. He suddenly remembered the little skeleton and his other pets. Maybe they could later become his future helpers, not just in battle. They could help him in daily life situations too. "Uncle Yan, it's an honor to meet you." Su Ping greeted the old man respectfully. The old man smiled and said, "No need to be so courteous. I was starting to feel bored. It's been a long time since His Highness recruited a disciple. You're the champion this year, right? I'll help you with your cultivation. You will surely become the strongest in the Star State and the Star Lord State. You'll reach the top of the Divine Lord rank in 100 years." Su Ping smiled and thanked him again after seeing how confident and daunting the man was. Shen Huang then allowed Su Ping and Xiao Yan to leave. Elder Yan took Su Ping to his residence first. He showed him around after learning that the latter wasn't familiar with the Celestial Court yet. The Celestial Court was so splendid that even the sun seemed insignificant. They visited a lot of places during the day. In the end, all kinds of delicacies were delivered to Su Ping's palace when he returned. All of them were amazing treasures able to strengthen him and condense his astral power. Su Ping recognized two of them. They were expensive herbs in the outside world, while they were provided for free there. Also, according to Uncle Yan, they were served on a daily basis. Su Ping had a bundle of mixed feelings. Is this how the top forces train juniors? Even a pig could easily become a Star Lord after eating like that every day, and would later become a genius among peers. Su Ping didn't hesitate to wolf down all the food. He immediately sensed an intense astral power accumulating in his body, so he skipped rest and went straight back to cultivating. He redirected the astral power to the second astral painting. This one was named the 8-9 astral painting. Once fully grasped, would allow him to disguise himself better and become even more unpredictable when in battle. Su Ping unleashed even more starry light as astral power surged in. "If things go on like this, I'm going to fully condense my second astral painting and work on the third one next. I wonder how strong I'll become when my 9 astral paintings are gathered. I'll be as strong as a celestial, according to the technique's introduction," Su Ping thought, and his eagerness grew. Time flew. In a fleeting blink of an eye, Su Ping had already cultivated for a month in the Celestial Court.